what's on that list that, you got certain things against you. You're going to be successful.
Right.
Yeah. And you're going to be in a position where you can rectify things. You know that you're way more appreciative of love because of that. You're in a position where you can still be loved, by the black lady at the airport. Yeah. 2025.
My little layover lady. That's what I call it, my little layover. I've seen, this is something that I thought, there's only two things that I think that I've seen and I'm not sure. One of them was that Santa Claus, when I was a kid, that they brought us outside and they had a real sleigh go by in the air. It was an airplane that they disguised as a sleigh in our town. The second one is, I thought I saw you riding bikes down Sunset Boulevard.
Right. So now, the funniest part of all of that
True story.
is because all of your stories are true, right? But the whole thing is, when you're telling the story, we ride by on these bikes with lights on them.
Yeah, like from the future.
Circus members. But really, this is $1.5 million worth of Can-Am spiders. 8 of them, 200,000 apiece. Me and Shug going down Sunset.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see those, man. I'm sorry. I saw some pictures. Somebody covered their pictures.
Cat Williams came by and with a Shetland pony. Had neon lights on the hooves.
Somebody spray painted silly string on the back.
With a violin.
Started playing. Yeah, I swear to God, I was standing on the porch. I look over there.
Right.
And you had done one of those things where you stand up, but you know what I'm saying? It's just, when you're riding down the street.
I'm 5'5", so I do that better than most.
And I said, damn, there he goes, bro.
Right.
And by the time I got anybody's attention, nobody believed me. So that's why I think it had a lot of that same, like, when you saw Santa, type of energy.
Right. Well, understand, I didn't take away from the myth. I just clarified.
Yeah. Oh, good. I thought I was crazy for thinking that.
Right.
What do you see happening in 2025, Kat? This is where we get to where, like, what do you feel like? What do you feel like the things we can look forward to, things we can stay conscious of? Can I bum another cigarette by chance, man?
Absolutely. Yeah, so
get my lungs up.
we're already in 2025.
Yeah. So you right already.
Yeah, see that? So the whole thing is we're not, this thing does not happen in yearly cycles. Like, it's not a every 12 months thing. It's not how it works. So the age of truth is not 1 year. It's the beginning of people having more of a thirst for what is true than an appetite for lies. So if you sell lies, it's a harder road for you. If you have truths to tell, people are hungry for that, and they'll pay you handsomely to hear the truth. It wasn't always that way. It's that way right now in real time. Whatever that means to you. That's the battle that's going on. Is people who profit from the manipulation of others by getting you to believe something that's not the case. And that's how they make their living. And it is now a difficult time for those entities.
Do you think that there is actual cloning going on?
We know that there's actual cloning going on. The question I believe you're asking is human cloning.
Oh, yes, sir.
But let's start with the real question. The real question is cloning going on? Yeah, it is.
I knew it.
Well, I'm saying, let's just say animal cloning.
Oh, right. Yes.
Let's start there. That's not a myth, or
No, that's
not a conspiracy theory that we are at the point where we have no problem cloning animals. If you lose a pet, you can send away to these companies and they will
fucking remix that bitch and send it back.
Right. Yeah, that's close to proximity as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Right? That we know is possible. Okay. So now,
Viagin pets right there.
so that's in the animal world. So now in the human world, we know that there are multiple surgeries that we know we can replace this with that, all the way up to what's our last achievement? Is it heart? The guy passed away with a pig heart. But it worked for, I'm saying,
Let me see that. Bring up that pig-hearted guy.
right there. Yeah. Two people have received a
Genetically modified pig heart transplant. David Bennett and Lawrence Fawcett. Both were performed in Maryland.
So there's not
The evidence is there.
very much left on what it would take as far as abilities go.
So, do you think there's any artists now that you think are not the same artists that we thought they were?
If we're only speaking of biology, I've heard that a man's G-spot is in his anal passage, which means I'm going to go my whole life without ever experiencing it.
Yeah.
By the same token, everybody is a reflection of what they got to go through to get to where they're at, right? And I just know that the people that have been in positions where they decided to do some stuff that they said they weren't going to do, they don't be the same on the other side. Nothing they can do can make them seem like what you remember them as. I call it spiritual because I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah. Have you ever faced that in your life where people are trying to come at you for offers like that? Do you think that like stars and get offered that kind of thing? Like to compromise themselves sexually for entertainment?
Again, the things that we are discussing exist in each of the fields.
Right, anything.
Right. Not entertainment exclusively. Politics, religion, science, everywhere. Right? Some of this is human nature. Right? Because we listen and we don't judge.
Were there things that you didn't take in your career that you feel like were like are there things to look out for? Do you feel like
there wasn't for me because I knew I wasn't going to take it, but I did want to get offered. You know what I mean? And most of the stuff I wouldn't have believed until I had to get to a certain level to get to see the proof. You know what I mean? So I was as shocked as anybody about how powerful Harvey Weinstein was at the time that I was meeting with him, and how he could not be told no. That he get whatever he want. You follow what I'm saying?
They'll figure out some way.
Right, so I thought that didn't apply to me because I don't care about nothing but bitches and good business, right? And then he offered me 2 actresses like they was playing cards, and I was like, what?
Like he just jilted him.
He was like, I know you. Damn. Right, like,
Some aces.
No, my personal aces.
Yeah. Did you hear about it?
What does it mean, die? Not literally.
Look, I'm not
Take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like that.
in these scary situations. I don't even leave it up to me. Like, I'm gonna do what the superhero would do. And just harden me regardless, and deal with what happens after. Yeah. Just because it's a story, and I know it's a story. It's my story. You know what I mean? So I can't.
It's a good way to think about things in general.
Yeah.
What would the superhero do right now?
Yeah, because I'm saying, I read about Jesus getting to the mountaintop and the devil saying you can have all of this, and him saying you don't have anything to offer me. Like, you know what I mean? So that's what I got to look up to. So I'm going to follow suit in the best version I can, regardless of anything else.
Do you have a comedian that passed away that you really like, that you miss a lot? I know there's been a lot of them. Like, you have like a real
scary to say. I miss so many.
Like, you have like a brother in comedy. Like,
I miss so many.
Like, what was Bernie Mac? Like, was he a super guy? Because I've never seen anybody like him.
That's a great place to start. No, you never saw anybody like him just because there wasn't anybody like him. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, the things people pretend to do and talk themselves up to be, and he was that already. Yeah, I went down to his show when he was taping, and they were saying he wasn't feeling good. And I left there feeling like they're murdering this dude. Like, he had a lung problem, right? And the doctors told him that he just had to take time away from the show, and he could come back when he was okay, right? And his contract would let him. Oh, yeah. And they made him work like, yeah, but I miss all of the comedy angels that I came in contact with, from Charlie Murphy to Heavy D. I miss Heavy D. John Witherspoon. Yeah, you know, like, we lost some really great comics. I miss Ronaldo Ray. I miss, yeah, a lot.
Bring up a picture of Ronaldo Ray. I'm just not familiar with him, just so I can see what he looks like. Oh, yeah. Didn't he play in the Cosby Show? Was he the grandfather?
He was a brilliant individual. Like, he had multiple master's degrees and was an art collector and a real legendary guy. Yeah. What
about Bill Cosby? You ever get to meet him or not? Before he had all the problems?
That what we're doing is wrong.
It's being a rapist, one of the problems. You said it like before he got scurvy.
Sorry, bro. That was I did
So then he's not aware
but
that
yeah, what was he like before that?
So how is it possible that he's 539 per bottle?
I don't know.
It's really,
I don't know.
I said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva holds up because the Rabbi said
Comedically,
2,000 amas.
like he has some works comedically that you could put up there in the pantheon of joke telling.
Oh yes, he had so many albums when I was a kid that like our parents would play in the car, stuff like that.
Right, and he spent a good portion of his televised career really making black men and black families look really good in a time when that was not a popular thing to do. None of that supersedes rapist. No, but yeah, I was glad to not be a fan of his just because,
We liked Richard Pryor, and you had to kind of like,
which way are you? Are you Richard Pryor, Red Fox, or are you Bill Cosby?
That's definitely different. What else is going on?
Please don't have an R. Kelly question.
I do not have an R. Kelly question. No, I don't. Did you get to go to Bernie Mac's funeral? Did he have a big funeral?
Steve Harvey was at his funeral, so I wouldn't have been there.
I didn't know that.
What else? I'll be able to tell you when you're black.
Okay. I feel like I'm not doing that good right now on it.
You're doing great.
Okay. Thanks, man. Was it scary for you to be a parent whenever you decided you wanted to be a parent?
Oh yeah. That's one of those things where it's only looking back that you realize, I was not in any way qualified for that job. But you try so hard, and it means everything. But it's exciting and scary. Like you can't. So you don't have any kids?
No. I want to get to. I would like to have some children. But
well, if you have one child, you're not gonna have the drug issue to deal with ever again.
Really?
Yeah, because it's going to. You can't do them both.
Right.
You can't do them both.
Yeah. And if you,
as soon as you have, and it doesn't matter how you get this child.
okay.
The second you become a father and this life is dependent upon you, like you're gonna devote everything to that, and you're gonna have to. Because only somebody with your experiences will be able to deal with not being able to sleep for like 2 months. You know what I mean? Just on this baby schedule that has no schedule except. It's crazy. Life changing doesn't even say the half of it. But, yeah, pets. See, this is the thing. Yeah. Right.
I'm gonna get started.
This is what's keeping you able to be in this world, is because you've not given yourself a life responsibility. You see what I'm saying?
I think that's why I became a comedian, because I didn't want any responsibilities, really.
Right.
In a lot of ways.
Right.
I think there's a big part of me that started to feel like, I'm missing out if I don't if I'm missing out, but I just want to know. I want to have every experience I can.
Right. And you can.
Yeah.
And this is the vehicle for that. You know what I mean? That's what a coincidence that all your life will line up for you to want to do that. And then to meet a girl at the airport that already loves to fly and travel and
make sure I don't have any illegal substances on me too at the same time.
Just because you're not gonna need them.
Are you a pet owner? You a big pet owner, man? I've heard that you got some animals over there.
Yeah,
I've heard you got a couple horses, things like that.
yeah, ducks. Like I got one.
How many ducks do you have, Kat?
Between 19 and 21. I just say that because a couple were there when I first got the place and they never left. Right, so they're there, but everybody else we raise from eggs. You know, that you go down to, what's the name of that place? Tractor Supply.
Oh, Tractor Supply.
Yeah, you go to Tractor Supply.
Oh, in the feed and seed shop?
You do the, right, you do the incubators. So yeah, so it's beautiful because they're all black.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We need more of that. We need everybody.
Diversity in the duck world.
Oh, hell yeah, dog. I'm sick of seeing these fucking swans, bro. You know what I'm saying? These rich ass long neck motherfuckers, bro.
Well, we have geese too.
But I'm just saying, we need some fucking bangers in there, dog. You know, we need some dark ducks in this bitch.
Yeah.
Or some, bring up a couple of black ducks, man. I would love to see those right now. Because I'm used to seeing mallards, I've seen for sure. But I've never seen some really good darker ducks. So that's a beautiful one right there.
None of these are black.
Oh, sorry, I'll get one. But no, get one.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that western black duck.
That western black.
That's an all black duck.
Oh, hell yeah.
But mine are.
Oh, that's fucking Mallard Luther King right there, bro. That thing dark as hell, dude. Sorry, bro.
You make a great black guy. Mallard Luther King. That could be his name.
That is actually a beautiful name for a dog.
For that duck specifically. Mallard Luther King. Yes.
Do you think, some people think that guys like Martin Luther King were compromised by the CIA, the police, stuff like that?
Well, this kind of goes back to,
Like, there's a lot of conspiracy theory stuff about that, you know?
somebody says it's a conspiracy, but that doesn't make it the case. But in both of these cases that we've had these conversations, we are talking about the FBI and the CIA. So, what do you think they do? So maybe we're unclear about what we think these agencies do. So now the question becomes, hey, do you think they be doing their job? I do think they be doing their job. You mean all through history? Yes, I think they keep on doing their job. You think they get everybody? I think they get everybody. So again, not conspiracy theory at all. I'm saying the only way that there could be an FBI file for us to be able to get 30 years after his death is if there's an FBI file, correct?
Right. Damn, bro. Nobody can trust anybody. That's the scary part to me sometimes.
The Bible
Miss
says,
Aquarius.
"Do not put your trust in men."
How you living, girl? Miss Aquarius. Hello. How are you? Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Hello? If you're talking, I can't hear you. All right, maybe you're not talking, which is fine. We're watching Cat Williams or listening to him.
In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge. We bring the card.
Pretty
It's
specific.
not necessary to have knowledge.
Why? Because everybody can be compromised except you.
If a person was
Yeah.
qualified,
If you don't believe in God, then it's pretty messed up because now you only got you to believe in. But if you got you and God, you can believe in both of those.
relationship, you had it now.
You can have peace then.
Have you had times in your life where you struggled having God in your life, or what's that been like for you?
According to everybody, the person designated a partner.
Do you have a practice that you use kind of to like one of my goals this year is to have more God in my life, right? So for me, I'm just using like more times where I stop and pray. Like even some of those moments of my head will pop in, like you should hit your knees right now and pray. And sometimes I just don't do those. I just go and keep going about my day. But now when those hit me, I'm trying to just make sure I do that, just like because it's like an intuition that I have, just because I want to have a stronger practice.
And understand it's the reason that it's special is because only you're gonna know that it's working, right? There's gonna be no evidence other than the evidence, but you're gonna know that, like I talk to God 5 and 6 times a day. He has an accurate account of how I'm feeling about everything, how I think things are going, what I feel like I'm doing good at, what I feel like I need help with.
There she is.
These are our conversations. So,
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. And I could hear people earlier. If you're talking, let me know. Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. No, can you hear me? Can you... I don't know. I understand. Can you hear me now? Excellent. How you doing, girl? What's new with you? Absolutely. Well, this is the perfect place to do it. Amazing. So far, so good. Just chilling like a villain. Do you know who Cat Williams is? Same here. Pimp Chronicles, he's hilarious. I'm listening to an interview of his, so feel free to enjoy.
I don't wonder why stuff gets moved out of my way because I asked for things to be moved out of my way. Like you asked earlier, like, aren't you scared? Like, I'm not allowed to be scared because I'm not counting on me. Like,
Yeah.
you can't fuck me up because you're not allowed to fuck me up. And I've been in enough situations to know that he ain't let me down yet. Like every time I needed his safety, it was there. Yeah, and will be. And the more times you communicate, the better the relationship is. And then you'll find that that works with the black girl from the airport. Like, communication is key. Yeah.
Oh Lord, man. Literally, huh?
You're perfect when you don't even try.
I've heard you say that you feel like we're about to enter like a golden era. What do you mean kind of by that? Like what feelings do you have about that? And what can we look forward to?
I was just trying to be super positive at the time. I wasn't trying to be actually accurate with the question.
Okay.
The question was asked, I think, almost on New Year's or something like that, or Christmas, something like that. It was pretty close to the top of the year, so I didn't want to say anything that would make anybody uncomfortable or awkward. The Bible has a book called Revelations, right? And it gives you this little metaphorical rundown of how things should go.
Bring it up real quick in Revelations. We can get a look at it.
Here we go.
Book of Revelation or Book of the Apocalypse, the final book of the New Testament.
Correct. So now, it talks about the things that will happen in what's called the last days, right? Before the second coming of Jesus, right? Because my whole life I was just trying to figure out, like, whatever it would take for Jesus to come back, why aren't all of the people around the world that love Jesus, why aren't they making sure that happens?
Yeah.
So he would come back.
Yeah, like Santa, they leave milk and cookies. I don't say you think we would fucking leave out a couple of freaking.
We're willing to go buy the presents ourselves and say you delivered them.
Put some sacred snacks out for him or something.
Right. So, it just tells a story of the little key things that will happen that you can look forward to before things get there, right? And so it talks about things like all of the nations will have to come together and make a group called the United Nations, and this was written way back then, and we have a United Nations now.
Yeah.
And it talks about there being wars and reports of wars in multiple places, and it gives us gives us a little guideline just to, what may be happening in the future.
Like whenever Jesus comes back, where do you think it'll be at?
Well, the Bible is generally pretty specific about places, generally. So, like it talks about Armageddon, right? And there's this actual valley of Armageddon. I'm going to mispronounce it, but Armageddon. But the valley of Armageddon that's supposed to take place, there's this valley that is named after, which really exists. But wherever it is, he's going to bring it up. But there's probably a war there now.
Right.
So, here we are.
The Valley of Megiddo, also known as Jezreel Valley, is a large fertile plain in northern Israel. It's known for its historical, theological, and geographical significance. Oh, wow. And there's a lot of war going on right there, right now.
Correct.
So TBD, huh? What are some of the other animals that you have there? I have heard that you have horses over there. Is that true, Kat, that you have some horses over there?
The donkeys are the stars over there. But yeah, we got a lot of, we have cows. Mini cows. Those are the best kind. Mini cows and
how big are they?
Belly pig. Probably about the right there.
A mini cow?
Yeah, but
Bring up a mini cow real quick. I want to see one of them. They're beautiful too. My sister has a picture of a couple of them at her house. Beautiful.
Yeah, if we can find a white one, that would be like Cash.
That's your name, Cash? Oh, that's cool. Wow. And are those milkable?
He's a boy, so I don't know.
Oh, damn. Well, yeah. Not it.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
So, the blessing, he has no idea he's many.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, ours is bigger than that, but, yeah.
It's a beautiful little one right there.
Yeah, they're really fun.
And do you name, so that was named Cash, and what other name do you have for these animals?
Well, all the animals have names, except animals that might be delicious. Like goat is like my favorite meat, I think, and so we have quite a few.
And are you eating
not Billy? He's the king of all the goats, right.
But you have a little bit of goat. How much goat are you having monthly, you think?
Weekly.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Cat got him a little bit of money if he having that weekly goat meal. You know that, boy.
I'm a cannibal,
Yes, sir. Yes,
goat
sir.
eat goat.
Hey, man, goats eat goat.
Right.
I love that.
He's making a little money.
Sorry. I'm just trying to I think sometimes I was so nervous about who you are because you seem like you almost seem like something that came down from Mount Rushmore to spend time with us today. So I think that's like the mystique about you. So I think sometimes I don't know when it's like okay to joke around and stuff, so you just try and figure it out as you go,
I hope that is not correct and you're just saying that because it is always okay to joke around.
No, I appreciate that. I definitely feel that for sure, more than other interviews. I'm trying to think of what else I want to ask you about. This was the best picture I ever got about it. Someone said this, and they said this is Cat Williams talking to Cam Newton, somebody said.
Right.
And that's what I'm thinking, man.
Yeah, because here's the thing. everything. Yeah, we know that stupid picture of me. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Can we take that down? That's unbelievable.
Very racist. You see how I became racist? No, but here's the facts. The facts are, everything we know about history, we know because of artifacts, things that were left behind. You know what I mean? And so to be heavily into the culture in a way that is represented is pretty cool. It's a pretty big deal,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should make one next year if we made one and we made a charity for it or something. That could be cool.
Right, but we would have to do you one too. So like there would have to be a Theo Von as well.
I mean, I would be happy to do that. Yours is the one they're already using without your permission.
That's what I'm saying. They're already doing mine.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe we'll try to find one. That'd be kind of a neat. Maybe we could do something where we raise some money for something.
I would love it. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
That's cool.
We should do it for. Yeah, we should do it for autism. We should do it for people on the spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah.
And everybody has autism. They have all types of people with autism. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would love to do that. That's a cool idea. And do you? My last question for you, Kat. Do you know any Native Americans you ever met any over the years? What's that been like?
Really cool. Like way more. I'm trying to figure out how to say it, but like,
because I've just heard some of these are just things that I've heard.
When I met this tribe that several times I've met several tribes, but the whole thing is you get this thing around them that you understand that they've been standing here. You know what I mean? Like, there's you understand how difficult it is to carry legacies and stories, even though your people been getting destroyed, and then when it's all as bad as it could possibly be and everything is destroyed of your whole legacy, then they give you unlimited money and have casinos. It's a mind-blowing thing to watch a group of people still carry their legacy along, and that's what you get. And they know so much about so much, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm an outdoor guy, like, and they know everything about everything. Like, fishing with them is like a whole different experience.
They'll whistle and the bitches in the boat.
They don't make no mistakes. Like, that whole part where you don't catch fish, they don't know shit about that.
Yeah, they catch the bitches and half of them cooked. They catch the bitches, they do it right.
I want you to come out of the water boneless. Fillets.
With outdoor stuff, have you ever done any like camping or anything like that? You ever done any long camps? Did you ever do like a plant medicine retreat or anything like that?
No, but having 100-acre ranch, you start getting into trying to make sure because first you have to figure out what you already have there. You know what I mean? Because I'm aren't you like close to Nashville?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm out in Mississippi on this farm, you see? And so, you're learning what's out there, and then you're trying to accentuate what's already out there. And because I think we probably got like 300 deer. Like, wow.
And they're just running around everywhere?
Yeah. because the way progress worked, they kept getting pinned in, and then there was a golf course, and so they had a little safe area in between them, and then when houses started going in, then it became neighborhood, less and less gated community, and now there's nowhere else for them to be. And this particular area is where they all came to. So, pretty wonderful.
Yeah, I could see you having like a cool petting zoo or something one day if you wanted to, and you ever quit or just wanted to have a peaceful animal type of, or a safari, something like that.
Yeah.
Cats.
I'm never trying to do something that requires interaction. Like what I'm doing is creating heaven on earth. Yeah. Right. So that means finding out all of the things that really make you jump for joy and excited and make you go, oh, and collecting those around yourself. So that no matter what it is you have to deal with in the world, you can come back to this little heavenly environment that you have created.
That's it.
That fuels you,
Yeah, that's the tour right there.
Yeah.
Heaven on earth.
As it turns out.
Yeah. Cat, man, thank you so much for spending time with me today, man. And just thanks for just so many things, so many quotable moments from your life that you share with us. And it's an honor, bro. I really feel honored to be in your presence today. And just, I can't even believe it. So thank you so much.
Likewise.
Now I'm just on the
trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and do everything they can to score political points from it.
Of course, he didn't celebrate it, do anything like that. He just came out and talked about it. And you saw what he just said. He said he hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang, desperately trying to characterize the kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That's the direct quote from what Jimmy Kimmel said. So why does that warrant this? Right? Again, it wasn't even a celebration, and I know people are very torn on that. What is free speech or not free speech? But here is what the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, just warned.
The Jewelry Exchange, 1 carat natural diamonds, $5.99. Jewelry Exchange Direct.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? Doesn't matter how...
The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin. Get your review.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? Doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone, and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Yeah, look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back for the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked. I parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Oh, probably literally nothing. Maybe something related to the DMV. That's what came up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys, though, because what they're telling us is that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. I love vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, said nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all. Like literally, if you suspend all reason, all rationality, then they can make perfect sense. That's the only way. You just have to stop thinking. You got to get to that point where you're like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? No, to be fair, now we are more broadly considering how stupid the feds believe that we are. And the frankly obnoxious messages that someone strung together must clearly be for either our or their own entertainment. So I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag. Very easy to say he sent the first message at this time. It's a part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge globally wanting to know what happened. They just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I got to tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them, okay? And I decided to go back and on the basis of what Tyler Robinson allegedly writes to his lover, I decided I could work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline, at least, for us to look at visually for when they had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time, so we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment. It's like borderline poetic. He's got commas in there. It's like perfect English. And that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you got to be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason, when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? What really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message. And don't forget, just to lead up into this, they are telling us that at no time that we're allowed to know on September 10th, after Charlie Kirk was shot, the roommate, that's Lance, received a text message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." And so Lance, I don't know what he does all day, but he can do that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs, I'm saying he ran Prentice, who knows, and looks, and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it. Yeah, that makes sense because if you're going to destroy something, the best thing to do is to take a picture of it. The feds saw the picture, but we're not going to be able to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense. Then we find out that Lance, I guess, decided to take a picture and then text Tyler back. And here is where he asks him, Lance says, "Tyler, what? You're joking, right?" Because, the note said, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." So Lance is like, "What? You're joking?" And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem." That's the town, okay, that UVU is at. "For a little while longer yet." So poetic. "A little while longer yet." I'm going to look that up on my phone later. "It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." Now, I want to jump to this next message because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Robinson says, I am. I'm sorry. And the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Okay. And Robinson responds, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, we can pull up this timeline, that they at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some crazy old dude. And on the timeline, Skylar, if you want to pull that up so we can go through it, what time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learn about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m., because he mentioned that second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find to be strange. We don't know what that second suspect is wearing until 5:30 p.m., when Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference, the press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect, who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely, because I think, again, this is all made up, these messages, because he says wearing similar clothing. Okay, he tells us dark clothing. What's similar about that? This guy allegedly, when he did this, was wearing black jeans. Dark jeans and a black shirt. So that's like everyone on campus, okay? Nobody in the press conference says, we picked him up because he was wearing something similar to the shooter. So that language right there is actually a mistake from the feds. But again, it allows us to be able to plot it into the timeline. So that's good. Okay. Timeline is back up here. And we then know Kash Patel tweets that the subject in custody has been released. Our investigation continues. That was a mistake. The guy in the darker clothing, we don't know who that is. And then it's after, again, like I said, that these correspondences then had to take place. So we're talking about late in the evening, okay, 6 hours on. I'm wondering what it is that Tyler Robinson is doing throughout this entire time. Skylar, you can keep this up because I want to keep scrolling, okay? What he's doing throughout this entire time, because that's a very long time for him to be just around campus. But then luckily, he's going to let us know what he's doing, right? He's going to jump right in here, and he's telling us that he's close to the scene. We know in this conversation that he then says to Lance that he's looking to get that rifle, right? He says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's actually go earlier. He then tells us his alibi, which is amazing, right? He's saying, I'm lingering around there. I'm trying to get the vehicle. And then, of course, as you always do when you're trying to clean up things, you then spell out your alibi, right? Lance asks him, why'd you do this? And Robinson says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate cannot be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, like I'm trying to clean up the scene, but also I'm telling you exactly what my motive is here, I will have left no evidence. I'm going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Okay, so we are now late in the evening. He's still hanging around. The roommate then comes and says, how long have you been planning this? He says, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, still trying to get close to that rifle. So I'm wondering if maybe the feds might drop us some footage. Right? We should be able to see some footage. He's got to be idling in his car. You've been speaking about how he has this car. I'm assuming he's not just sitting in the woods or sitting on a sidewalk. This is a quote-unquote manhunt. So where is he casually sitting, lingering, loitering? I don't know, but that would be some pretty good footage that they could release if they don't want us all to become a conspiracy theorist, okay? He then says, I've been planning this for a bit over a week. I can get really close to it, but there's a squad car that's parked right by it. That's the drop-off spot. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it. And then he tells Lance that I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. Yeah, that's a vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I went to exactly where I got this rifle from, okay? I don't know. I don't even know if that they had a serial number. Weird, because he's been planning this for a week. He might have checked. Now all of a sudden he's getting into details and is wondering if it had a serial number. That seems a little strange to me. But it wouldn't trace to me. Of course, you just told us in writing that it's your grandpa's. Definitely trying to cover your tracks. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Okay, we're going to get to that. Focus on the changing outfits. That's a really important piece of this, and that is why I am now a confirmed conspiracy theorist on this, okay? I left it in the bush where I changed outfits, okay? I didn't have the ability or the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope that they don't find Prince. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it was a perfect job. It was top of the line, professional job. The only thing I left behind was the weapon with my prints on it. Oh my gosh, right? Like that's kind of amazing. Okay. Then he, of course, explained, remember how I was engraving the bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. I know I speak proper here, but it's just a meme that I was writing. I wrote, notice his bulge. On Fox News, I might have a stroke if they say that, right? If I see notice his bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. Oh, that really effing sucks. It's almost perfect. Okay, so he then ends this message. This is all from the day. This is all we have from September 10th, okay? Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun. I want to make it very clear. This is Grandpa's gun, okay? Nobody should question this narrative because he has put it all here. I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Okay, so that ends that exchange. Now, I have a couple of notes here that I put here at the end of day one as we worked in this correspondence, which all had to happen, let's call it 7 p.m. earliest, as I say here. Which I want to be clear, the campus is 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours away from where Tyler and Lance live together. We have a map here to show you that. So he's just loitering until, like I said, earliest. He's signifying around like 7 p.m. that he's still very close to campus. That's a long day. That's a real long day, just waiting to see when you can go in there. And there's a manhunt. And he's chill. He's chill because he's changed his outfit. How do we know he changed his outfit? Because he made it very clear that he dropped the clothes, his shooting clothes, right there. He got changed. He didn't have time to take the rifle that was in the that he put in the towel, but he did have time to change. That totally makes sense. And then for whatever reason, he had to leave the rifle with the prints on it. Okay. What's interesting about that, though, is we should recognize that curiously what they've removed from this indictment, again, relevant to the clothes, was the fact that, and the governor's going to say it, that we are told that he at first enters campus on this day at 8:07 a.m. TMZ shows us the footage, remember, of the man wearing a maroon T-shirt and shorts. That's how this day begins. That is walking through a neighborhood just outside of university grounds. Governor Cox has confirmed this is him. Not mentioned in the indictment. That's curious. Seems very relevant. Surely, you guys should be mentioning that. The outfit, what did he do, by the way? From 8:07 a.m. when he walked onto campus to when he is then seen walking back onto campus at 11:51, that's about 4 hours. Something else the feds could release to dispel any conspiracy theories would be him walking back to his car. You're telling us he then goes back to campus and he's in a different outfit. Can we get him leaving campus? We know the place is covered with cameras. That would make me feel better if you showed us him leaving campus and then we see him coming back in a different outfit. Again, not clear why he couldn't just wear the outfit he was going to wear, since I would imagine you've got thousands and thousands of students that are wearing something as casual as a black T-shirt and blue jeans. I understand a need for a change if you're in a sniper outfit, or if you're wearing a Barney costume. If you showed up and you're wearing a full Halloween costume, then yeah, maybe you should change. But it's just an average college kid outfit. This is just what you expect to see on campus. Just what boys wear. Anyways, like I said, those would be my points from day one. The feds can release that. And also, I'm wondering, where did Tyler spend the night? Can they clarify that? He certainly couldn't have made it out of Iran and back there and back to his home. I'm coming home soon. Would have been the wee hours of the morning. This would have been a good time, by the way, if you're really trying to get away with this, to tell your lover to delete the text messages. He doesn't do that. He's not going to tell him to delete the text messages on this night. Presumably, he saw him. They didn't say he went home to his parents' house. So what happened overnight? When did he get home? He's been so thorough in describing that cleanup job. And by the way, we know that Discord is going to later say that those messages were not coordinated on their server, which I would say was definitely a part of the broader plan. Okay? Let's get into September 11th, because a lot happens here, and you are going to really see what I see here, and we need to demand answers, okay? So on September 11th, we are presented with the first FBI press conference where they confirm that they have found a weapon in the woods. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. Is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Now, I wouldn't say the shooter had fled, just based off of he was just kind of lurking around, ringing to go get his weapon back, okay? Like, for a long time, but whatever. Let's go with that. Then, what we have after that 7 a.m. press conference is that exclusively our resident guys over at the New York.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. The creator of the Break Sessions comes to give you adult mystery.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
I need to figure this out.
Sorry, kiddo, but you lost your curiosity, religion, lies, and hate. You went running headfirst into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does? Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running for, he might all be over tonight.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
And I don't find it assuming something much worse would happen.
But why does it have to be you?
Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Riley! And pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you. I think I know what happened. Listen to Max Miles on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Morning, Mama. How you feeling?
Great, and I'm ready for you today.
I'm checking in on you. Morning meditation. Check. Dressed and ready to work out. Check. Check your blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom. Great job, Mom. And about those golden earrings.
No, ma'am.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about Batman. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms,
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero,
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait.
Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free
podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The thing is that I didn't actually every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app. Meanwhile, the lonely museum curator, his true love, art, his biggest fear, everything. But when the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess I'm saying I'm like, yeah, that's right. I don't know. I think so. He actually is too good to be true. This is calling. To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close. Instead, it's trying to compare this erratic, nauseous, wanting to do this. And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Been pulled off the air by Disney, and they didn't say permanently, but they said indefinitely, suspended indefinitely. It's the lead story on all the cable news stations. It will be the lead story on all the local news stations, especially Channel 7, because Mark Brown, who's the anchor of the 11 o'clock news, would often throw it to Jimmy Kimmel at the end. Jimmy Kimmel coming up in 10 seconds. Here's who's on tonight. They throw the show to Jimmy Kimmel. And now tonight it's going to be different. And I bet that Mark Brown is a Jimmy Kimmel fan. They work for the same company. He probably has run into him in dozens of occasions.
New York Post, every exclusive ever. Jeffrey Epstein's death pictures. Ghislaine Maxwell found at an In-N-Out. It's always the New York Post, okay? I view them as a feds. If I'm the feds and I'm trying to make this seem like this is organic, I wouldn't give it to the New York Post because we're in Utah, and so cops are probably not leaking to a New York-based publication. But whatever, they have the exclusive. They're the ones that reveal the photo. They always have the exclusive. Okay, and they show us the gun in the shooting. Their article publishes at, and by the way, my timeline is all based in Mountain Time, so that says 11:21 a.m. Eastern. They publish at 9:21 a.m., 2 hours after that first press conference, and say exclusive. They are the ones that drop the trans narrative. They say these things are found on the bullets. Okay, and then just 7 minutes later, the FBI. Salt Lake City drops static images of the alleged shooter walking up the stairs. Okay, so now we can see on our timeline that's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain Time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m. Okay, I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened, and when we were lied to publicly, has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that then took place. So they released the photo, and then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler, and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad, okay? Dad then texts and he calls Tyler. And at this point, we can jump back into day 2 of our messages because Robinson says to Lance, "Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering." Okay, so apparently he did answer. According to the indictment, the dad says he didn't answer his text messages. Then the father called him, and Tyler Robinson answered, and he tells us that Tyler was suicidal, and that is when they just told him, calm down, let's speak to you. They bring over their neighbor sheriff friend, and they agree that he should go in. Now, if he was in fact suicidal, you don't get that vibe from these messages to his lover, right? There's nothing in here that he's like, I can't believe what I've done. Now he slept. We don't know where. He seems to be perhaps on very little sleep. I would imagine he was. He just murdered someone. And he's not indicating in these messages that he's going through any sort of suicidal feelings. Instead, he sends this very odd thing about his dad, who he says he's not answering. He writes, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty die-hard MAGA. There's something here for everyone if you want to take the low-hanging fruit and think of this as left versus right, right? So if you're like, on the right, you're like, I need to blame the left, then it's like, well, the trans thing is here. But if you're on the left, that you need to blame the right, well, dad was a die-hard MAGA. It's like, it's so fed, it's just so federally written. It's amazing. So chaos right here. Anyways, I guess maybe if you're suicidal, that's what you sent. Dad's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then we don't know, again, when these messages took place, but it all had to happen in these 7 or 8 hours. He says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. He seems impassioned here. He doesn't seem suicidal. And then Lance comes back and says, I'm much more worried about you. And Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments because the feds want to let you know why it is that we're not talking to Lance, right? They got to tell you. Because Tyler told him, duh. They're going, wow, if Lance is really not guilty and he hasn't done anything, this would be a good time to speak, right? No, Lance is not doing that because Tyler right here says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. And if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. So that's how it happened. And I want to tell you that we can jump back into the timeline here. Our source informs us that it was around 7 o'clock p.m. when everybody locally began receiving the text messages that Tyler Robinson was in custody and that they were going to pick him up in Warner Valley. Now, Warner Valley is right next to St. George. So he lives very close to his parents is what I want you to recognize. You've got St. George, you've got Warner Valley. So they said that that's where they went to go pick him up. That could very much be his parents' place. But what's really interesting about that, okay, if you consider that they are telling us at 7 p.m. that this is when all the messages started circulating, then we don't know why the feds say that it was the 33rd hour after the shooting, like a total Freemason number. 33rd hour after the shooting. So it goes 33 hours. That would be inaccurate, okay? 33 hours would be at 9:23 p.m. Our person is telling us, and I tend to believe them, that everyone knew at 7 o'clock p.m., okay? And what they tell us took place thereafter, and this is what I confirmed with Lance's family, because I said, wait a second, you owned the house. When did they pick up Lance? When did Lance go in? When did the home that you own get raided by the feds? Did the home that you own get raided by the feds? And what that family is telling me and what my source is telling me, it's matching, okay? So I'm feeling good about this. We'll say allegedly, but I'm feeling good about this, okay? So Tyler is allegedly in custody, and they are told, don't say, don't speak, don't do anything. The feds, you have to wait for the feds to get there to question Tyler. And that didn't happen until the wee hours of the morning. How do we know? Because we're going to hear that from Governor Cox the following morning. Anyways, but apparently what happens is then they bring Lance in. At 11 p.m.-ish, we'll tell you around 11 p.m., Lance Twiggs is brought in for questioning, okay? And shortly thereafter, that apartment is raided. And I say overnight into the wee hours of the morning is when they first raid Tyler and Lance's apartment. Now, why am I really stressing this out to you? I'm stressing this point to you here. Because this would signal to you that it would be absolute BS if the feds are going to tell us bright and early the next morning that the case is closed. They would know nothing. According to Lance's family, this is when they seized his electronics. They say that he's deep on the internet web, that there's definitely going to be something there. And yet they told us that, quite oddly, Lance gets released right back to his parents. Right, not right back. Lance just gets released to his parents while they're raiding his apartment. Why would they release Lance? Wouldn't you think that you would be detained for at least 24 hours, right? If we're putting this at around 11 p.m.-ish, that they have brought him in and they are questioning him and they are now moving to raid his apartment in the wee hours in the morning, why would they very quickly release him? And beyond that, I'm going to let you know, let's jump into Friday on the timeline. Like I said, early hours, Tyler and Lance have their apartment raided and the devices seized. For whatever reason, the FBI quickly releases Lance. And I'm told that he is dropped off at his parents' home, allegedly. And then it's at 6 a.m. that President Trump announces with a high degree of certainty that they have the suspect, okay? So are they still raiding his place? I don't know, but take a listen to Trump on Fox and Friends.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah, can I always say, I think just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else, but I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, okay? In custody, everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job.
Okay, and here is what the governor is then 2 hours later is when his press conference began. I'm going to do the short clip. Okay, let's play actually a little bit of the longer clip, Skylar. I'll tell you when to come out of it. It's a 6-minute long clip, and you should go back and watch it in its entirety. He's going to make it seem like, Lance doesn't even exist, but let's start it off and listen to a minute of this, and then I'll give the synopsis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Okay, stop. That's actually a perfect place to stop right there. My source says he's lying. I don't like Governor Cox. Vibes. Okay, vibes. I don't know. Can't explain it. I'm getting tons of people that are messaging me telling me he's corrupt, that he forced himself onto the ballot, that he wasn't even supposed to be the governor. Allegedly. I just don't like him. Every time we find an inconsistency, I actually find him to be the mouthpiece of it, okay? So he is representing, and my source says falsely, that they picked up Tyler Robinson. And by the way, it makes perfect sense that my source is saying that that's not accurate. In the same outfits that we just showed you, okay, of the maroon thing that happens at 8 o'clock. We don't know what he was doing for 4 hours on campus, but he's telling us that for 33 hours, he decided that he was going to keep the outfit on. Now, remember, I told you that Tyler Robinson's classmate reached out, and they insisted that this was an incredibly odd thing because he was very tidy. He was very clean, and they said that's the first thing that they went, that just sounds weird. He was a very tidy dude. Now I'm telling you that my source is saying he wasn't wearing that outfit when he got picked up. He wasn't wearing that outfit when he was brought to the office. If I have this wrong, this would be a very easy thing. Okay, surely they're going to have photos. They've got something for them to release. It's like, yeah, no, we totally got him. I want to be clear. If you are in the police station and you want to reach out and let me know more, tips@candaceowens.com. Because I'm struck by this. This is what we should be hyper-focusing on. He kind of wraps it up and says he was wearing the same outfit. And that always sounded dumb to us. Why would you not take a shower in 33 hours, okay? That doesn't make any sense to anybody whatsoever. And people are saying that fact is untrue, okay? Now, if that is untrue, let's first show you how he wraps this up. We might show you a portion of what he said again because he wanted to compress his 6-minute clip, but listen to how he wraps up this conference too because it's relevant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. This is a very sad day for our country. A terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
Closure. He says closure. We got him. They already start in that he starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over. We found it on Discord. Discord is going to say that's not true. So who made up these messages? When were these messages made up is the question. If Discord's saying they don't exist, this signals to me that these messages were just created, right? And I'm further feeling that way because there's no timestamps. Again, I want to be proven wrong, okay? But I don't like this at all. And we got them. It's over, and we can turn the page with finality. Would you, if you were an honest governor and you knew that only, again, 4 hours earlier? How long does it take to raid a home? I don't know. Is it quick? Is it like a 10-minute thing? It feels like it would be a long thing to grab the devices. If you knew that you had not even begun going through those devices, how would you say that we can close this chapter? Why would you say that we can close this chapter? I would have said, honestly, and he does not, we raided his home and we are looking for more information. We think that there's going to be a lot more information, but we wanted to let you know that we at least have one person that we feel is definitely involved. That's not what he says. He says it's over. It's done. Wrap it up. We're not going to even tell you about the fact that we just raided this place a couple of hours ago. And the person whose place we raided, who is the one that the family says is super internet, we just kind of released. But we're not interested in that. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know, okay? I don't know, but I know. It makes sense in the timeline of George Zinn, the decoy boy, that we've got other people that are doing different things, and they do not want us to prod the narrative about the person in maroon. It doesn't make sense. They can't tell us. He said he planned this for weeks, so I'm going to assume if you planned it for weeks, that he didn't go to campus earlier because he wanted to scope things out. He would have done that. He would have obviously been able to do that already because he's been planning this for a week. He knew where Charlie was speaking, right? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me. Very easy. You should have footage of him in that Dodge Challenger just waiting and salivating. He kept checking. He said, oh, here I am, right here, just waiting to get that rifle back. I'm waiting to get that rifle back. Where's the footage? You were on a manhunt. Where is the footage? Surely during a manhunt you use drones. I feel like we are tech capable enough that during a manhunt, after a murderer of a college student decides to take out Charlie Kirk, who has been a friend of the feds, right? I think probably not a good idea to be friends with these people, but whatever. He's been a friend of the feds. Surely this is a big issue. And to put to rest in conspiracies, you're going to show us that drone footage, and we're going to see the Dodge Challenger just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. We're maybe even going to be able to see, because I'm sure at that point, like, cops maybe set up some barricades or something to see he was going in and out. And then he decides he's going to leave. Show us the footage. Like I said, every inch of that campus is covered. So we should be able to see he's wearing maroon. And you're telling us that he went back to his car and changed. Show us him leaving campus before he returned back to campus around 11:30. Just show us the footage, okay? I'm demanding it. You know why? Because I need to be able to fit things into my timeline, if that's okay with you. So I would discern that we are looking, just vibe again, 2 different people would be my thing. 2 different people. One of those people is definitely being protected. And separately, we can definitely make out that for whatever reason, Lance is being protected. There's no way you release that guy, okay? There's no way you release that guy immediately. There's no way that you intentionally purge him out of these messages, okay? The excuse, he's being cooperative, doesn't work. You can be cooperative while you're still being detained. At least 24 hours before you would say, I felt good to clear him as a suspect, especially when you haven't even raided his home yet. They released him instantly and they said, job done. So I would like more information about Lance Twiggs. Okay, I already don't like that mom received a Bachelor of Science from Stanford University in psychology. It seems to be a running theme in these Fed ops that there's always psychology somewhere in the family. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying his mom has anything to do with anything, but I am saying that I feel this kid, for some reason, some unknown reason, is being protected. And I'm not the only one. His family feels that way. Okay? His family thinks it's odd. Like I said yesterday, I spoke to them today, I spoke to them yesterday. They think it's odd that the feds moved on from him so quickly and that the feds were being dishonest, and they felt about everything when they first came out with information. So why are we all feeling that way? We absolutely need to get to the bottom of it. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to show you some stuff. I mean, Tucker completely destroyed the Bibi Netanyahu narrative, Megyn Kelly, Dave Smith. I mean, everybody yesterday. The truth is coming out inevitably about Charlie's mindset. The only reason we're discussing it, obviously, is because of Bibi Netanyahu coming out and lying. But some important things that he said. First and foremost, before we do that, I want to remind you guys about Riverbend Ranch, because I absolutely love them as a company. And I know that there were so many people, so many companies that wanted to make sure they did something to try and heal, and also to try to remember Charlie. And Riverbend Ranch did the exact same thing. They put together the following tribute to honor him.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagreed with him. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power. A message from all of us at Riverbend Ranch.
Also want to remind you guys of Beekeepers Natural, because as a mom of 4 young kids, life is constantly on the move. There's school drop-offs, there's work, there's travel, there's play dates, and let's be honest, germs are everywhere. That's why I'm so thankful for Beekeepers Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard of propolis, it's this natural immune-supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds. It's been used for centuries to help support immunity, to soothe scratchy throats, and to keep you feeling your best. I use propolis throat spray, especially during travel or school season. It's clean, natural. It is free from all the junk that you cannot pronounce. There's no dyes, no chemicals, and no fake sugars. Beekeepers Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version of their nasal spray. The mist is super soft and it's gentle, so kids will actually use it. So whether you're a busy parent or just want to support your immune system the natural way, this is a game changer. Today, Beekeepers Naturals is offering you an exclusive offer. So go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace or enter code Candace to get 20% off your order. Beekeepers Naturals products are also available at Target, Whole Foods, Amazon, CVS, and Walgreens. That's BEEKEEPERS naturals.com/Candace. Enter code Candace at checkout. And also telling you guys about Just Thrive, because as we know, the biggest health secrets that they don't tell you about is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting the silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you're breathing. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. That's what makes Just Thrive's spore-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% alive in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or berry flavored gummy. From their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut, immune, and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust. To join the gut health revolution and take control of your health today, visit justthrivehealth.com and save 20% with promo code Candace. See the difference for yourself, or you'll get a full product refund, no questions asked. Take control today with Just Thrive. Again, that's justthrivehealth.com, promo code Candace. What do you guys think about that? What I just said to you? I think these are 2 different people. And I'm further believing that because I think it's weird that they won't even release the footage, this grainy footage of the guy walking up the stairs. Why do we have one static image of that? Does that make any sense to you? Why are they all static images? Release the video. When I had first looked at this video and then they said it was, I was like, that doesn't look like the same person, like ish. But like, no. And that feels intentionally grainy. You could release clearer footage. You know you can release clearer footage. So do it, because we're not going to let it go. I now believe there is a federal level of corruption and conspiracy involved in this murder, okay? From George Zinn to Lance Twiggs, the unanswered questions were like, what was he doing at home? What does he do for a living? Did they see each other that night? Why are we doctoring their messages? Why can't I read Lance's messages? If he's being so forthcoming, why can't I read how he replied and at what time these messages were sent, okay? There are too many things that the feds can easily do to dissuade us, okay? And they're not doing any of it. They're just doing that thing which is like, are we still talking about it? No, now they're actually doing the like, this is inappropriate. Charlie's funeral's coming up. Stop yourselves right now, okay? Stop. This is exactly, no, you're inappropriate. No, you know what was inappropriate? Charlie Kirk getting shot. While we all had to watch that, we are all suffering PTSD and the lack of answers that we are getting from the feds. That is the only thing here that is happening that is inappropriate. I want to be very clear. Actually, not the only thing. Bibi Netanyahu trying to spin this into, he's my good friend, I just invited him. Well, Tucker Carlson completely shredded that narrative. I don't like that Bibi lied so quickly. It doesn't make me comfortable. I don't like it, okay? And he just went live yesterday. He also brought in Megyn Kelly and other people, and he spoke about what Charlie was going through because he saw him very shortly before his assassination, and he intimates to everybody what it was exactly that was on Charlie Kirk's mind and what he was living through in that moment. Take a listen.
I was shocked and sickened by the reaction of ghoulish and really repulsive reaction of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country. Immediately trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder and redirect it towards support for whatever project he's involved in. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Bibi is despised by many people in Israel, and if you know people who live there, you know that that's true. There are huge divisions within the Israeli government. There are certain parts of the intel world in Israel that do not support some things that Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently. So it's not the same as attacking Israel, attacking Bibi, but I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue. Charlie didn't hate Jews. He loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews. He loved the state of Israel, loved going there. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said it to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook, but that's a fact. And enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. Shortly after that speech, there was a very intense attack on Charlie, and to some extent on me, not that I really noticed. But on him, I have no donors. He had $100 million worth of donors. And so, because he was involved in a different project from just yapping on the internet, which is what I do for a living, he was dependent to a great extent on his donors, of course. It's a nonprofit. And they went after him and tormented him. Not all, of course. Many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small, very intense group who were, tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died. 2 days before he died, he lost a $2 million donation because he had publicly pledged to bring me to the next Turning Point conference in December. And he told me over the past couple of months he was losing a lot of donations over that pledge. They put out a flyer basically saying that I was going to be at this event giving a speech. And so he would text me and say, man, I'm really taking a lot of heat for this. People were really mad. The American Jewish Committee called in a statement Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite, and quote, dangerous. Charlie Kirk, an anti-Semite. He was not an anti-Semite. He
was the opposite, and he was not dangerous. He was a great lover of people and a purveyor of peace. He was the opposite, and we were very stung by that. Those of us who've been called names for a long time are a little bit harder to offend. Charlie was deeply offended by that and expressed some of those feelings on Megyn Kelly's show and in other places. But that did not let up. The reason I'm telling this story is because he called me and came to see me in my house about this topic. And I said to him every single time, look, I've got my own way to communicate my views. This is actually not the most important issue to me. There are lots of things I can talk about. Don't need to come to Turning Point. I can take care of, no problem. I hated seeing how much he was suffering, the hassle he was getting from people, and I was being attacked too, by the way. It was a huge effort. I wasn't fully aware of it, actually, because I don't go online that much, but it was a huge effort by people, some of whom I know and have helped, like Seth Dillon, the Babylon Bee, for example. Someone who had his own problems with free speech, who was famously canceled. I like Seth Dillon. I had him on a couple of times. I had dinner with him to show support. Seth Dillon was out there demanding that Charlie Kirk take me off the roster, pull me off stage, because I had said things that Bibi didn't like or that he didn't like or whatever. Shocking that someone whose whole persona is wrapped up in the idea that we all get to speak, and if you don't like it, make a more compelling case. That person and many others like him were advocating for me getting pulled off the stage because they don't like what I'm saying. This is a trend, and one that we should be really concerned about. It's not just about Israel, by the way, at all. The trend is really simple. People with power don't want to hear disagreement. They don't want to be challenged, ever. That's why we have free speech, to acknowledge that even those of us, or people with less power, still have a right to talk because they're human beings. You don't own them. So time after time, Charlie would call me or come to see me and let me know, wow, or show me text messages. These people are really mad that you're speaking. And I would always have the same thought, like, I feel pretty moderate, actually. I've never been an Israel hater. I always said not an anti-Semite. I just don't want more wars. And I don't want a foreign country humiliating my country and telling us what our laws have to be. And it seems like pretty basic America First stuff. And you say, I totally agree with you, but they want you off the stage. And I would always say, no problem. He would say, no, it's important. It's a matter of principle. I want you to be there. Great. By the way, I'm not accusing anyone of being involved in that murder. I'm not trying to mutter darkly or imply anything. There's a lot we don't know about who murdered Charlie and why, but I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I think it's important to say that out loud, because it's a fact, and there are many liars out there trying, Bibi Netanyahu, number one among them, shamefully, who are trying to destroy the truth that I know and can prove.
What I want to add here is that it takes a truly demonic spirit, right, to be a part of the people that were swarming, pressuring, threatening, intimidating Charlie, to then flip in 1 second after he dies and say, pretend it never happened, like they were just great friends. That's weird to me. It's very weird to me. We wouldn't be here if they didn't do that. They could have said anything, by the way. Like, Josh, Hammer, I know how you were messaging him. Like, release the messages, buddy. Just release all of your threads with Charlie in the 48 hours leading up to his death, okay? Let people see it. They did at first regarding me last year. They insisted, and I said, Charlie, I couldn't even come up for air. I said, Charlie, don't even think about it. I don't even care. Don't even fight your donors. Just let them think they won, because I got to rebuild my entire life. I was just publicly fired. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you're good. Like, you are so good. I couldn't even care about this less. Like, you're a brother to me. Do what you have to do to survive, okay? And then he just saw them moving into it. It wasn't just Candace. They wanted Tucker. You know, like Tucker shouldn't be here. And then Charlie realized which way the wind was blowing, because it's never enough. It's never enough with them, okay? They want to be the authority on speech, and it's reality that those very same people who were pressuring him and threatening him and intimidating him and calling him an anti-Semite and telling he was hosting anti-Semitism then became the fastest people to try to eulogize him and to say, look no further, he effectively died for Bibi Netanyahu. It's wrong, and we have to stand up to that narrative. Matt Gaetz jumped into the ring and basically just doubled down on what Tucker Carlson said. He tweeted this. I have personal knowledge as to many of the claims Tucker is making here. They are 100% true. Yes, they were behaving like demons. There's just no question. It's very weird when a demon then pretends that they weren't being demonic. You could be chill. You could have transformed it after Charlie was assassinated. You could have said, wow, my last correspondence with him was I was upset about something, and now I realize that life is so short and fragile, and it's really not worth it to skirmish with one another. And I really regret my last correspondence. And then I would have been like, okay, that was really authentic and real. Instead, they were like, we had a wonderful time. I just thought it wasn't what? Oh, love Charlie. Just loved him so much. Something is weird about that. Spiritually, it's evil. That's what it is. It's evil. And in case you needed any more, another person to tell you that he was being intimidated and they were bullying him about who he could speak to, here's Megyn Kelly. She joined Tucker Carlson and she says this very quickly. Take a listen.
Charlie is not the only one who's been threatened or was threatened to cut ties with you or not platform you. I too have gotten that, especially since you've been more outspoken on Israel. And I couldn't care less the amount of pressure they put on. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is madness. Why would you want to silence such a powerful, important voice just because you disagree with them on one subject, one on which we've all watched you sincerely evolve as you grapple with principles you've been espousing for years, like America First, like what's happening to Christians, like what's best for us and our kids here, how do I keep them safe? That's my number one priority. And I've been just absolutely disgusted and recoiled from people who have tried to pressure me on it. It, of course, never happened. But I know from speaking to Charlie, he felt it too. You've heard it from Charlie. That he felt, and there is a layer here of nefarious pressure to have certain narratives go only one way. Yes, that must be called out and must be fought.
Love that. Like, Megyn, that was amazing. Thank you. I think all of us right now are just feeling we have to speak. Okay, so if you know something about what was going on, if you have something, send it all to me because I'm organizing, okay? I'm getting a lot of tips. By the way, many of you guys spoke about the individual who very quickly, I think 4 minutes after Charlie was shot, went and took the camera down and moved his chair and stood up and took the camera down literally 4 or 5 minutes after he was shot. I want to let you know I was able to figure out who that person was because I recognized one of the individuals, and I reached out to that individual and I said, you know, I've known you for a long time and I would like to see the footage. I would like to see the footage, and I think the world would trust me. If there's nothing weird that happened on that day and there's about 4 or 5 cameras on that day, I'm not going to publish the footage, but I want to see it with my own 2 eyes. So I can stand on this platform, so I can sit here on this platform, and I can say to the world, no funny business happened. Truly, we can all go home. It was Tyler Robinson, and he acted alone, and there was nobody else there. And this kid just, I guess, after having a life where he didn't bother anybody, just woke up one day and chose violence, and then decided to explain every layer of what he had done that day via text messages. I want to be able to look people in the eye honestly and say that, so I want to see all of this footage. So I am working to get to the bottom of it. Okay, I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories floating in about the security guard and people thinking he was making gestures. I know that security person. He's a good guy. It would shock me. I usually get a vibe about somebody. Not that guy. Not the guy that they say he's like rolling up. He tends to do that, roll up his sleeves. I don't buy that one. Okay, I don't buy that one. And but here's the thing. That's my gut. My gut has led me in the right way. I want you guys to know that once I look at all the footage from every angle, if I'm putting in this formal request and they said they would speak to the lawyers, I think the world will trust me. to say there was no funny business, and this is exactly what happened. So I put in that request, and I want you guys to know that. And I mean business. I'm getting to the bottom of this. And lastly, I want to say to this new flex operation mocking pastor, regarding which, by the way, the first time they went after Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, a source told me, and I would love to get this confirmed, I'm going to find this out, that $150 million was spent on that, and it came from Bibi Netanyahu. I would like to figure out if that's true. But anyways, obviously investigating this, and I'm not going to let it go, okay? You're not going to emotionally use some jujitsu, and I'm referring here to Roy or Rob McCoy, who says, I'm Charlie's pastor, and here's the truth, or whatever it is, to look the other way right now, okay? You're not going to tell me that I have to feel too bad to investigate who shot my friend in front of my face. So stop the nonsense. This is what Charlie's pastor passed around to all of the people that were intimidating Charlie leading up to his death. It's funny that Charlie's pastor couldn't find his voice, but Bibi Netanyahu was lying about Charlie. Here's pastor, you know what he's saying are lies. No, he didn't find his voice saying anything about Bibi Netanyahu. Candace investigating things? Yeah, that's got to stop. Here's what he wrote, okay? What's his name? Rob McCoy. He wrote, Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning, she would be the friend to Charlie Kirk that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had, God forbid, his tragedy been hers. A friend loves at all times. They drops a biblical proverb. Now, let me say this, okay? I hope that Charlie would have been the sort of friend that I'm being. Okay, he would have never. Why wouldn't Charlie Kirk have investigated if I had been killed and we were being so obviously lied to? I think you're wrong. I think Charlie was a real friend and he would not have dropped it. He would not have let it go. Least of all, because he was being emotionally manipulated by a guy who curiously kept his mouth shut when Bibi lied. You knew if you were really his close friend and pastor how he was feeling about Bibi Netanyahu. You knew if you were his close friend and pastor exactly the names of everybody who was intimidating him and how poorly they are misrepresenting the things that he believed. So why don't you focus on being more honest as a pastor and giving as much information as you can possibly provide so that we can continue this investigation. If you can't do this, I'm going to have to ask for your silence. Okay? Be quiet. I mean that. Nobody is going to stop me from investigating what happened to Charlie Kirk, because it feels to me, okay, that this is a conspiracy, federal level conspiracy, which means that there's going to be somebody else, maybe somebody close to Charlie that could be involved in this, right? And when I am satisfied that there is no conspiracy, I will communicate that. But at the moment, no, I am feeling the exact opposite. I don't trust anybody. There's a lot more information that I wish I could share, but I'm going to tell you guys, it's going to get uglier. And these absolute demons are trying to justify saying you should investigate until the funeral, until the state funeral, until, as I have heard, people are trying to buy their way. Okay, I've given this much money. I want to say some remarks about Charlie Kirk. Okay, stop. Okay, just stop. A real friend would investigate someone's murder, and they would not stop until they felt good about the resolution and the answers that they were given. And I'll let you know when that is. Okay.
You're allowed to do it.
All right, before I get to some of your comments and see what you guys are thinking about all of this, I want to remind you about the Wellness Company, because you may have, or maybe you didn't know, then you should, that methylene blue being sold online is the same grade that is used in fish tank. Did you guys know that? Watch out for low-quality bottles that are untested for heavy metals and made overseas. You can, however, trust the Wellness Company's Recharge, which is a doctor-formulated supplement combining powdered methylene blue with NAD plus and PQQ. This methylene blue is USP grade, ensuring top-tier purity for maximum safety and effectiveness. This is not the sketchy stuff that you will find on Amazon. Recharge is formulated with research-backed ingredients to optimize brain function and cellular repair while supporting clean, lasting energy, and tap into cognitive and metabolic support that helps you stay energized, focused, and resilient all day long. Choose a trusted formula made for your body, not for fish tanks. Feel the difference with enhanced mental clarity, sustained energy, sharper focus, and protection against cognitive decline. And know it won't turn your tongue blue. At twc.health/Candace and use code Candace and you'll get 15% off plus free shipping. Again, that is twc.health/Candace and use code Candace to get 15% off plus free shipping. Also reminding you guys about American financing, because if you have been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could instead call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates that are in the 5s right now, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pocket and out of the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their home equity to wipe out high-interest debt, no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute phone call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker: if you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. So don't wait. Call American Financing now. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Also, remind you guys about 7 Weeks Coffee, because it is America's pro-life coffee company. They are on a mission to fund the pro-life movement 1 cup of coffee at a time. They just hit an amazing milestone, by the way, over $1 million donated to the pro-life movement. And we know why they're called 7 Weeks Coffee. It's because at 7 weeks, the baby is the size of a coffee bean. There's also at the same time a heartbeat is clearly detected on an ultrasound. That's why they donate 10% of every sale to support pregnancy care centers across all 50 states, providing life-saving ultrasounds, resources for moms in need, and real hope for families. And it all started with one simple idea: using your morning coffee to stand for life. 7 Weeks Coffee is more than a great tasting coffee. It is mold-free, pesticide-free, shade-grown, low acid, and it's organically farmed. It checks all the boxes. So go to 7weekscoffee.com and save 15% forever when you subscribe and get a free gift. Plus, exclusively for my listeners, if you use code Candace, you'll get an extra 10% off your first order. That's a 25% total savings on your first order, plus your free gift. Remember that your order will directly help support a network of over 1,000 pro-life organizations across the U.S. Visit 7weekscoffee.com with promo code Candace today. All right, guys, what is on your mind? Tell me what's on all of your minds, and also what you think about this. I feel like there are some people. It's just a vibe that I have right now, and like I said, the feds could easily prove that that's not true. You have the footage. You must have the footage of him walking back to his car after he's in the maroon. Caitlin writes, Candace, you're a force to be reckoned with. Thank God Charlie has you on his side. God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. God bless you, Candace Owens, and your family. God bless America. Keep Charlie's legacy alive. I know that Charlie made it to heaven, and I think he's watching. I think he's looking down, knowing that, like his wife said, evildoers have done some things, and I'm going to keep fighting until we learn the truth. I don't care who dislikes me. I already didn't care. Like, I pieced out of politics a while ago because I didn't have the thing that Charlie had, the patience to deal with people that are backstabbers and liars and peer pressuring you. I was like, literally, I will burn it all down and rebuild, okay? That's why they hate me. That's exactly why they hate me, because they don't have any ownership over me. They can't fire me. That's it. The person that can fire me is my husband. And I don't think he's going to fire me. I hope not. Geraldine Padilla writes, never surrender, fight for Charlie and fight for freedom. We will. Mia writes, what do you do when a person has such high morals they will never do anything that you can use to blackmail them? And they won't take your money to say lies. Charlie Kirk couldn't be bought or blackmailed, and that is why they took him out. That is your theory that you are presenting there, Mia. And I will say this. It's like Tucker said, to have so many donors, what I do know is the donors became very rotten. At the end, he relied on his donors. They were making threats. Some of them, up until the very last minute, were making threats against him. Financial threats, I'm referring to, obviously. People are lying and saying that I said this donor tried to kill him, or it's so ridiculous. Financial threats, that's a threat. Okay? That is a threat. Michelle E. writes, you and Charlie are both so inspiring and have taught me a lot. I think it's amazing what you are continuing to do for Charlie. God bless you, and God bless Charlie. Love and prayers from Scotland. Also, thank you guys. I see you defending me. People are lying and saying that I said stuff that I didn't say. You know, their new thing that went around is today I woke up and I looked at like all of like Bill Ackman's cronies were like, just like the comment. The New York Post, like I said, literally, New York Post, you guys are just feds. And I don't really feel like commenting. I don't care. The people are awake. We are awake. Okay, we see what is happening, and you're not going to distract me. Write your stupid articles. Call me whatever you need to call me. People are listening, and they can hear the words that are coming out of my mouth, okay? The entire world needs to wake up right now. And I believe that Charlie Kirk's murder has provided us an opportunity to do so, to stop the left and right BS and to focus on the people that actually hate us and rule over us at the same time. Scott writes, what is your view on the questioner on trans violence? The questioner on trans violence, did you watch his remorse video? I was not convinced. I believe he had gone to other Charlie Kirk events. Also, the guy with long hair who cheered and said that he would explain later. It may all be a coincidence. It just seems too sloppy to be. The Mossad guy is too crazy. I'm not sure who you are speaking about, but I will just say this I haven't presented a theory as to who was involved. My theory is that we are not being told the truth, and I think that there were multiple people that were involved, including George Zinn. That's my overarching theory at the moment. George Zinn with this decoy thing that makes entirely no sense to me. And it will make sense if there's more people that are involved. So I believe that Tyler Robinson played a part. I don't know which part he played. Curious Nat writes, pray this gets used wisely. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Nat writes, they messed with the wrong best friend. You think that they would learn. Thank you, Candace, for changing my life 5 to 6 years ago. Christ is king. Indeed, Christ is king and Christ is truth. And we're going to get to the truth. Wow, by the way, also, that is a really huge donation. So thank you, Nat, for that. And also to other people that have gone onto our website and bought a hat or a t-shirt. That has been amazing to support us because that's it. That's who I am funded by. That is the big, they say I'm funded by Qatar or Saudi Arabia. I mean, they make up things every week. I'm literally funded by the people that are watching this right now. You guys, when you buy here, when you sign up, if you're part of my book club, that's who funds me. It is the people. JJ Bullard writes, if you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Amen. Alan Paulson writes, thank God for you, Candace. I really am grateful for your shining a light on this federal corruption. I pray for justice for Charlie. I do. I pray for it, and I work every day toward it. And like I said, there's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for Erica Kirk and my husband. So don't plead to his pastor. Don't plead people that work at Turning Point, any of them who have been coming forward and saying something weird is going on, and trying to figure out how to present that to the public. Want to make a plea? Those are the only people that I will answer to, and I've got a feeling that Erica Kirk has been, you can see the energy. She's going to fight. She's going to fight, and she is going to fight on the good side because every woman would know what her husband's going through. So I can't even imagine what it feels like experiencing this tragedy, having to come to terms with this tragedy, and then on top of it, having people that are outwardly lying. It's too much. It's too much. So we are going to stay on it, and I'm grateful to you guys for being along this journey. The stuff that we have even been able to put together is in large part thanks to you guys that are reaching out. We will stay on it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the halacha of the start date, creating lines like you have in the same Torah, lines to the height. This is also
all right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? It doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone, and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Now, look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back for the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked. I parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Probably literally nothing, maybe something related to the DMV that should come up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys, though, because what they're telling us is that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. I love vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, said nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all.
Those two are included in Mesa in the Oire. Says the new Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. Now we're talking about Yitzhak, the next we're talking about Yitzhak for a while. In order to be over on Yitzhak for ownership and other shit, it has to be an item that you typically store and it has the right sure that you would store. If typical people don't store it, but you stored it, you yourself would be over.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Granger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger.
Also, right now, it's not something people store. Although, that need up, even once you short it to the Rabbi, so eat for it all, you couldn't possibly feed it to them.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with my Jewish Cato Lee Sayat for another fun-filled episode of the Church. What is it? New Testament. New Testament. Tuesday, the 16th of the month. It's moving fast, people. So get on the boat. It's moving fast. We're down to 14 more Mondays till Christmas. And you're sitting there worried about, please tell me that's right. That is right. How do you know that? Because there's a stupid tidbit that Yahoo put up about a month ago. So just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks, down to 14 Mondays. It's stupid. I would never say that. But when I read it, it simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together before the end of the year. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray, you thank God for giving you another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those. You still do the glass of water every Monday? How long have you doing that today? No, I really just live for the spirits thing. I do nothing. How long have you done the glass of water? 3 years old. Every Monday for my father. I have a couple glasses. I have glasses for the grandmother, glasses for Minnie. I have glasses for the glass for everybody who died. I'm running out of fucking glasses. Dad! I'm running out of fucking glasses, what I'm saying to you. Oh, I'm supposed to listen. Listen, you have no idea what the Cubans do. So on Mondays, Cubans are supposed to no music. My family. I don't know what your family does. But for the spirits, there's no music early on in the daytime. Okay. You have to give them water. You have to clean the spirit. It's called some altar, ancestor. That's what it's called. They have his mother's bottles on there. Anything somebody gave me. Somebody gave me a gun. I can't put that up there. But somebody gave me a statue of like a thing. I have his statue there. Just a little thing. Then I put a picture of his grandmother and grandfather that I got from you. And you just put them there. And I don't have a candle for all. I like the house on fire. You're supposed to do, but then you're supposed to feed them. Like actual food. Whatever you cook, you have to put a little dish out for them. I know. That's nice. I know. Do you have a cat? Or a dog? Or fucking mice? Are you really stoned anyone? You've never eaten that food, have you? You have spirits that don't get along. Shut up. You gotta feed them in different rooms. When the people that get along, you like them. When you do the Santeria stuff, right? You gotta be animals. The saints that don't get along. So you gotta put them in different rooms. Where you cut the goat or the fucking chickens or whatever. You have to put them in different rooms. There's one saint who likes to eat in the bedroom. So you're feeding them in the bedroom. so you gotta go piss around.
Is that your favorite scene?
I don't remember anymore. Put a candle on. And I remember being like a kid and burning my foot on the candle. But who the hell go pee and walk around the fucking candle and the Cuban stool and you got fried bananas in there. As a kid, you know how many times you're like, man, I'm eating one of those bananas. But your mother scares the hell out of you. She's like, don't eat those. The spirit will punish you. The bouquet guy for the motherfucker, look at this, his favorite cake, and you're sitting there fucking, I can't eat it because
You're on diet.
I'm on a diet, you know, whatever. It's just, so that's what you're really supposed to do when you really get down to it. That's fucking cool. Mondays before you have an ancestor table. And you just put, like, I put the two kids I grew up with in North Bergen that died, and they were part of your life.
Fuck yeah.
And you ever see the movie Coco?
Well, of course.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh, yeah. I got pissed because my ex didn't like that movie.
I didn't like that movie. It's a great kid movie. Like, I had witness Nick paid me to go see it.
I know.
So I didn't give a fuck. I went there like King James. But I'm like, this is a fucking tremendous movie. Because all it says is whenever you put a picture up of somebody that's dead, you pull them out of that. You keep them alive in heaven. And then there's that much part of the movie. He has to pull his grandfather back from heaven.
Well, so I don't remember how he got there, but it was like his grandfather was being forgotten.
Hold on one second. I know people at home are going, Joey. That's it. It's Coco. How old are you? You're an old man. You watch Coco. I got a daughter. And sometimes those kid movies, dog, let me tell you something. All those Pixar, the other day I went to somebody's house, they did it. And the little girl was watching, guy with the skinny with the big head.
I feel like that's all of them. Was it Shrek?
No, the other one. And I sat there and I was giggling.
Oh, yeah, I have a good time. Even
and then she was and I realized when you're a kid, you want your people to watch TV with you. You're like, Mama, come here, watch this. She's like, I'm busy cooking, you know. So I didn't know. I just went over there and sat with her and her sister. Right. And my wife was in there. But she got so excited because I sat there, like me and my wife sat there. And she was looking and go, watch this part. The
whole time.
The Minions.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Minions. Those are funny. Those are good ones. And they play, you know, they're geniuses because they play music for us. They put music that we grew up with. So at least you're not sitting there like a fucking idiot in the movie theater, like, ain't nothing here for me. Also, you know, they put like Justin Timberlake. Get a little wiggle to you, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
It's great. I love getting high. And you were so, because you got to bring Mercy to like the premiere of that.
Oh, yeah, because they had somebody named Coco.
Right.
So that was the deal. For the people who don't know, let me tell you what happened. I got a call like Monday at 3. Like, hey, man, are you busy tonight? I always say no, yeah. Because I don't know what they're going to hit me with. So I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, man. Disney's willing to give you like $1,500 to go see Coco because the tennis player dropped out. Coco dropped out, and then there was another Coco. Like, you know, and we'll send the call.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I gotta go to Disney World anyway. I might as well work when I'm down there. It was like Disney shit. So yeah, they sent the car and everything. Mercy was all excited and shit. We went down there, and the movie was sensational. And then the guy gave me some loot. And then the guy came over and I go, listen, I gotta get to Disneyland, and I want that package where you get the tour. I'm not waiting on lines. You gotta do the fucking under the cave tour. That's the only way to do that. Not even, I don't even want to go under the cave. That's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right. That's it. The guy goes, done. So
isn't that the time that you tried to eat edibles and they almost threw you out though? They follow you to the hotel.
They follow me to the
He doesn't fuck around.
Not the girl, just, you know, listen, man, there's people that take their job just a little too seriously.
Oh, yeah.
They were giving her maybe $8 an hour. It'd be like a part-time security. No weapon, no flashlight, no whistle. You know, and dog, she watched me from, I don't know why. She just was like, what's that in your hand? A key. You know, and then she's like, what? And then she goes, well, you have to put that back in your room. Like, all right. I just went, my room was right there. I went around, ate half it, threw it in the garbage. I went back. She goes, you didn't go up to your room. I said, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I'm not going to let you in. I go, hold on, I have like 8 people. I go, get your boss for a second. I go, listen,
Justin says,
just give my money back. We don't need the sacrifice. And somebody came from there, no, it's all right, I'm happy. To this day, I love that woman because she saved my life. Why? Because why would I eat a whole edible? I wouldn't be here right now. That was one of the scariest fucking days of my life.
I can't even. Honestly, like Disney's fun on animals, but if it was hot and you're walking around for like 12 hours,
it wasn't hot. And you know me, I ain't walking nowhere for 12 hours. It was the rides.
Really?
Yeah, I got on a ride. I'm like, all right. And also the ride took you around, but you had to go over a lake. I didn't know that. I'm in that motherfucker like, yeah, most of I look over. I'm like, oh, I'm over a fucking lake.
And you got scared?
Petrified. I thought I was going to puke. I just kept going around. I got off. I'm done with rides. Then I went into that fucking happy ride. It's a great world after all. You ever go on that?
Small world?
Yeah. You ever go on that? You sit there and it takes you around the world. But they throw sand in your face when you get to India and shit. Fucking. I'll never forget sitting there going, thank God I ate a whole edible. Because you go to India, you go to all these countries sitting there.
Right.
And you really, your feet are only this far off the thing. But you feel like you're really up in the sky with an edible.
You don't like that? So have you ever freaked out on an edible in public? Like, I know we've been on planes, but like, have you had like a legit freak out?
No. I had a freak out on coke at a party here in Jersey one time. I just yelled at everybody, what the fuck are you motherfuckers? I'm bleeding from my nose, you know? What are you looking at? You bleed. You're disgusting. You're a fucking junkie. What are you doing? It was a Christmas party. It was somebody's Christmas party from my birthday. And I was
what does it feel like when you're fucked up on coke? You're just like, too much energy? Or
like a week of doing coke.
Okay.
It was like 3 nights, and then took a night off, then 3 more nights, then the holidays came. And you would go from the 21st to the 2nd.
Jesus.
It was like one of those parties on the 28th. And I went off at this party. I'll tell you, there was a North Burn guy that was going to beat me up.
Okay.
Because I was just calling everybody a fuck and all this shit, and I'm bleeding from my nose, and I'm walking around with a bottle. I'm like Scarface. I'm like Scarface in the restaurant. That's what like a week later, I was like, I gotta give this shit a break.
Really?
Yeah, it causes like a schizophrenia.
Well, if you're not sleeping, you're not sleeping.
You're not sleeping, so you're just snorting and you're eating minimal stuff. You got no money to eat, but you got a lot of money to do coke. I never understood that. I didn't have a hotel, but I'm snorting coke till 8 in the morning. I never understood that, but that's when it was like a schizophrenia. I caught myself, like after yelling at people for 3 minutes, I'm like, holy shit, I'm standing there, bleeding from my nose, with blood all over my shirt, with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my hand, yelling at a party full of 30 people. And that's it. I think I was out of North Bergen a week later.
I was going to say, that's hard to get like...
I was so fucking embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed, man.
Well, how long did it take to, did you have to like be sober to be embarrassed, or did you have to come down from it, or like immediately? Like,
I didn't give a fuck that night. I was still yelling in the car and shit. Your uncle drove me up with Vivian. I'll never forget that. And we didn't say a word in the car. I think your uncle even had it with me at that point. It was like a 3-month stretch. That's going crazy.
I can't. I have nothing to like compare it to, like. Because you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? Just sort of happens.
You just, it was holidays. I was young. I didn't really know. Nobody really knew. And it was like a week long, 10 days. Just pounding it, Now it's Christmas shit. I had no family, so now it's 28. God knows what's going through. God knows, but hold on, let's start this thing properly.
Okay.
We'll be right back after Blue Chew. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to get that third leg of workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package It's a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night. You know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that?
No way, it's over already.
All right. How was your week?
I had a really good week, actually. I've had a couple of really good weeks. I did a couple midnight shows last week, which are really fucking... Well, I did one at a club and one at a bar. And at the bar, because you didn't get mad at me like earlier this week, but I did a late show. And I did okay, but I was trying to do too much material, so then I went into this midnight show, and it didn't even start till 12:30. People basically were just stumbling in hammered, and I think I had an 8-minute set, and for 6 I had them, and the last 2, you just you didn't get mad at me, but don't do material for midnight shows. I just went off the cuff a little bit, but that was really fun. And then actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. And I'm fucking... The stadium, the basketball place in Albany. Because last night he was in New York, but I couldn't go on Monday night. So he's in Albany. And it's I don't know, man, with all these people, just getting older. And Adam's not old, but I've been in love with him since I was in middle school. Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore, for me when I was growing up in the 90s, Happy Gilmore, I still remember I was Jonathan Nichols' house, and I think he had the VHS, I forget where we watched it, but it blew my mind. And I didn't even really know him, the Hanukkah song came later, I was I want to see... And then he came back a couple years, that Netflix special where he had that Chris Farley song at the end. It was fucking amazing.
Netflix special, I thought was phenomenal. Listen, I didn't know how to feel about Adam Sandler.
Before you met him, right?
I'll never forget I had to watch one of those movies, and I'm like, this ain't gonna work for me.
I can see that.
Here's the funny thing. And the guy directing Chicken Banana for a Ride. Jeff Ross has a great one-man show, and that I want to go see.
Yeah, me too.
The guy that's directing, his name is Steve Kessler.
Okay.
Steve Kessler's nephew. My man, Mike Kessler.
Oh, I thought the name
When I was getting into comedy, he'd always tell me about the nephew and like you. Now I didn't hear about the nephew no more. What happened to his nephew? I'll tell you what happened. This first director guy, Happy Gilmore.
Wow.
After 3 weeks, he went into the studio and said, I can't do this no more. I don't think that kid is funny. And they fired him.
Yeah, I can see
I've
that.
been working for years. How can you get this? He told the truth. Listen,
I was going to say props to him for being honest.
first one time saying, I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. I watched the one with the kids. Madison. I watched the kid.
Like that, I think he was probably for people my age. Like those movies, and now these movies are like getting older. But that movie, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, what's another one? Big Daddy. Those three. Dude, they still like those are the movies I want. Like if they're on, I have to turn them on. They just he's just silly. Like that it was just like the height of like just being silly. I honestly don't even know much of his stand up, or I have no idea what he's doing on tour. But it just I don't know that to me. I don't know what to even compare him to for you.
I didn't know who the fuck he was.
Right.
And then I wouldn't even watch that shit. I wouldn't even watch that shit. I'm not a big fan of that guy. Right. You know, Chris Brown and all that. Whatever it was. So, I just got off with it. He was directing The Longest Yard. And I'm like, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a whirl. I did everything I had to do. And when I met him for lunch, he surprised the shit out of me. But not really. It was in a professional environment. Right. When I met him, the table read, and I was like, oh, I gotta pay attention to this motherfucker. Because he wasn't your normal actor. He wasn't acting. He was acting. Right. And then we did the movie. And I really got to like him. I watched the scenes. I didn't think he was overly hilarious. Right. But I got his comedy and I got his warmth, which is really good. And there was a movie I started watching. Like one of my favorite movies is 50th Birthday.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Fucking great movie. So, but when I watched this Netflix special, I got to answer one more thing. I thought it was the best special of the year. By hands down. Like,
It was a few years ago.
Man, it's variety stand-up. He comes out with a guitar, he does sketches, he brings his friends up. He does stand up. It's a party. He knows how to do it. He's a fucking genius.
And that was when he shot it the entire tour, right? Like that was, I think, like because he had the other guy playing the piano for him. That was a great fucking special, something different. And
remember I've always told you, what about the Tanya Beers? Something has to change. I hate going to shows with street comedians. So they're an hour and something's got to change. He changed it. He changed when I thought you could change. He changed. Like he just said, this is what I'm going to do. I don't like it, talking. Right. I do not like it. I don't, it's for a certain person. It's for a certain person. Like, they have to want to be in a band. Like, that shit drives me fucking insane. Okay, well, you always think about the people that are hard to follow. Right. And you always think about, I'm going to have a hard time following Eddie Murphy. I'm going to have a hard time following Rogan. I'm going to have a hard time following Bill Burr. No.
Therefore, he's
you stature. I used to have to follow this fucking guy. And not only that, like I used to, this is at a different time, at a different fucking head. And I would have to follow this guy that could have a joke throughout his whole life. Nicest guy in the world. But then, he went to back. This is 2000. This is 98. This motherfucker would put a Tina Turner outfit.
the whole thing?
And sing like a couple Tina Turner songs. Listen. Nobody could follow this dude.
Were they laughing after, or they just going fucking nuts?
A fucking standing ovation. People dying in the halls, holding on to their hearts. And you're like, I work every night at the fucking concert, and I can't get them to laugh one time. This motherfucker puts on a wig, goes out there to Tina Turner. Now look at these poor white people. They're all over the floor. They have no heart attack giving them a standing ovation. I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people. If done correctly, that you're going to ever follow. Because it's not a joke they're following. They just did like a music parody. I was at the Comedy Store one night, and James Stevens III went up, and they fucking hated him. Everybody hated James Stevens III. Nice guy. The audience and the other comics hated him. They called him James Stevens III. To his face. James Stephen was a black dude. You guys might remember he played the piano on the Stephanie Miller show at night. There was a show after Kimmel, or I don't know. This is 95, 96. So me and Josh opened from Seattle. Okay? I got to meet him. Very nice. And LA, and he was simply, he was fucking off there, crack a couple jokes. He was good looking. And to boot, he would sing like fucking the black singer from New Jack City. At the end, before they get shot, he's like, I'm not married J. Blige, that's a woman. Whatever his fucking name, gay. No, Marvin Gaye was dead by then. This guy's up there fucking, but those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks go crazy. So fuck it. Specifically, that's who would go crazy. Fucking chubby white chick, black chick. When Steven would say, one night I saw him at the Improv with a little organ. He fucking flatlined the place. I left that bang in my head on the floor. I got to look at the organ. What the fuck? One night he was at the comedy store, 40 people. And he left me go 40 people out of me. 11:30 at night. I'll never forget Eddie Griffin on the bathroom. And he was right after him. His name was Keith Stone. James Stevens, the turd, you know. Oh no, those when he goes. This is what I'm saying to you. There's some people that fly with, and there's some people that don't fly with me. But when he said this on stage, I'm like, I don't know that motherfucker. He didn't say motherfucker. He said a different word, a derogatory word used for black people. He said, use your imagination. He said, this motherfucker didn't read the sign out there. This is the goddamn comedy store, not the singing store. I'll never fucking forget that.
And was this like the height of Eddie Griffin being a star?
This was like the height of it, yeah.
So like
before he crashed the car.
Oh. I can't even imagine.
Bro, nobody will talk to Eddie now.
Why?
Because he crashed that car. It was worth like $300,000.
Why do they care?
I don't fucking know, but nobody else gave him work after that. I don't think there's nobody behind him fucking wheeling the car. I think, what's his name?
I don't know the story of the car.
Followers in North Bergen. Lady Gaga. Okay. Put him in that movie with the stars on Lincoln and shit, him and Dave Chappelle. But before that, nobody had seen Eddie Griffith's white chicks or something like that. Oh my God, those cars.
What cars did he crash?
I don't know. He was on the set of a movie, and he's Too Fast, Too Furious, and he blew up some cars, 400,000 Maserati or something.
Oh, that'd be fucking cool to see. But I can't imagine killing on stage in the store, and then a store. It'd be like me going up doing well, and you going on stage and like not in like a lighthearted way, like bad mouth. It'd be like that would.
Would you work again? What was the set he was on? What was the movie he was on? Oh, $1.2 million.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, that must be pretty fucking cool.
I get my fucking
$1.2 million. Do you think they charge him for that?
I don't know. I think when you crash a $1.2 million car, they pretty much just see you and they go home. What about the movie? I don't even want to look at your face. Like you just crashed a $1.7 million car.
Right on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hill, and the opposite side of
you don't think they insured for what it was? I thought they were gonna make money off it. No.
This is the guy that sold his own script. He wrote a bunch of scripts that he sold. I know for a fact he sold Daddy's grandma's boy or mama's boy or whatever. He sold that. That was his script because he was trying to get me in that movie. You know, he was a good guy to me, whatever. I'm not saying nothing bad. Right. Just let you know that for some people that shit don't fly.
Dude, I've messed up at work. But 1.2 million, that's hard for people to come back from.
That's very rough.
But I won't name the guy, but that kind of happened to me at the Comedy Store. I got to do it by no means it was like a produced show, but I was going up, and this guy that I've loved since I was a kid, like one of the first comics I liked, was going up before me, and I had done well at the store previously. He brought me, he goes, There are some comics, when they go up, all the comics run in to watch them. This is not one of them. Lee Syatt. And I was like a year or two into stand-up, and it was the last time I was at the main room, I got like an applause break. I came in thinking I was like hot shit the next time. He brought me up with that, and then no applause break. I'll never forget that. So I can't imagine having Eddie Griffin go off on him for probably 10 minutes.
Funny, when I got to the store, there was one guy that wanted drama with me. And every once in a while, he would bring me up and say something, and I would get him outside and go pretty fucking funny. But he was doing it for all the wrong reasons. Like, he had no idea that I would fucking bury him. Number one, he was a fake biker, which Jesus really don't like, as it is. As a biker, I had a fake bike when I kidnapped Bella. I had the same thing. He was a fake biker. He had no biker blood in him whatsoever. And this guy had no biker blood. He had just rode a motorcycle one time and thought it was cool to be a and all that shit.
A leather jacket.
I forget that I said something to him. Like the last time he said something, when he brought me up, I said something. Oh, when I went up, I goofed on him. I said exactly that. Let's keep it going for the fake fucking bike.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Because if you want static, I'm going to have to give it to you. At the store, it's like prison. The first time there's no weakness, they're going to fucking steamroll you.
The other comic.
I would. You know, that's the way life is. They're going to steamroll you. That's the way I look at it. No matter who the fuck they are. The bigger they are, the bigger you go at them. It's one of those situations where you're joking and you come out of here. What was I doing? Just like that fucking cocaine scene. Otherwise, you're joking them. They're like, you don't know who I am. I don't give a fuck. And then they realize you don't give a fuck. And it's good to do that. So I said something on stage like this fucking guy. And when I got off, he was outside. And I just told him, you know, if you want a fucking problem, I'll give it to you. Whatever the fuck you want to do. So I knew he wasn't real. Right. And I did something that I thought I'd never do. He came up one day, and he was selling Girl Scout cookies for his daughter. And I had a chance to either rob him, like that's what I was thinking of doing, like stepping on him, like crushing one of the cookies, like that's how fucking crazy I am, okay? Like just knocking the cookies out of his hand.
You had the whole table set up and you were going to just like Godzilla or
and nobody's going to say fucking word. That's how, like I just said. I was at the store. Mitchie Shore was going to throw me out, and Mitchie Shore liked when I went out of motherfucker. So that's what he did. He did what? He slapped on your cookies. She will love that shit. So I said, you know what? I'm getting the high road. That's what this box is. Even though it's my cocaine month. Now I'm going to look at me. That's why I know I fucking have to. Right. I can eat him alive after that. And then they stopped getting spots, and I started rising in the ranks. And I had a Facebook message one day to remind him who the fuck he was messing with. Oh, I love that. After that, he blocked me. Did he respond to the message? I was reminded who the fuck he was messing with all that years. Because he ended up with nothing. He ended up in San Diego sweeping and fighting. You know what I'm saying? At 50, he wasn't being started. He was done. His career was fucking done. And I was just getting started. So, what did you say at the note? I've seen you up in a while. My jokes were a lot better than yours, motherfucker.
Oh my God. How good did that feel to hit sense?
Like a new man.
Oh my God.
After that, I said, my arresting officer, he hasn't been posting lately. And I saw he posted today my police car. And I go, hey, what's going on? You gonna talk about the kidnapping? He won't reply to me. Whenever I see it's his birthday, I write him a big birthday note, like, you know, birthdays on Facebook. Jimmy, how you doing? Happy birthday. You're still a handsome motherfucker. Jumping A all the way, you know, fucking.
Dude,
because he was in charge of jumping A ramp.
But hold on. What? You friended the cop who arrested you?
I had to.
What do you mean you had to?
I had to. The other guy wouldn't even respond to me. He hated me more than life itself.
The other cop?
Oh, there was one cop. He even showed up at one of my divorce hearings. He He even showed up when I smacked John. He showed up to testify against me. They were all looking at him and shit.
In case that he wasn't involved.
Even if on the way out, I'm saying horrible things to John and my wife. And he kept saying, "I don't live on it, sir." And I'm like, "Fuck you." Last I checked, this is amendment number 1, 2, 3, 4.
To hold and you send the cop who liked you enough to accept the friend request but doesn't want to respond to your messages. Why do you torture? Will you just find these people?
You know what, man? You arrested me, so now I gotta let you know I'm all right. And I'm doing just as good or better than you, bitch. So how you like me now, motherfucker? You didn't make a mistake. You arrested a criminal. But some of the shit you said in court, you were wrong. And here I am to prove you wrong. That motherfucker has never said to me, "Hey, man, congratulations. Thank you for doing what you did. Thank you for turning your life around." Nothing. He couldn't say a word. The other guy, listen, I did comedy works one time, and the junior cop worked, guy that worked for all the police. And I told him, I said, "You work with that guy?" And he's like, "Yeah." I go, "You gonna see him tomorrow?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Ask him about it." The next day, the kid came in to feature for me. There's like a bunch of comedy acts going funny at the comedy work. Right. I said, "What did he say?" Like, "You don't want to know." And the kid like was standoffish for me the rest of the weekend. And the next time I came, I asked him about it. He didn't call the spot. Like, "No, not this week." He calls every other week. That cop scared him off. But he believed him. Like, you know what? Whatever the cop said to him, they don't. Like, if you came to me and said you did something 30 years ago, I'm watching you now, the life that you live now, you know, I'd eat my words. I'd say something. "Hey, man, congratulations. I didn't fucking like what the fuck you were, but I still don't like you. I still don't like you, but I gotta congratulate you on what you did. Right? The odds of you turning this around, well, one thing, the odds of you being in a fucking movie, that's another. The odds of you being in more movies, that was enough." You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that. I'm big enough to say that to somebody. I fucked up with my judgment 20 years ago because I was a fucking idiot. So now, if you come to me when you're 35 and you say to me, "You went to prison, you came out, and I see that you're working, you got a wife, you're not doing blow," I gotta give you a nod.
Because that's what you'd hope police officers, because in theory they're and a lot of them are there to like protect you and also like to reform you. That should be the goal of prison. But I think a lot of these, who knows, maybe they hold grudges. Like, do you think that's
So do I. That's why Facebook.
Oh, I love it. That's amazing.
So do I. So do fucking I.
How often do you like send them articles like with your variety things or anything? Nothing.
I don't need to do that. Just that I'm on the other side of Facebook fucking thing with them. Just that I'm because they predicted I wouldn't be. Yeah, you follow what I'm saying there?
Who else do you have on like the fuck you message list?
I have about 200 people.
Hysterical. How do you keep track of all these things?
How you doing lately? What's going on? How you like me now? Those are the best. How you like me now?
I mean, do you go back and forth with them, or if they respond, you don't even talk to them?
If I tell you something that's even creepier, all the shit they talk, right? They don't respond.
That's fucked up. Out of 200, how many do you think respond?
3. I remember when I first started like going on Rogan, I had Kitchen Nutburger hit me with it. And I would fucking tell him, "Fuck you." And there was like a Spanish kid that went after me on Twitter, like my father said, "You rob the sneakers and all this. You're still a piece of shit." And I go, "Yeah, father still work for MWA." And I'm in fucking LA getting my dick sucked and my balls licked. And he goes, "How do you know my father worked for MWA? Because you're a fucking idiot for even being on here." And the apple don't fall far from the fucking tree. For you to even relay that message on a Twitter that your dad said that, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. And you haven't done that in a while. You used to like go back and forth with people on Twitter sometime.
I had it.
Old school Twitter was fun.
Old school Twitter was fun, but then you have to think about it. Like, why the fuck? Like, listen, man. You wake up in the morning, you get a cup of coffee, you think about your day, you kiss your family, pet the cat, you fucking feed him. Whatever the fuck. You open up your computer and there's some guy like going at you at 7:30 in the morning. A lot of people don't know how to handle it. And the first thing you do with root problems, we're like, hey, motherfucker, you got a fucking problem. And then all of them were the same. They all fold. Right. It's just people trying to get a rise on you. And trying to some guy on Twitter. Hey man, you're gonna start feeding Lee. Have you seen Lee lately, motherfucker? Obviously, you know, like, you gotta start feeding Lee. Like, I think I've eaten enough. That's why I don't understand. That's why I was telling you. Can't read the can't look at. It's a retardation. That is so bad. Because it makes you think when you do that, you get 8 great comments. And then one that is so incorrect. That you have to, you have to ask what made that person say that. Right, but like, what's going on in his life that he's such a fucking loser? Because at the end of the day, he knows he's a loser. This is why he's saying these things. I'm 62 years old. I have never fucking gone on something and said, I really don't like what you're doing. I think you're against the policy of whatever.
That would be nice, though. No. But compared to all the angry messages, I don't like you. You're against my ball. That would be something people tell me to blow my brains out.
Oh yeah. Don't say shit like that. Oh my God, the vacation. Think about the vacation. And people so angry about that. People took it to the heart. The Epstein stuff I talk about. Oh my God. That's how I know we're doing a good job on the podcast. Right. When you get that upset over a fat 62-year-old talking about your vacation and who earns a vacation, you're not thinking about what I'm saying. And if you read the comments and if you saw the way they attacked me for it, you can see that they weren't understanding what I was saying. You never worked a day in your life. You're flying the one on the road with Rogan. Okay. I never worked a day in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand. Right.
But I think the difference with you is like most people, I think, ignore it. Some people like go back and forth in like a stupid battle. You were fun because you would just like obliterate them with like 6 words, and they would like they'd go crazy. And like shoppers behind
can leave, come back 8 hours later, and the guy's still figuring out. And I would go, oh my God, poor bastard. That's when you know he had nothing to do all day. Right. Uncle Joey here. As you guys know already, football is back, and so is a shot at you guys to win big with DraftKings Big Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. That's right. You can score real money real fast. And here's how to play. Ready? You pick more or less on 2 or more player stacks. Whether you like, then watch the game to see if you're right. The better you call, the bigger your payout. You catch me? So do yourself a favor. And here's the kickoff bonus. Now, new people at DraftKings, new customers, I'm going to get you 50 bucks in bonus picks, which is a $5 entry on your first big set. You ready? This season, play your Six. Download the DraftKings Big Six app and use code Joey. Joey. Again, that's code Joey. Joey. Just play $5 and get 50 in Big Six bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 over 80. Eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. This is not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Or were prohibited for 30 customers. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Big Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at BigSix.DraftKings.com/promos.
He's sitting there, maybe watching CNN or whatever the fuck they watch all day long. And they watch that. We don't care why, because he should be the There's a podcast with comedians. We discuss what happens in the world. That's what comedians do. I don't like to get involved in this type of, because if people label me a fucking political whatever, I'm a political felon. So before I even go into this thing with you people, just remember one thing. This is coming from a felon stand. Last week something happened in this country that was not good. Now, if you want me to sit here and tell you I knew who Charlie Kirk was, I'll tell you, I had no idea who this man was. I had no idea who this man was. Did I ever see him before? Maybe. I don't know. That's my downfall as a human being living in this country. That I tell you, people, I back myself up from that. And I feel very bad for his family, his wife, he left kids behind. I don't know what he stood on in this country. I don't know what platform. I guess people learning little things. He's on the plane with J.D. Vance. So obviously he's a Republican, he's a young kid, whatever. What I do know is, I saw a chick from my neighborhood that's crazy. She drinks and she sings karaoke by herself. I can't wait to see how you connect. And she's got like a little 11-year-old boy. I opened up my Instagram and she was on there. Crying, tearing, crying. And I remember when it went down, my wife said something to me. I didn't know what we were talking about. And then he tried to put the TV on, and the guy's bleeding from his neck, and the fucking Utah and all this stuff. Again, listen, my heart goes out to his family, his kids. Obviously, the guy was a great guy because fucking people were upset, Jack. I've seen people die in this country. It lasts 1 or 2 days till there's a balloon or Cracker Barrel changes his name again. Then it goes away. It's fucking Monday. I wanted to pay the bill before for something that's on TV. And there's still people crying. So this guy was doing something good. God bless him. But I gotta tell you something. I'm not talking about this political or whether he was right or wrong. When my wife told me I was downstairs writing or something, and I noticed the first word out of my mouth, honestly, guys, was the world's changing. And it's changing at a rapid fucking rate. It's just changing, guys. You know, fucking.
And that's why it didn't work, but she didn't realize it.
I know they're in Memphis now, right? The National Guard. Oh, yeah, they're going there too? Yeah. Why they weren't there the last 10 fucking years? I don't know, you know, because that's what you got doing in these towns now. Chicago, or, you know, I mean, you have probably murders every weekend. North Bergen, New Jersey. I grew up here, fucking 2 murders last weekend, 1 murder. 2 shot in Middle New Jersey. That's never been a great neighborhood. Nobody's ever been shot here, okay? That's the project that never been people do heroin. You know, they work at the MUA, whatever. But they fucking, nobody gets shot. Crimes are changing in this country. You know, and you have to make a note of this. What? You have to make a note of this shit before you want to go do things. Like, it was an issue years ago, but we can't stop living our lives. I'm not going to get on a plane because the terrorists are going to get on that. I'm not going to not go, like, well, I'm not going to go to a fucking China Jet game anyway. I'm not going to go to a Jet game. I'm not going to go to a Jet game. I'm not going to go to one of those. Not going to go to one of those. I'm going to get shot. Right. You know, like right now, you don't have to think of anybody that's shot. Anybody that's like, it could be at the fucking, it could be the New York Comedy Fest where I'm watching the Square Park doing a comedy fest when you get shot in the head. When you get shot in the head, I mean, you know, I know that, again, this isn't a political podcast. What I'm trying to talk about is some guy got shot, man, for no fucking reason.
I think what's happened, because I was in like I think I was in 5th grade when Columbine happened. And it like slowly started to happen. But now the sad thing is these things are happening once a month at a minimum. Like, I gotta be honest with you, I was watching the news on this and they were talking about when Trump got those 2 attempts. And to be very honest with you, I forgot about the second attempt. I remember the year, but there was a whole, these happen so fucking often, I don't forget about Trump. I'm just saying, these things happen all the goddamn time.
This is not a fucking Ian Trump type of guy. This is a low-end type of guy.
And therefore,
I don't know.
this
He was on that level back. Apparently, he was like the next, like a star. Like that's why
I would have mentioned Trump. I would have mentioned Trump. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep Trump out of this conversation.
Okay.
Helpful in the relief. Mission tells us that the person has a piece of furthermore. Charter furthermore. What is the sheer that is higher for yourself taking out one shows to another shows? User says,
I can see if it was Northern New Jersey. I can see if it was Buffalo, New York. I can see if it was fucking LA. The guy with the flag shot him and shit.
The mayor says, enough to hold a
Fucking Utah, you know?
The mayor says, I have
And it's just such a different world, ladies and gentlemen.
And then Rabbi talks about
on a college campus.
On a college campus.
Destroy things to the point where you can't even
I don't know any details of the shooting. You know, again, I don't know much about what's going on. I know they captured somebody. They want somebody. He's not.
His
actor. Yeah, he's not operating with authorities. You know, people are getting. I'm gonna have to talk to my wife seriously. Getting mercy up to
and then
the
destroy
guys.
things that even things that don't have
No way, no time.
from the
Limits.
puzzle itself.
There's got to be
You
limits.
understand that
There's got to be limits because they said that he got what's that word? Remember when we used to go to the 7-Eleven and Chandler with the music? Yeah. You get rationalized when you went and shopped there.
Radicalized.
Yeah, well, you had to go in there. You'd be the nicest white guy go into the 7-Eleven on Chandler. There was so many ISIS in it, and the music they played, the flute, everything. You come out of there like, fuck America. Then when they remember they shot a guy on his wife. I knew that fucking.
It was allocating to Chandler, and he's talking about the music, and he's not like, it's not like he had a little speaker or his phone going. It was on the speakers, and it was like a party.
And he was like telling you, go fuck yourself with a jihad. We're gonna blow this fucking neighborhood up any fucking day. And it was next to a laundromat that was open 24 hours. Yeah, that was just as fucking scary. And it was maybe 3 blocks from the house, maybe. Yeah, no. Okay, I can't fucking 5 meters.
Like one major street. It was Laurel Canyon, then Colfax. It's like a long alley at the top of New York.
Laurel Canyon. And Chandler, where would I get on?
Say to my Lord,
On
get out of here.
one.
The Brisa says
Laurel Canyon. Jesus Christ.
and then
I gotta start digging. I gotta start eating pizza.
walls around this
I want to pizza, but I don't know if he's eating pizza in the jail for to get that memory back.
Oh, it helps with that. Yeah, too.
What does he do with the broken?
Santa?
First of all, that's distance.
Anyway, okay, now I know. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I gotta go past your house.
Yeah, it was
Past Colfax, and then after Colfax, past the hot dog place, past Popeyes, past the yoga place, go past that light.
right. And Chandler was the one that had like the bus going down the middle. All the Jews lived on Chandler.
I remember going to that place,
Yeah.
and I would get like snacks or something.
Fuck yeah.
And it used to be like a Japanese hand job place.
Suspended.
That was a different 7-Eleven, but yeah. This one, and you're exactly right. It has it was that and a 24-hour laundromat. And you for years were like, don't go to that 7-Eleven, the ISIS 7-Eleven. And then right before we left, a homeless dude was like robbing a 7-Eleven, and he stabbed 2 people. Like, it was 7-Elevens in LA. Oh my god, like kind of like a lawless, like the homeless people were there.
Well, then there was the one we used to torture. The one where the lady was sitting right with the door in her eye. And she's like, go fuck yourself. That's my black hooker that night.
Oh yeah.
The hot chick in the jeans just started talking to me. You know what? Like, no.
Was there like Tahunga and something?
No,
It was right across from the diner.
that was the one from the diner. Yeah.
I don't remember the street
Up
name.
the block might be the one of the Masons.
Oh yeah, that was a great vlog.
YMCA.
Yeah.
By the park there.
But dude, the light in that poor lady's eyes. She was just sitting in that wheelchair. Like I don't know.
It was a fake. She was in the wheelchair. Was
How'd she get there?
She was like the chick. She was like Eddie Murphy in 48 Hours. The wheelchair, not 48 Hours, trading places.
Right.
But when she was walking around, I'd see her walk around. And she would sit there in a wheelchair. She would push the wheelchair herself. Right. And then sit there like Trick Kid and ask for coins. And one night I pulled up and I put the light in her eyes to let her know. I knew what she was up to. And when we got out of the car, she's like, "Oh, fuck yourself." And we even gave her money. I think she didn't want to take it. I can't. Was that the night that you had me steal the milk carts? I was fucking high as fucking paranoid. Did we steal them from that? Fuck you. One of them. For the records. I really want to go back to LA for a week. 1 week. Okay. And if I tell you what I want to go back to do, you would not believe it. Because if you know me for real, right, you know what I want to go back and do. Burn some places down? No. Do you want me to guess? Yeah. Okay. And Rabbi are going to learn the heck you my torturous side. Oh boy. What would I obviously get on a plane to go do? The first one at some point is you would drive in your old neighborhood and run over the guy's cones. That's the first thing. Okay. It's not. I would just get on a plane to do that to that guy. 5 nights and 4 nights in a row, and then Friday we knock on his bell. And you ask him, has somebody been running over your cones? And we put it on tape just to see him go, yeah. Oh my, he disappeared for 5 years. Nobody touched my cones. We're going to be kidding. They have cameras now. I won't give a fuck. We're renting a car. We're renting Ubers. We're doing like that to people. We can't have an Uber driver run over someone's cone. I said, you can run those Uber drivers $50. One of those Mexican Uber, they'll go right over your mother. They'll drive over your mother, but they don't give a fuck. Those Arabs got no licenses. They have nothing. They're like Cubans. They got fake birth certificates. Those Arabs pull over, dog. They don't give a fuck. That license. They don't even know what the fuck they are. Try to find them. Go back to Arabia and try to find them. You think it's hard to find a Mexican guy? One thing got the frolic on their head. What do they call that? So they're going to have to leave America for $50? What do they call that? The Muslim wear? I have no idea. That should be a new line. Muslim wear. You know, say like terrorist wear. Like clothing with shit's on fire. You know what I'm saying? If you're thinking of blowing up, that's just let Oh my God, everybody wants to blow up. Do you imagine having their store at the mall? Like they would have a store at the mall. We're going to terrorist line. That'd be tremendous. We enjoy bubble. Why do we have to own it? We'll let Nick own it and we sit and get no money like assholes. That's what the fucking white people said. Why would the Indians? Why would we're trying to make them dollar here? Why would we want to vote? You don't want to make no money, a little controversial. That's how you make money, by moving bubbles. You don't remember, before you were born, there were these shirts. If you put the shirt on, they would change colors according to your body heat. That's a body count. We bring it back. We call it body camouflage. Knowing before you get blown up, like 30 minutes before you die, you get that last shot, you fucking whatever. EMT, the third eye goes to work, the same thing that show where you know you're about to die from missile. If you win this, the missiles coming when it starts to choke on. It's not a good idea. I'm gonna shut up. I've been looking for the best of this one. I'm Oswald, like something like that. That would actually do very well. Like, oh my God, I'm Oswald. Yeah, those are storms. You tell a million storms. Those are kids that they need. When you go to the we listen to them. I'm here. Also, that's the point. Those kids are strong. Those kids have the scene. Those guys all get those 18. He's 5'1", he's 1'5". That's what I meant. He's fucking like a foot and a half. They ain't even grown. They got no little kids. It's like you kids can't grow. They can't grow. We'll cut down a whole civilization of these poor kids. I mean, we'll go from a religion joke, but it's not really a joke. No, it's not. Listen, you gotta do what they gotta do. I'm not mad at Israel or anybody else. War is war. And, they're gonna hate it. You know, you should be mad at everybody. I'm mad at Israel. It's like, you have, and I went there, and like, when people are sending rockets, or like, there's a lot of reasons why Israel has to do certain things. And like, to me, there's no, you can't justify the things that are coming out of there. You can justify it to a point,
And you know what? I'm not saying Hamas is obviously fucking 1,000%. They put hospitals around people.
Nobody's right and nobody's wrong. That's not leaving it that right. But I never wanted to see kids starve. No. You want to starve me? I got like 80 days. You can starve the fuck out of me. I got Chinese ribs. I got fucking Stugats. I got fat all over me. But those kids, you know, it's a hunger issue. That's a kid issue. So I don't care how you feel about different political things. You never want to see a kid starve. I wouldn't want to see my enemy starve. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a grenade up his ass without a kid. Follow me. I have a lot of enemies. I'll look to put a grenade up their ass.
You know, fire style?
Yeah, but they have to be over 30 years old. I'm not here.
130 is the minimum to blow someone up?
You know, it's just, like I said, guys, in the beginning of this, all this stuff, the starvation, we're living in a different fucking world, man. And it's not it. The old world's not going to come back. It's not going to get any better. I'm not here with negative shit. This is just the obvious. They just killed a kid on a college fucking campus. This could be us. This could be you. I mean, nobody was shooting. They don't give a fuck. But this kid was actually doing something good. Kids loved him. He was doing something to kids. I watched an interview with an 18-year-old kid. The kid was goofy or whatever. What would I rather him doing? Doing that or selling drugs or doing the stupid shit I was doing? I'd rather be doing that to kids.
I'm not speaking poorly about anybody, but just the other side of it, there are people who are on a certain political side who don't think he was doing good. But no matter what you think, like, about what he was doing as a person, to get it like shot in front of like that, that's wrong no matter what.
Well, I did hear. I said, guys, after the pandemic, I stopped when I watched the news. The pandemic threw me into a fucking state that I had fear. I had fear of something I didn't see. That's not who I am. But, you know, so I know I just didn't want to watch it anymore. I don't really catch up on that stuff. I'm not going to turn the TV on to watch something political. I don't want to get aggravated. But I have heard that people were cheering, people from DMZ
oh yeah,
were cheering. A couple people, journalists lost their job. Like I said again, listen, we were talking about Danny Rowan, the guy that owned the company RIP. We made a joke. You know, listen, you can make a joke, but to cheer outside when you're a journalist or something of that nature and cheer that somebody died. Again, we're talking about the world changing. I want you to be aware of that. That's all. I just want you not to go, wow, how could that happen? Things are happening. Things, you know, when we were kids, there was a shooting in Manhattan once a week. It's 2 in the morning. What do you think happens in Manhattan at 2 in the morning? Went out for hours. What do you think happens in Manhattan? People are drinking. There's drugs involved. There's doings. But now it's every other day. There's a shooting somewhere. A kid, this, that. Look at this comedian guy. That's nobody really talked about. That he had. I mean, I know that kid. I know John Reed. I personally know John Reed. I know he's a kid. Sunday nights at the store. I know him. There's got to be 20 years. It's Sunday nights at the store. I know that guy a long time. If I'm going on the plane with you guys, and all of a sudden I look down, there's a picture of him on TMZ, got arrested with 11 counts of child molestation. Listen, I know that kid, man. He never gave me, I'm not gonna lie to you, he never gave me the feel or something like that. But
I just want to clarify, it wasn't child molestation, it was like something online. Nothing physical.
Child porn, whatever. I know John. And you know what? I don't agree with what he did. I don't like what he did, but I gotta say a prayer for the guy. You know, I gotta go, well, John, listen, man, the devil is working overtime. Just know that. Ever since fucking they shot Kobe, the devil has been working overtime. You don't believe me? Look at the results. Look at what's going on in the world right now. The devil's working overtime. And There's just so many. Like, look at the cities you go into that you walk in the street and all of a sudden a van pulls up out of nowhere. You hear andale. And people with masks are grabbing three people. Whether they're, in the old days, I would grab you and Mirandize you and, read you the riot act and gave you a minute to whip out your license and go, this is who I am, blah, blah, blah. We're not even doing that in this country anymore. Now, again, people voted for that. This is what you wanted. I don't want this to be a political podcast, but think about it. This is not what I paid for. I thought you were going to stop people at the border. I didn't think, well, I'm eating at Rudy's. You're going to come into Rudy's and take my favorite clam guy. You know what I'm saying? Where's he going? Oh, and he's getting angry. He's going home. Where's he going? And that's what's going on right now. People eating at restaurants. You get used to Donatello's and all of a sudden you're there. And fucking Pepe's getting whipped out of the kitchen while he's whipping up the eggplant rolling TV. You couldn't give him 20 fucking minutes? You know what I'm saying?
Finish the dinner. You know what's more wild is they're sending people to like I don't remember the names of it, but like in Africa, like they're sending people away. And can you imagine, like if like you made it to America from another country, and then like they suddenly you're on a different continent, and like
so it happened actually the third day. On Wednesday.
Wow.
They must say this was recorded with Yosef. But Yosef, Moshe Tzvei Hava Hashem is two. One says, Moshe returned back to his Lord for Rothschild. So then it says, Vayagid Moshe Tzvei Hava Hashem. Number of Shabbat here. Rabbi Yosef Reina says that on the third day, Shmuel commanded Klal Yisrael on a bola. Don't touch the mountain. Rabbi says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynish. Shibu. Ayosha is also Shibu. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the Sechar, about the award. Like Vayagid is looked like brother. Things that pull people in. So you teach them about God that people can boast. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu taught them about the Sechar, about the award. Ayosha is Lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the Oynish, about the punishment. Vayagid is lost in says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right? So this is on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machlokes, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month, the sixth day of the week, on Friday. According to Rabbi,
you can't walk home like this. So wait a second. I'm from Colombia. I ended up in New Jersey. I got arrested in Connecticut, and now I'm in fucking. I think so. If you look it up, Nick, I think they didn't even do black people that bad. Like the slaves, they at least took them from one destination to the other. These motherfuckers are getting treated like Chinese people.
oh yeah, this podcast is definitely getting taken down. This is amazing.
Anyway, I just want to, I really wanted to bring the Charlie Kirk thing up, even though I'm not political or politically inclined, he is a human being.
Absolutely.
And that's what I was talking about then.
First, they shifted the curtain. That night was Matas B'Chorot, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan,
bro, get ready to cut grass and water. You be chasing lizards. There's a dead animal on the street. Did you guys see that tonight? No, what the fuck is that before? Just chubby, laying in the middle of the street. I had to drive over him 2 times. There was no parking. I mean, I didn't run him over with the tire. I had to run over him real slow. Like, I didn't want to hit him. I thought he was just resting. He was like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. He was resting. I know I'm resting. I'm in the bushes of Seacoast. Where you at this week, playing?
This week, I have a few shows. This week on the 17th and the 19th, I'm going to be at Sheba's, which is at the Three Monkeys Bar. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be at St. Mark's at 10:30. And don't forget, New Jersey, September 26th, the Dojo will be headlining.
Yes, sir. I added some shows. I got the 24th at Levity. There's a wait list, so there's no fucking wait list in my world. I had October 8th, GU Animals, so I'll see you in Levity. October 8th. And that's all I got right now. You guys know the schedule. You got November 8th. Where are we? Virginia, MGM in DC. Then on the night before Thanksgiving, we're at Philadelphia Park Casino. And then December 6th, 5th, we're at Virginia Caesars in Virginia. So get your tickets on sale right now. I got Staten Island coming. I got Tampa coming. I got a couple things coming. But for right now, just focus on October 8th. That's all you need to know. Levity Live, all right? And September 26th, my little penguin buddy over here, Lisa, and we love you, and that's it. Thank you for supporting the Monday Night Football. We've been doing it. It's fantastic. Hopefully you'll see the one that we did last night. I love you guys. Stay black. Have a great week.
It's on YouTube and X.
Yeah, right. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer-lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package, it's a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big baboom. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just can you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know? Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that? What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with my Jewish Cato Lee Sayat for another fun-filled episode of the church. What is it? New Testament. Tuesday, the 16th of the month. It's moving fast, people. So get on the boat. It's moving fast. We're down to 14 more Mondays till Christmas. And you're sitting there worried about, please tell me that's right. That is right. How do you know that? Because there's a stupid tidbit that Yahoo put up about a month ago. So just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks, I'm down to 14 Mondays. It's stupid. I would never say that. But when I read it, it simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together before the end of the year. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray. You thank God for giving you another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those. Do you still do the glass of water every Monday? That's how long I didn't do nothing today. No, I really just live for the spirits today. I didn't do nothing. How long have you done the glass of water? So I'm 3 years old. Every Monday for my father. But I have a couple glasses. I have glasses for his grandmother, glasses. I have glasses. So you put a glass for everybody who died. I'm running out of fucking glasses. Dad! I'm running out of fucking glasses, what I'm saying to you. Oh, I'm supposed to listen. Listen, you have no idea what the Cubans do. So on Mondays, Cubans are supposed to no music. My family. I don't know what your family does. But for the spirits, there's no music early on in the daytime. Okay. You have to give them water. You have to clean the spirit. It's called some altar, ancestor thing. That's what it's called. I have his mother's bottles on there. They think somebody gave me. You know, somebody gave me a gun. I can't put that up there. Somebody gave me a statue of like a thing. I have this statue there. Just a little thing. And I put a picture of his grandmother and grandfather that I got from your aunt. And you just put them there. And I don't have a candle for all of them. I light the house on fire. You're supposed to do, but then you're supposed to feed them.
Like actual food?
Whatever you cook, you have to put a little dish out for them. I know.
That's nice.
I know. Do you have a cat? Or a dog? Or fucking mice?
Okay, you get really stoned and you want to. Hey, you've never eaten that food, have you?
Man, you have spirits that don't get along.
Shut up.
So you gotta feed them in different rooms.
Was it people who didn't get along in like while they were alive?
When you do the Santeria stuff, right? You cut up the animals. There's saints that don't get along. So you gotta put them in different rooms and do when you cut the goat or the fucking chicken or whatever, you have to put them in different rooms. There's one saint that likes to eat in the bathroom. So you gotta feed them in the bathroom, so you gotta go piss around them.
Is that your favorite saint?
I don't remember anymore. Put a candle on. I remember being like a kid and burning my phone on the candle. Oh, now I go pee and walk around the fucking candle and the Cuban stool and you got fried bananas in there. As a kid, you know how many times you're like, man, I'm gonna eat one of those bananas. But your mother scares the hell out of you. She's like, don't eat those. Because the spirit will punish you. They'll put cake out for the motherfucker like if it's his favorite cake and you're sitting there fucking, I can't eat it because
you're on diet.
I'm on a diet, whatever. It's just, so that's what you're really supposed to do when you really get down to it.
That's fucking cool.
Mondays before you have an ancestor table. You just put, like, I put the two kids I grew up with North Bergen that died as they were part of your life.
Fuck yeah.
And you ever see the movie Coco?
Of course.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh yeah. But I got pissed because my ex didn't like that movie. She was Mexican.
You know, like that movie. It's a fucking great kids movie. Like I had to visit Nick paid me to go see it.
I know.
So I didn't give a fuck. I wasn't there like King James. But I was like, this is a fucking tremendous movie. Because all it says is whenever you put a picture up of somebody that's dead, you pull them out of there and you keep them alive in heaven. And then there's what's the plot of the movie? He has to pull his grandfather back from heaven.
Well, so I don't remember how he got there, but it was like his grandfather was being forgotten.
Hold on one second. I know people at home are going, Joey, that's it. We've had it with you. Coco, how old are you? You're an old man. You watch Coco. I got a daughter. And sometimes those kid movies, dog, let me tell you something. All those big songs, the other day I went to somebody's house to eat dinner. And the little girl was watching one of the guy with a skinny with the big head.
I feel like that's all of them.
One of them.
Was it Shrek?
No, the other one. And I sat there and I was giggling.
Oh, I have a good time. Even
and then and I realized when you're a kid, you want your people to watch TV with you. You're like, Mama, come here, watch this. She's like, I'm busy cooking, So I didn't know. I just went over there and sat with her and her sister. Right. And my wife was in there. But she got so excited because I sat there, like me and my wife sat there. Like she would look at me and go, watch this part.
The whole time.
The Minions.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Minions.
Those are funny. Those are good ones.
And they play, they're geniuses because they play music from us. They put music that we grew up with. So at least you're not sitting there like a fucking idiot. The movie be like, they ain't nothing here for me. Also, they put like Justin Timberlake. You get a little wiggle to you. You know what I'm saying?
It's great. I love getting high. And you were so, because you got to bring Mercy to like the premiere of that.
Oh, she was really named Coco. Right. So that was the deal. For the people who don't know, let me tell you what happened. I get a call like Monday at 3. Like, hey man, are you busy tonight? Like, what we say? Yeah. Says, I don't know what they're gonna hit me with. So I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh man, Disney's willing to give you like $1,500 to go see Coco because the tennis player dropped out. Coco dropped out, and then there was another Coco. Like, we'll send the car. Oh shit! And I was like, okay. And I'm like, I gotta go to Disney World anyway. I might as well work them when I'm down there for some Disney shit. So yeah, they sent the car and everything. Mercy was all excited and shit. We went down there, and the movie was sensational. And then the guy gave me some loot, and then the guy came over and said, "Listen, I gotta get to Disneyland. And I want that package. But you get the tour. I'm not waiting online. So you gotta do the fucking under the cape. That's the only way to do that. I don't even want to go under the cape. That's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right, that's it. The guy goes, done. So.
Isn't that the time that you tried to eat edibles and they almost threw you out, though?
Yeah.
They think they follow you to the hotel.
They follow me to the hotel.
He doesn't fuck around.
Now the girl just, listen, man, there's people that take their job just a little too seriously. Oh, yeah. They were giving her maybe $8 an hour. It would be like a part-time security. No weapon, no flashlight, no whistle.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And dog, she watched me from, I don't know why. She just goes, all right, what's that in your hand? A key. Yeah. And then she's like, what now? I got an edible. She goes, well, you have to put that back in your room. I'm like, all right. So I just went, my room was right there. I went around, ate half and threw it in the garbage. I went back. She goes, you didn't go up to your room. I said, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I'm not going to let you in. I go, hold on. I have like 8 people. I go, get your boss. I go, listen, just give my money back. We don't need this aggravation. And somebody came from Disney. No, it's all right. I'm happy. To this day, I love that woman because she saved my life. Why? Because why would I eat a whole edible? I wouldn't be here. That was one of the scariest fucking days of my life.
I can't imagine. Honestly, like, Disney's fun on edibles, but if it was hot and you're walking around for like 12 hours,
it wasn't hot. And you know me, I ain't walking nowhere for 12 hours. It was the rides.
Really?
Yeah, I got on a ride. I'm like, all right. And also the ride took you around, but you had to go over a lake. I didn't know that. I'm in that motherfucker like, yeah. Once I look over, I'm like, oh, I'm over a fucking lake.
You got scared?
Petrified. I thought I was on puke. I just kept going around. I got off. Like, I'm done with rides. Then I went into that fucking happy ride. It's a great world after all. You ever go on there?
It's a small world, yeah.
You ever go on there? Of course. You sit there and it takes you around the world. But they throw sand in your face when you get to India and shit. Fucking. I'll never forget sitting there going, thank God I ate a whole edible. Because you go to India, you go to all these countries sitting there.
Right.
And your feet are only this far off the thing. But you feel like you're really up in the sky with an edible.
You don't like that? So have you ever freaked out on an edible in public? Like, I know you've been on planes, but like, have you had like a legit freak out?
No. I had a freak out on coke at a party here in Jersey one time. I just yelled at everybody, what the fuck are you motherfuckers looking at? I'm bleeding from my nose, you know? What are you looking at? You bleed, you're disgusting. You're a fucking junkie. What are you doing? It was a Christmas party. It was somebody's Christmas party from North Bergen. And I was fucked.
What does it feel like when you're fucked up on coke? You're just like, too much energy? Or like
a week of doing coke.
Okay.
It was like 3 nights, then I took a night off, then 3 more nights, then the holidays came. And you would go from the 21st to the 2nd.
Jesus.
It was like one of those parties on the 28th. And I went off at this party. I'll tell you, there was a North Bergen guy that was going to beat me up.
Okay.
Because I was just calling everybody a fuck and all this shit, and I'm bleeding from my nose, I'm walking around with a bottle. I'm like Scarface. I'm like Scarface in the restaurant. And that's what I'm like. A week later, I'm like, I gotta get this shit a break.
Really?
Yeah, it causes like a schizophrenia.
Well, if you're not, because you're not sleeping, you're not sleeping,
so you're just snorting and you're eating minimal stuff. You got no money to eat, but you got a lot of money to do coke. That's the problem. I never understood that. I didn't have a hotel, but I'm snorting coke till 8 in the morning. I never understood that, but that's when it was like a schizophrenia. I caught myself. Like after yelling at people for 3 minutes, I'm like, sorry, holy shit. I'm standing there, bleeding from my nose, with blood all over my shirt, with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my hand, yelling at a party full of 30 people. And that's it. I think I was out of North Bergen a week later.
I was gonna say that's hard to get. Like,
I was so fucking embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed, man.
Well, how long did it take to? Did you have to like be sober to be embarrassed? Did you have to come down from it, or like immediately?
I didn't give a fuck that night.
No.
I was still yelling in the car and shit. Your uncle drove me home with Vivian. I'll never forget that. And we didn't say a word in the car. I think your uncle even had it with me at that point. It was like a 3-month stretch that we're going crazy.
I can't. I have nothing to like compare it to. Like, cause you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? Just sort of happens.
You just, it was holidays. I was young. I didn't really know. Nobody really knew. And it was like a week long, 10 days, just pounding it, Now with Christmas shit, I had no family, so now it's 28. God knows what's going through my mind. God knows, but hold on, let's start this thing properly.
Okay.
We'll be right back after Blue Chew. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that? Check this motherfucking Joey. We're back. All right. How was your week?
I had a really good week, actually. I've had a couple of really good weeks. I did a couple midnight shows last week, which are really fucking dark. I did one at a club and one at a bar. And at the bar, because you didn't get mad at me like earlier this week, but I did a late show. And I did okay, but I was trying to do too much material. So then I went into this midnight show. And it didn't even start till 12:30. People basically were just stumbling in hammered. And I think I had an 8-minute set, and for 6 I had them. And the last 2, because you just were you didn't get mad at me, but don't do material for midnight shows. So I just went off the cuff a little bit, but that was really fun. And then actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. And I'm fucking, where at? The stadium, the basketball place in Albany. Because last night he was in New York, but I couldn't go on Monday night. So he's in Albany. And it's I don't know, man, with all these people, just getting older, and Adam's not old, but I've been in love with him since I was in middle school. Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore, for me when I was growing up in the 90s, Happy Gilmore, I still remember it was Jonathan Nichols' house. And I think he had the VHS, I forget where we watched it, but it blew my mind. I didn't even really know him, the Hanukkah song came later. I was I want to see. And then he came back a couple years, that Netflix special where he had that Chris Farley song at the end.
It was
fucking amazing.
That Netflix special, I thought, was phenomenal. Listen, I didn't know how to feel about Adam Sandler.
Before you met him, right?
I'll never forget I had to watch one of those movies, and I'm this ain't gonna work for me.
I can see that.
Here's the funny thing. The guy that's directing Take a Banana for a Ride.
Jeff Ross?
Jeff Ross has a great one-man show, and that I want to go see.
Yeah, me too.
The guy that's directing, his name is Steve Kessler. Okay. Steve Kessler's nephew to my main man, Mike Kessler.
Oh, I thought the name sounded
When I was
familiar.
getting into comedy, he'd always tell me about his nephew, NYU. And I didn't hear about his nephew no more. Like, what happened to his nephew? I'll tell you what happened. His first directing job was Happy Gilmore. After 3 weeks, he went into the studio and said, I can't do this no more. I don't think the kid is funny.
Had him?
And they fired him.
Yeah. I can see
Well, I
that.
didn't work for years. How can you get? Because he told the truth. Listen,
I was going to say props to him for being
when I
honest.
first watched Adam Sandler, I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. I watched the one with the kid.
Billy Madison.
One of them, I watched the kid.
Like that, I think he was probably for people my age. Like those movies, and now his movies are like getting older. But that movie, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison. There was another one, Big Daddy. Those three, dude. They still like those are the movies I want. Like if they're on, I have to turn them on. They just he's just silly. Like that. It was just like the height of like just being silly. And I honestly don't even know much of his stand up, or I have no idea what he's gonna be doing on tour. But it like it just I don't know. That to me is I don't know what to even compare him to for you. Like
Well, I didn't know who the fuck he was.
Right.
And then I wouldn't even watch that shit. I wouldn't even watch that shit. I'm not a big Saturday Night Live guy.
Right.
So Chris Farley and all that, he was whatever he was, and that wasn't the thing. So I just got a call one day that he was directing The Longest Shot. I'm like, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a whirl. I did everything I had to do. And when I met him for lunch, he surprised the shit out of me. But not really. It was in a professional environment. It was when I met him at a table read that I was like, oh, I gotta pay attention to this motherfucker. Because he wasn't your normal actor. He wasn't acting. He was acting. Right. Then we did the movie. And I really got to like him. Like I watched the scenes. I didn't think he was overly hilarious. Right, but I got his comedy and I got his warmth, which is really good. And that, like, during the movie, I started watching. I'm like, one of my favorite movies is 50 First Dates.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Fucking great movie. So, but when I watched this Netflix special, I got to have some heart blown away. And to this day, I thought it was the best special of the year. By hands down. Like, it was a few years ago, man. It's variety stand-up. He comes out with a guitar, he does sketches, he brings his friends up, he does stand-up. It's a party. He knows how to do it. He's a fucking genius.
And that was like that one. He shot it the entire tour, right? Like that was, I think, so, like because he had the other guy playing the piano for him. That was a great
fucking special.
Something different. And it's,
remember I've always told you, what have I been telling you for years? Something has to change. I hate going to shows with street comedians in an hour, and something's got to change. He changed it. He changed what I thought you could change. He changed it. Like he just said, this is what I'm gonna do. I don't like guitar comedy.
Right.
I do not like it. I don't, it's for a certain person. It's for a certain person. Like, they have to want to be in a band. And, like, that shit drives me fucking insane. Okay, when you always think about the people that are hard to follow. Right. And you always think about, oh, I'm going to have a hard time following Eddie Murphy. I'm going to have a hard time following Rogan. I'm going to have a hard time following Bill Burr. No. But once you go up there and you stature, I used to have to follow this fucking guy. And not only that, like I used to, this is a different time. I had a different fucking head. And I would have to follow this guy that didn't have a joke throughout his whole act. Nicest guy in the world. But then he went to back. And this is 2000. This is 98. This motherfucker would put a Tina Turner outfit.
the whole thing.
And sing like a couple Tina Turner songs. Listen. Nobody can follow this dude.
Were they laughing after or they're just going fucking nuts?
A fucking standing ovation. People dying in the halls, holding on to their hearts. And you're like, I work every night in the fucking comedy store, and I can't get them to laugh one time. This motherfucker puts on a wig, goes out there as Tina Turner, and look at these poor white people. They're all over the floor. They're having a heart attack, giving them a standing ovation. I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people. If done correctly, that you're gonna have a follow. Because it's not a joke they're following. They just did like a music parody. I was at the Comedy Store one night, and James Stevens III went up, and they fucking hated him. Everybody hated James Stevens III. Nice guy.
The audience or the other comics?
The comics. They called him James Stevens III. Oh, to his face. James Stevens was a black dude. You guys might remember he played the piano on the Stephanie Miller show at night. There was a show after Kimmel, or I don't know. This is 95, 96. So me and Josh opened from Seattle. Okay. I got to meet him and talk to him. Very nice guy. I got to LA, and he would sing. He would fucking go up there, crack a couple jokes. He was good looking. At the boot, he would sing like fucking the black singer from New Jack City. At the end, before they get shot, he's like, I'm not Mary J. Blige. That's a woman. Whatever his fucking name is. No, Marvin Gaye was dead by then. This guy's up there fucking, I want to be, but those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks go crazy. So fucking, specifically, that's who would go crazy. Is all the chubby white chicks and black chicks. When Steven would sing. One night I saw him at the Improv with a little organ. He fucking flatlined the place. I left that bang in my head on the floor. I gotta go get an organ now. What the fuck? But one night he was at the Comedy Store with like 40 people. And he leveled it. Leveled those 40 people. Had to be 11:30 at night. I'll never forget Eddie Griffin went up after him. And he went right after him. He's like, let's keep it going. The James Stevens III, No. And also he goes, this is what I'm saying to you. There's some people that flies with, and there's some people that don't fly with it. Don't fly with me. But when he said this on stage, I'm like, he goes, I don't know that motherfucker. He didn't say motherfucker. He said a different word. A derogatory word used for black people. He said, use your imagination. He said this, motherfucker. Didn't read the sign out there. This is the goddamn Comedy Store, not the singing store. I'll never fucking forget that.
Was this like the height of like Eddie Griffin being a star?
This was like the height of it, yeah.
So like
before he crashed the car.
I can't even imagine.
Bro, nobody will talk to Eddie now. Why? Because he crashed that car. It was worth like $300,000.
Why do they care?
I don't fucking know, but nobody else gave him work after that. They couldn't put him behind the fucking wheel of a car. I think, what's his name?
I don't know the story of the crash of the car.
The Followers in North Bergen. Lady Gaga. Okay. Put him in that movie with The Star Is Born. Blinking and shit, him and Dave Chappelle. But before that, nobody had seen Eddie Griffin's white chicks or something like that.
Oh my
he
God.
crashed those cars.
What cars did he crash?
I don't know. He was on the set of a movie, maybe Too Fast, Too Furious, and he blew up some cars, a 400,000 Maserati or something.
Oh, that'd be fucking cool to see. But I can't imagine killing on stage at the store and then a star. It'd be like me going up doing well and you going on stage and like not in like a lighthearted way, like bad mouth. They'd be like, that would kill me.
Would you work again? What was the set he was on? What was the movie he was on? Oh, $1.2 million. Yeah.
I gotta be honest, that must be pretty fucking cool.
I get my fucking
$1.2 million. Do you think they charge him for that?
I don't know. I think when you crash a $1.2 million car, they pretty much just look at your tail and go home. What about the movie? They don't even want to look at your face. Like you just crashed a $1.7 million car.
You don't think they insured for what it was? I thought they were gonna make money off of it. No.
This is a guy that sold his own script. He wrote a bunch of scripts that he sold. I know for a fact he sold Daddy's Grandma's Boy or Mama's Boy or whatever. He sold that. That was his script because he was trying to get me in that movie. You know, he was a good guy to me, whatever. I'm not saying nothing bad, right? Just let you know that for some people, that shit don't fly.
Dude, I've messed up at work. Well, 1.2 million, that's hard for people to come back from.
That's very rough.
But I won't name the guy, but that kind of happened to me at the Comedy Store. I got to do it by no means, it was like a produced show, but I was going up, and this guy that I've loved since I was a kid, like one of the first comics I liked, was going up before me, and I had done well at the store previously, and he brought me up because there are some comics, when they go up, all the comics run in to watch them. This is not one of them. Lee Syatt, and I was like a year or two into stand-up, and it was the last time I was at the main room, I got like an applause break. I came in thinking I was like hot shit the next time. He brought me up with that, and then no applause break. I'll never forget that. So I can't imagine having Eddie Griffin go off on him for probably 10 minutes.
It's funny, when I got to the store, there was one guy that wanted drama with me. And every once in a while, he would bring me up and say something, and I would get him outside and go pretty fucking funny. But he was doing it for all the wrong reasons. He had no idea that I would fucking bury him. Number one, he was a fake biker, which Jesus really don't like as it is. As a biker, I had a fake biker when I kidnapped Bella. I had the same thing. He was a fake biker. He had no biker blood in him whatsoever. And this guy had no biker blood in him. He had just rode a motorcycle one time and thought it was cool to be a and all that shit.
Had a leather jacket.
Don't forget that I said something to him. Like the last time he said something, when he brought me up, I said something. No, when I went up, I goofed on him. I said exactly that. Let's keep it going for the fake fucking biker.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Because if you want static, I'm going to have to give it to you. At the store, it's like prison. The first time they smell weakness, they're going to fucking steamroll you.
The other comics.
I would. You know, that's the way life is. They're going to steamroll you. That's the way I looked at it. You can't take no shit from these motherfuckers. Especially up here, no matter who the fuck they are. And the bigger they are, the bigger you go at them, and everybody will remember. It's one of those situations where you're choking them, and you come out of here. What was I doing? Just like that fucking cocaine scene. But when you're choking them, they're like, you don't know who I am. I don't give a fuck. And then they realize you don't give a fuck. And it's good to do that. So I said something on stage like this fucking guy. And when I got off, he was outside, and I just told him, you know, if you want a fucking problem, I'll give it to you. Whatever the fuck you want to do. So I knew he wasn't real.
Right.
And I did something that I thought I'd never do. He came up one day, and he was selling Girl Scout cookies for his daughter. And I had a chance to either rob him, like that's what I was thinking of doing, like stepping on him. Like crushing all the cookies, like that's how fucking crazy I am, okay? Like just knocking the cookies out of his hand.
He had the whole table set up and you were gonna just like Godzilla or King Kong them?
And nobody was gonna say a fucking word to me. That's how, like I just said, I was at the store, Mitchie sure wasn't gonna throw me out, and Mitchie sure liked when I went out, motherfucker. So this would be perfect. He did what? He snapped on your cookies. She would have loved that shit. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take the higher road. I bought 3 boxes for him. Even though it was my cocaine money. Now I'm looking at me. And that's when I knew I fucking had him. I owned him. Right. I could eat him alive after that. And then they stopped getting spots. And I started rising in the ranks. And I had him a Facebook message one day to remind him who the fuck he was messing with.
Oh, I love that.
And after that, he blocked me.
Did he respond to the message?
A little reminder who the fuck he was messing with all those years. Because he ended up with nothing. He ended up in San Diego sweeping it by him. You know what I'm saying? At 50, he wasn't even done. He was done. His career was fucking done. And I was just getting started. So I had to send him a little note to remind him.
What did he say in the note?
I haven't seen you up here in a while. I guess my jokes were a lot better than yours, motherfucker.
Oh my God. How good did that feel to hit send?
Like a new man.
Oh my God.
In fact, I said my arresting officer, Boulder, he hasn't been posting lately. And I saw he posted today about my police car. And I go, hey, what's going on? You gonna talk about the kidnapping? He won't reply to me. Whenever I see it's his birthday, I write him a big birthday note, like, you know, birthdays on Facebook. Jimmy, how you doing? Happy birthday. You're still a handsome motherfucker. John Bonet all the way, fucking.
Dude,
Because he was in charge of John Bonet Ramsey.
But hold on.
What?
You friended the cop who arrested you?
I had to.
What do you mean you had to?
I had to. The other guy won't even respond to me. He hated me more than life itself.
The other cop?
Oh, there was one cop. He even showed up at one of my divorce hearings. He even showed up when I smacked John. He showed up to testify against me. They were all looking at him and shit.
In case that he wasn't involved.
He was involved on the way out. I'm saying horrible things to John and my wife. And he kept saying, "Hello, sir." I'm like, "Fuck you." Last I checked, this is amendment number 1, 2, 3, 4.
So hold and you send the cop who liked you enough to accept the friend request but doesn't want to respond to your messages. What? Why do you torture? Well, you just find these people.
You know what, man? You arrested me, so now I gotta let you know I'm alright. And I'm doing just as good or better than you, bitch. So how you like me now, motherfucker? You didn't make a mistake. You arrested a criminal. But so the shit you said in court, you were wrong. And here I am to prove you wrong. That motherfucker has never said to me, "Hey, man, congratulations. Thank you for doing what you did. Thank you for turning your life around." Nothing. He couldn't say a word. The other guy, listen, I did comedy work sometime, and the junior cop, the guy that worked for Boulder Police, and I told him, I said, "You work with that guy?" And he's like, "Yeah. Maybe you're gonna see him tomorrow." He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Ask him about me." The next day, the kid came in to feature for me. It's like a bunch of comedy acts going funny at the comedy work. Right. I said, "What did he say?" He's like, "You don't want to know." And the kid was standoffish with me the rest of the weekend. The next time I came, I asked him, "I was waiting to call the spot for him." Not this week. He calls every other week. That cop scared him off. But he believed him. Like he was lying. Whatever the cop said to him, they don't. Like if you came to me and said you did something 30 years ago, and I'm watching you now, the life that you live now, I'd eat my words. I'd say something. "Hey man, congratulations. I didn't fucking like what the fuck you were, but I still don't like you. I still don't like you, but I gotta congratulate you on what you did. Right? The odds of you turning this around, well, one thing. The odds of you being in a fucking movie, that's another. The odds of you being in more movies, that was something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that. I'm big enough to say that to somebody. I fucked up with my judgment 20 years ago because I was a fucking idiot. So now, if you come to me when you're 35 and you say to me you went to prison and you came out and I see that you're working, you got a wife, you're not doing blow, I gotta give you a nod.
Because that's what you hope police officers, because in theory they're like a lot of them are there to like protect you and also like to reform you. That should be the goal of prison. But I think a lot of these, who knows, maybe they hold grudges. Like, do you think that's...
So do I. That's why Facebook...
Oh, I love it. That's amazing.
So do I. So do fucking I.
How often do you like send them articles like with your variety things or anything? Nothing? How often?
I don't need to do that. Just that I'm on the other side of that Facebook thing with them. Just that because they predicted I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying there?
Who else do you have on like the fuck you message list?
I have about 200 people.
Hysterical. How do you keep track of all these things?
How you doing lately? What's going on? How you like me now? Those are the best ideas. How you like me now?
And then do you go back and forth with them, or if they respond, you don't even talk to them?
If I tell you something that's even creepier, all the shit they talk, right? They don't respond.
That's fucked up. Out of 200, how many do you think respond?
3.
Damn.
I remember when I first started like going on road and I had kids from North Bergen hit me with hate. And I would fucking tell them, "Fuck you." And there was like a Spanish kid that went after me on Twitter, like my father said, "You robbed the sneakers and all this. You're still a piece of shit." And I go, "Your father still works for NWA." And I'm in fucking LA getting my dick sucked at my bullpoint. And he goes, how do you know my father worked for the WA? Because you're a fucking idiot for even being on here. And the trap don't fall far from the fucking tree. For you to even relay that message on a Twitter that your dad said that, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. You haven't done that in a while. You used to like go back and forth with people on Twitter sometimes.
I had to.
Old school Twitter was fun.
Old school Twitter was fun, but then you have to think about it. Like, why the fuck? Like, listen, man, you wake up in the morning, you get a cup of coffee, you think about your day, kiss your family, pet the cat, you fucking feed them, whatever the fuck. You open up your computer and there's some guy like going after you at 7:30 in the morning. A lot of people don't know how to handle it. And the first thing you do where we're from, we're like, hey, motherfucker, you got a fucking problem? And then all of them were the same. They all fold. Right. It's just people trying to get a rise on you. And some guy on Twitter, hey man, you gotta start feeding Lee. Have I seen Lee eat lately, motherfucker? Obviously, you don't like it. You gotta start feeding Lee. Like, I think I've eaten enough. That's why I don't understand. That's why I was telling you. Can't look at it. It's a retardation that is so bad because it makes you think. When you do that, you'll get 8 great comments and then one that is so incorrect. That you have to, you have to ask what made that person say that. Right, but like, what's going on in his life that he's such a fucking loser? Because at the end of the day, he knows he's a loser. This is why he's saying these things. I'm 62 years old. I have never fucking gone on something and said, I really don't like what you're doing. I think you're against the policy or whatever.
That would be nice though. No. But compared to all the angry messages, I don't like you. You're against my policy. That would be something people tell me to blow my brains out.
Oh yeah. Don't say shit like that. Oh my God. The vacation thing about the vacation. I had people so angry about that. People took it to the heart. The Epstein stuff I talk about, oh my God. That's how I know we're doing a good job on the podcast. Right. When you get that upset over a fat 62-year-old talking about your vacation and who earns a vacation, you're not thinking about what I'm saying. And if you read the comments and if you saw the way they attacked me for it, you can see that they weren't even standing what I was saying. You never worked a day in your life. You're flying the one on the road with Rogan. Okay. I never worked a day in my life. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand.
Right. But I think the difference with you is like most people I think ignore it. Some people like go back and forth in like a stupid battle. You were fun because you would just like obliterate them with like 6 words. And they would they'd go crazy and like stop responding.
I leave, come back 8 hours later, and the guy's still figuring out. And I would go, oh my God, poor bastard. That's when you know he had nothing to do all day. Right. Uncle Joey here, as you guys know already. Football is back, and so is a shot at you guys to win big with DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. That's right. You can score real money real fast. And here's how to play. Ready? You pick more or less on 2 or more players' stats. Whether you like, then watch the game to see if you're right. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. You catch me? So do yourself a favor. And here's the kickoff bonus. Now, new people at DraftKings, new customers, I'm going to get you $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first big set. You ready? This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code Joey, Joey. Again, that's code Joey, Joey. Just play $5 and get 50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6, DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
He's sitting there, he's watching CNN or whatever the fuck they watch all day long, and they watch that. The fucking Democrats are running the rubber, and they just go off from that. Speaking of there's a podcast with comedians. We discuss what happens in the world. That's what a comedian does. I don't like to get involved in this type of, because then people label me a fucking political, whatever. I'm not political, I'm a felon. So before I even go into this thing with you people, just remember one thing. This is coming from a felon stamp. Boy, last week something happened in this country that was not good. Now, if you want me to sit here and tell you I knew who Charlie Kirk was, I'll tell you, I had no idea who this man was. I had no idea who this man was. Did I ever see him before? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. That's my downfall as a human being living in this country. That I tell you people, I black myself out from that, and I do, and I feel very bad for his family, his wife, he left kids behind. I don't know what he stood on in this country. I don't know what platform. He just keep learning little things. He's on a plane with J.D. Vance. So obviously he's a Republican, he's a young kid, whatever. What I do know is, I saw a chick from my neighborhood that's crazy. She drinks and she sings karaoke by herself.
Oh, I can't wait to see how you connect.
And she's got like a little 11-year-old boy. I opened up my Instagram and she was on there crying, like tearing, crying. And I remember when it went down, my wife said something to me. I didn't know what I was talking about. And then he tried to put the TV on. This and the guy's bleeding from his neck kind of in fucking Utah and all this stuff. Again, listen, my heart goes out to his family, his kids. Obviously, the guy was a great guy because fucking people were upset, Jack. I've seen people die in this country that last 1 or 2 days till there's a balloon or Cracker Barrel changes his name again, then it goes away. It's fucking Monday. I wanted to pay the bill before for something that's still on TV, and there's still people crying. So this guy was doing something good. God bless him. But I gotta tell you something. I'm not talking about this political or whether he was right or wrong. Something. When my wife told me I was downstairs writing or something, and I go, the first words out of my mouth, honestly, guys, was the world's changing. And it's changing at a rapid fucking, it's just changing, guys. You know, fucking, I mean, I know they're in Memphis now, right? The National Guard is out there too, man. Why they weren't there the last 10 fucking years? I don't know, you know, because that's what you got doing these towns now. Chicago, you know. I mean, you have how many murders every weekend? North Bergen, New Jersey. I grew up here, fucking 2 murders last weekend, 1 murder, 2 shots in Little New Jersey. That's never been a great neighborhood, but nobody's ever been shot in it, okay? That's the project that never been people choke you with heroin. You know, they work at MUA, whatever. But they fucking, nobody gets shot. Crimes are changing in this country. You know, and you have to make a note of this. You have to make a note of this shit before you want to go do things from now on. Like, it was an issue years ago, but we can't stop living our lives. I'm not going to get on a plane because a terrorist is going to get on that. I'm not going to not go, right, well, I'm not going to go to a fucking Giant or Jet game anyway. I'm not going to go to a Jet game. I'll never go to a Jet game. I'm not going to go to one of those games because I'm going to get shot, right? You know, like right now, you have to think of anybody who has a platform. Anybody's got a platform. You could be at the fucking, it could be the New York Comedy Festival, you're at Washington Square Park, doing the Comedy Festival, and you get shot in the head. And you get shot in the head. I mean, You know, I know that, again, this isn't a political podcast. What I'm trying to talk about is some guy got shot, man, for no fucking reason.
I think what's happening, because I was in like I think it was in 5th grade when Columbine happened. And it like slowly started to happen. But now the sad thing is these things are happening once a month at a minimum. Like I gotta be honest with you, I was watching the news on this and they were talking about when Trump got those 2 attempts. And to be very honest with you, I forgot about the second attempt. I remember the year, but there was a whole. These happen so fucking often that you forget
about Trump getting shot.
No, but I'm just saying these things happen all the goddamn time.
This is not a fucking Tier Trump type of guy.
No.
This is a lower end type of guy.
I don't know. This guy, he was on that level apparently. He was like the next, like a star. Like that's why
So I want to mention Trump. I would have mentioned Trump. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to keep Trump out of this conversation.
Okay.
The fucking guy died. Got shot in the afternoon in Utah, of all places. I can see if it was northern New Jersey. I can see if it was Buffalo, New York. I can see if it was fucking LA. The guy with the flag shot him and shit. But fucking Utah, you know? And it's a different world, ladies and gentlemen. And
on a college campus.
You know, I don't know any details of the shooting. You know, again, I don't know much about what's going on. I know they captured somebody. They report somebody. He's not.
His dad turned him in.
Yeah, he's not cooperating with authorities. You know, people are getting. I'm gonna have to talk to my wife. Seriously, I'm getting mercy off the computer, guys. Oh, wait, time. Limits. There's got to be limits. There's got to be limits because they said that he got, what's that word? Remember we used to go to the 7-Eleven and the crazy
on
Chandler with the music? Yeah. Where you get rationalized when you went and shopped there.
Radicalized.
Yeah. All you had to do was go in there. You could be the nicest white guy. Go into the 7-Eleven on Chandler. There was so many ISIS in there, and the music they played, the flute, everything. You come out of there like, fuck America. I'm coming. Then one day, remember they shot all this one.
They got stabbed. 2 people got stabbed and murdered.
I knew that fucking.
It was Al Kane and Chandler, and he's talking about the music. And he's not like, it's not like he had a little speaker or his phone going. It was on the speakers, and it was like a party.
He was like telling you, go fuck yourself with jihad. We're gonna blow this fucking neighborhood up any fucking thing. And it was next to a laundromat that was open 24 hours.
Yeah.
That was just as fucking scary. And it was maybe 3 blocks from the house, maybe.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I mean, just like that. Fucking 5 years.
Like one major street. It was Little Canyon and then Colfax. It's like a long alley, but it's not like a New York block.
Lower Canyon. Hey, Chandler, where would I get off?
On the 101?
Lower Canyon. Jesus Christ. I gotta start eating beets. I don't know if he's eating beets in a gel form to get that memory back.
Oh, it helps with that. Yeah, too. So.
Anyway, okay, now I know. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I gotta go past your house.
Yeah, it was
past Colfax, and then after Colfax, past the hot dog place, past Popeyes, past the yoga place, go past that light.
Right. Chandler was the one that had like with the bus going down the middle. All the Jews lived on Chandler.
I remember going to that place.
Yeah.
And I would get like snacks or something.
Yeah.
And there used to be like a Japanese hand job place.
That was a different 7-Eleven, but yeah. This one, you were exactly right. It was that and a 24-hour laundromat. And you for years were like, don't go to that 7-Eleven. ISIS 7-Eleven. And then right before we left, a homeless dude was like robbing a 7-Eleven, and he stabbed 2 people. Like it was 7-Elevens in LA, like kind of like a lawless, like a homeless people were there.
Well, then there was the one we used to torture the guy. The one where the lady was sitting at the door in her eye. That's where I met the black hooker that night.
Oh yeah.
Remember the hot chick in the Jeep that started talking to me? You're like, you know? I'm like, no.
What was that, like Tahunga and something?
No.
Right across from the diner.
That was the one from the diner. Yeah.
I don't remember the street name.
Off the block from YB, the one on the Masons.
Oh yeah. That was a great block.
Next to the YMCA.
By the park, yeah.
By the park there.
But dude, the light that poor lady's eyes. She was just sitting in that wheelchair. Like, I don't know.
It was a fake. The wheelchair was
How
just
did she get there?
She was like the chick. She was like Eddie Murphy at 48 Hours. The wheelchair, not 48 Hours, trading places.
Right.
The wheelchair was walking around. I would see her walk around. And then she would sit there in a wheelchair. She would push the wheelchair herself.
Right.
And then sit there like trick you and ask for corners. And one night I pulled up and I put the light in her eyes to let her know. I knew what she was up to. And when we got out of the car, she said, go fuck yourself and all. But we even gave her money.
We tried to. I don't think she didn't want to take it. I can't. Was that the night that you had me steal the milk carts? I was fucking I was high as fucking paranoid.
Did we steal them from that
Yeah,
somebody?
one of them. For the records.
I really want to go back to LA for a week. 1 week.
Okay.
And if I tell you what I want to go back to do, you would not believe it. Because if you know me for real, right, you know what I want to go back and do.
We'll burn some places down.
No.
Did you want me to guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you knew my torturous side,
Oh boy.
what would I obviously get on a plane to go do?
The first one at some point is you would drive in your old neighborhood and run over the guy's cones.
That's the first thing.
Okay.
It's nothing. I would just get on a plane to do that to that guy. 5 nights and 4 nights in a row, and then Friday we knocked on his bell. And you ask him, has somebody been running over your cones? And we put it on tape just to see him go, yeah, well, he disappeared for 5 years. Nobody touched my cones.
We're gonna be kidding. They have cameras now.
Who gives a fuck? We're renting a car. We're renting Ubers. We're doing
They link that to people. We can't have an Uber driver run over someone's cone.
Listen, you get one of those Uber drivers, $50. You get one of those Mexican Uber drivers, they'll ride over your mother. They don't give a fuck. They'll drive over your mother. Fuck, they don't give a fuck. Those Arabs got no licenses. They got nothing. They're like Cubans. They got fake birth certificate. Those Arabs come over, dog. They don't give a fuck. That license. They don't even know who the fuck they are. Try to find them. Go back to Arabia and try to find them. You think it's hard to find a Mexican guy? One thing got the frolic on their head. What do they call that?
So they're gonna have to leave America for $50?
What do they call that? The Muslim wear?
I have no idea.
That should be a new line, Muslim wear. You know what I'm saying? Like terrorist wear, like clothing with shit's on fire. You know what I'm saying? If you're thinking of blowing up, that's just
Oh my god.
Everybody wants to blow up.
Do you imagine having their store at the mall?
What happens?
Like they would have a store at the mall.
Oh my god,
The terrorist line.
That'd be tremendous, wouldn't it? Lee and Joey's bubble.
Why do we have to own it?
We'll let Nick own it, and then we sit and get no money like assholes. That's what the fucking white people said. Why would it be Indians? Why would we? Because we're trying to make a dollar here. Why would we want to vote? You don't want to make no money. It'd be a little controversial. That's how you make money, by boom, ba boom. You don't remember, before you were born, there were these shirts. And if you put the shirt on, they would change colors according to your body heat and mood. Okay? It's called body cam. We bring that back. And we call it body camouflage. Knowing before you get blown up. Like that minute, before you die, you get that last shot of fucking whatever, and EMT, and the third eye goes to work. The same thing to show let you know that you're about to die. There's a missile. Like, if you wear this,
the missile's coming when it starts to change colors.
That's a fucking good idea. I'm gonna shut up. I've been looking for an investment. This one is it. Hamas wear, like something like that.
That would actually do very well right now.
Oh my god, Hamas wear.
Yeah, those are scarves. You sell a million scarves.
And 10% goes to the poor Hamas kids that they need.
But you don't send it to them.
No, we're gonna send it to them. Here, okay. 20%. Those kids are starving. Those kids haven't seen. Those guys saw a kid that was 18. He's 5'1", not even. He's 1'5". That's what I meant to say. He's fucking like a foot and a half. They ain't even growing. They got no nutrients. It's like Cuba. These kids can't grow. Right. They can't grow. We're cutting out a whole civilization of these poor kids. I mean, we're goofing around. It's a joke, but it's not really a joke. No, it's not. Listen, Jews got to do what they got to do. I'm not mad at Israel or anybody else. War is war. And, they're going to hate us for this podcast. It's all right, but, you can be mad at everybody. I'm mad at Israel. It's like, and I went there, and, like, people are sending rockets, or, like, there's a lot of reasons why Israel has to do certain things. And, like, you can't justify the things that are coming out of there. You can justify it to a point. And you know what? I'm not saying Hamas is obviously fucking 1,000%. They put hospitals around people. Nobody's right and nobody's wrong. Let's leave it at that. Right. But I've never wanted to see kids starve. No. You want to starve me? I got like 80 days. You can starve the fuck out of me. I got Chinese ribs. I got fucking Stugats. I got fat all over, man. But those kids, it's a hunger issue. It's a kid issue. Oh, I don't care how you feel about different political things. You don't want to see a kid starve. I wouldn't want to see my enemy starve. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a grenade up his ass, but not a kid. Follow me? I have a lot of enemies. I love to put a grenade up their ass.
Man on fire style?
Yeah, but they have to be over 30 years old. I'm not in it.
What 30 is the minimum to blow someone up?
It's just, like I said, guys, the beginning of this, all this stuff, the starvation, we're living in a different fucking world, man. And it's not bad. The old world's not going to come back. It's not going to get any better. I'm not here with negative shit. This is just the obvious. They just killed a kid on a college fucking campus. This could be us. This could be you. I mean, nobody was shooting. They don't give a fuck. But this kid was actually doing something good. Kids loved him. He was doing something for kids. I watched an interview with an 18-year-old kid. The kid was goofy or whatever. What would I rather him doing? Doing that or selling drugs or doing the stupid shit I was doing? I'd rather him be doing that to kids.
And I'm not speaking poorly about anybody, but just the other side of it, there are people who are on a certain political side who don't think he was doing good, but no matter what you think, like, about what he was doing as a person, to get it, like, shot in front of, like, that, that's wrong no matter what.
Well, I did hear, I said, guys, after the pandemic, I stopped trying to watch the news. The pandemic threw me into a fucking state that I had fear. I had fear of something I didn't see. That's not who I am, So I know I just didn't want to watch it. I don't really catch up on that stuff. I'm not going to turn the TV on to watch something political. I don't want to get aggravated. But I have heard that people were cheering. People from TMZ.
Oh, yeah.
Were cheering. A couple people, journalists lost their jobs. Like I said again, listen, we were talking about Danny Merlin, the guy that owned the comedy RIP. We made a joke. Listen, you can make a joke, but to cheer outside when you're a journalist or something of that nature and cheer that somebody died, again, we're talking about the world changing. And I want you to be aware of that. That's all. I just want you not to go, wow, how could that happen? Things happen. Things, when we were kids, there was a shooting in Manhattan once a week. It's 2 in the morning. What do you think happens in Manhattan at 2 in the morning? You're giving out flowers. What do you think happens in Manhattan? People are drinking. There's drugs involved. There's guns. But now it's every other day. There's a shooting somewhere. A kid, this, that. Look at this comedian guy. That's nobody really talking about. That he had, I know that kid. I know John Reed. I personally know John Reed. I know he's a kid. Sunday nights at the store. I know him. This got to be 20 years since I knew. did Sunday nights at the store. I know that kid a long time. If I'm going on the plane with you guys, all of a sudden I look down, there's a picture of him on TMZ, got arrested with 11 counts of child molestation. Listen, I know that kid, man. He never gave me, I'm not gonna lie to you, he never gave me the feel of something like that.
I just want to clarify, it wasn't child molestation, it was like something online. Nothing physical.
Child porn, whatever. I know John. And you know what? I don't agree with what he did. I don't like what he did, but I gotta say a prayer for the guy. You know, I gotta go, well, John, listen, man, the devil is working overtime. Just know that. Ever since fucking they shot Kobe, the devil has been working overtime. You don't believe me? Look at the results. Look at what's going on in the world right now. The devil's working overtime. And there's just so many. Look at the cities you go into that you walk in the street and all of a sudden a van pulls up out of nowhere and you hear andale. And people with masks are grabbing 3 people. Whether they're, you know, in the old days, I would grab you and Mirandize you and, you know, read you the riot act and give you a minute to whip out your license and go, this is who I am, blah, blah, blah. We're not even doing that in this country anymore now. Again, people voted for that. This is what you wanted. I don't want this to be a political podcast, but think about it. This is not what I paid for. All right, I thought you were going to stop people at the border. I didn't think, well, I'm eating at Rudy's. You're going to come into Rudy's and take my favorite clam guy. You know what I'm saying? Wait, where's he going? Oh, and he's getting taken. He's going home. Where's he going? And that's what's going on right now. People eating at restaurants. You know, you get used to Donatello's, and all of a sudden you're there, and fucking Pepe's getting whipped out of the kitchen while he's whipping up your eggplant rollatini. You couldn't give him 20 fucking minutes? You know what I'm saying?
Finish the dinner. And you know what's more wild is they're sending people to like I don't remember the names of it, but like in Africa, like they're sending people away. And can you imagine, like, if like you made it to America from another country, and then like suddenly you're on a different continent, and like you I don't know, like you can't walk home like this.
So wait a second, I'm from Colombia. I ended up in New Jersey. I got arrested in Connecticut, and now I'm in fucking.
I think so. Can you look it up, Nick? I think
they didn't even do black people that bad. Like the slaves, they at least took them from one destination to the other. These motherfuckers are getting treated like Chinese people in the Chinese.
Oh yeah, this podcast is definitely getting taken down. This is amazing.
Anyway, I just want to, I really wanted to bring the Charlie Kirk thing up. Even though I'm not political or politically inclined, he is a human being.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's what I was talking about then.
I sometimes enjoy the regular switch here in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings.
Oh, get ready to cut grass and water. He be chasing lizards. There's a dead animal on the street. Did you guys see that tonight? No, what the fuck is that before? Just chubby, laying in the middle of the street. I had to drive over him 2 times. There was no parking. I mean, I didn't run him over with the tire. I had to run over him real slow. Like, I didn't want to hit him. I thought he was just resting. He was like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. He was resting. I'm resting. I'm in the bushes at Seacoast. Where you at this week, Lane?
This week, I have a few shows. This week on the 17th and the 19th, I'm going to be at Shiva's, which is at the Three Monkeys Bar. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be at St. Mark's at 10:30. And don't forget, New Jersey, September 26th, the Dojo will be headlining.
I added some shows. I got the 24th at Levity. There's a wait list, so there's no fucking wait list in my world. I had October 8th, GU Animals, so I'll see you in Levity. October 8th, and that's all I got right now. You guys know the schedule. You got November 8th. Where are we?
Virginia?
MGM in DC. Then on the night before Thanksgiving, we are at Philadelphia, Park Casino. And then December 6th, 5th, we're at Virginia Caesars in Virginia. So get your tickets on sale right now. I got Staten Island coming. I got Tampa coming. I got a couple things coming, but for right now, just focus on October 8th. That's all you need to know. Let it live, all right? And September 26th, my little penguin buddy over here, Lee Sayat. We love you, and that's it. Thank you for supporting the Monday Night Football. We've been doing it. It's fantastic. Hopefully you'll see the one that we did last night. I love you guys. Stay black and have a great week.
It's on YouTube and X.
Yeah, right. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you got to do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that? What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with my Jewish Cato Lee Sayat for another fun-filled episode of the Church. What is it?
New Testament.
New Testament. Tuesday, the 16th of the month. It's moving fast, people. So get on the boat. It's moving fast. We're down to 14 more Mondays till Christmas. And you're sitting there worried about,
please tell me that's right.
That is right.
How do you know that?
Because it's a stupid tidbit that Yahoo put up about a month ago. So just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks, I'm down to 14 Mondays. It's stupid. I would never say that. But when I read it, it simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together before the end of the year. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray, you thank God for giving you another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those.
Do you still do the glass of water every Monday?
That's how long I do not do that. No, I really just live for the spirits. I do nothing.
How long have you done the glass of water?
Since I'm 3 years old.
Every Monday.
My father. But I have a couple glasses. I have glasses for his grandmother, glasses for Vinny. I have glasses where you put a glass for everybody who died. I'm running out of fucking glasses. I'm running out of fucking glasses, what I'm saying to you. Oh, I'm supposed to listen. Listen, you have no idea what the Cubans do. So on Mondays, Cubans are supposed to, no music. My family, I don't know what your family does. But for the spirits, there's no music early on in the daytime. Okay. You have to give them water. You have to clean the spirit altar, ancestor. That's what it's called. Like I have his mother's bottles on there. Anything somebody gave me. You know, somebody gave me a gun. I can't put that up there. Somebody gave me a statue of like a thing. I have this statue there. And then you just put a little thing. Then I put a picture of his grandmother and grandfather that I got from you. And And you just put them there. And I don't have a candle for them. I light the house on fire. You're supposed to, but then you're supposed to feed them. Like actual food. Whatever you cook, you have to put a little dish out for them. I know. That's nice. I know. Do you have a cat? Or a dog? No fucking mice. Why you get really stoned and you want to... Hey, you've never eaten that food, have you? You have spirits that don't get along. Shut up. You gotta feed them in different rooms. Was it people who didn't get along in like the while they were alive? When you do the Santeria stuff, right? And you cut up the animals. There's saints that don't get along. So you gotta put them in different rooms and do when you cut the goat or the fucking chicken or whatever, you have to put them in different rooms. There's one saint that likes to eat in the bathroom. So you gotta feed them in the bathroom, so you gotta go piss around them. Is that your favorite saint? I don't remember anymore. We just put a candle on. He likes to eat. And I remember being like a kid and burning my foot on the candle. Oh, now I go pee and walk around the fucking candle and the Cuban stew and you got fried bananas in there. As a kid, you know how many times you're like, man, I'm gonna eat one of those bananas. But your mother scares the hell out of you. She's like, don't eat those because the spirit will punish you. They'll put cake out for the motherfucker, like if it's his favorite cake, and you're sitting there fucking, I can't eat it because you're on a diet. I'm on a diet, whatever. It's just, so that's what you're really supposed to do. When you really get down to it, that's fucking cool. Mondays before you have an ancestor table. And you just put, like, I put the two kids I grew up with in North Bergen that died as they were part of your life. Fuck yeah. And people see the movie Coco. Oh, of course. It's one of the greatest movies of all time. Oh, yeah. But I got pissed because my ex didn't like that movie. She was Mexican. You don't like that movie? It's a great kid's movie. Like, I had business when they paid me to go see it. I know. So I didn't give a fuck. I went in there like Jim Jane. But I was like, this is a fucking tremendous movie. Because all it says is whenever you put a picture up of somebody that's dead, you pull them out of that, you keep them alive right in heaven. And then this part of the movie, he has to pull his grandfather back from heaven. Well, so I don't remember how he got there, but it was like his grandfather was being forgotten. Hold on one second. I know people at home are going, Joey. That's it. We've had it with you. Coco. How old are you? You're an old man. You watch Coco. I got a daughter. And sometimes those kid movies, dog, let me tell you something. All those Pixar movies, my dad went to somebody's house to eat dinner. And the little girl was watching one of the guy with the skinny with the big head. I feel like that's all of them. Was it Shrek? No, the other one. And I sat there and I was giggling. Oh, yeah, I have a good time. Even edibles. And then I realized when you're a kid, you want your people to watch TV with you. Like, Mama, come here, watch this. She's like, I'm busy cooking, So I didn't know. I just went over there and sat with her and her sister, right? And my wife was in there. But she got so excited because I sat in there. Like, me and my wife sat there. And she was looking at me going, watch this part. The whole time. The Minions. Oh, shit. Okay. The Minions. Those are funny. Those are good ones. And they play, they're geniuses because they play music for us. They put music that we grew up with. So at least you're not sitting there like a fucking idiot in the movie theater, like, ain't nothing for me. They put like Justin Timberlake. You get a little wiggle, see if they go, you know what I'm saying? It's great. I love getting high. And you were so, because you got to bring Mercy to like the premiere of that. And she was really young. Coco. Right. So that was the deal. For the people who don't know, let me tell you what happened. I got a call like Monday at 3. Like, hey man, are you busy tonight? I always say, no, yeah. I don't know what they're going to hit me with. So I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, man. Disney's willing to give you like $1,500 to go see Coco because the tennis player dropped out. Coco dropped out, and there was another Coco. Like, you pay them in the car. Oh, shit. I was like, okay. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to Disney World anyway. I might as well work on when I'm down there. For some Disney shit. So yeah, they set the car and everything. Mercy was all excited and shit. We went down there, and the movie was sensational. And the guy gave me some loot. And then the guy came over and made a list. I gotta get to Disneyland. I want that package. Where you get the tour. I'm not waiting online. You gotta go to the fucking under the cape. That's the only way to do that. I don't even want to go under the cape. That's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right. That's it. The guy goes, done. So,
isn't that the time that you tried to eat edibles and they almost threw you out, though? Yeah. They follow you to the hotel.
They follow you to the
He doesn't fuck around.
Now the girl just, listen, man, there's people that think their job is a little too serious. Oh, yeah. They were giving them maybe $8 an hour. It'd be like a part-time security. No weapon, no flashlight, no whistle. And so she watched me. I don't know why. She just was like, what's that in your hand? A key? And then she's like, well, I got an edible. She goes, we have to put that back in your room. Like, all right. I just went, my room was right there. I went around, ate half it, threw in the garbage. I went back. She goes, you didn't walk to your room. I said, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I'm not going to let you in. I go, hold on, I have like 8 people. I go, get your boss. I go, listen, just give my money back. We don't need this aggravation. That's somebody came from Disney. No, it's all right. I'm happy. To this day, I love that woman because she saved my life. Why? Because why would I eat a whole edible? I wouldn't be here right now. That was one of the scariest fucking days of my life.
I can't even. Honestly, like, Disney's fun on edibles, but if it was hot and you're walking around for like 12 hours,
it wasn't hot. And you know me, I ain't walking nowhere for 12 hours. It was the rides.
Really?
Yeah, I got on a ride on the car. And also the ride took you around, but you had to go over a lake. I didn't know that. I'm in that motherfucker like, yeah. I'm like, I'm over a fucking lake.
You got scared?
Petrified. I thought I was on a field. I just kept going around. I got off. I'm done with rides. Then I went into that fucking happy ride. It's a great world after all. You ever go on that?
It's a small world, yeah.
You ever go on that? You sit there and it takes you around the world. But they throw sand in your face when you get to India and shit. Fucking, I'll never forget sitting there going, thank God I ate a whole edible. Because you go to India, you go to all these countries sitting there. Right. And your feet are only this far off the thing. But you feel like you're really up in the sky with an edible.
You don't like that? That's so. Have you ever freaked out on an edible in public? Like, I know we've been on planes, but like, have you had like a legit freak out?
No. I had a freak out on coke at a party here in Jersey one time. I tried to yell at everybody, what the fuck are you motherfuckers looking at? I'm bleeding from my nose, What are you looking at? You're bleeding. You're disgusting. You're a fucking junkie. What are you doing? It was a Christmas party. It was somebody's Christmas party from my birthday.
Wait, what does it feel like when you're fucked up on coke? You're just like, too much energy? You're like a week of doing coke? Okay.
It was like 3 nights, then they took a night off, then 3 more nights, then the holidays came. And you would go from the 21st to the 2nd. Jesus. It was like one of those parties on the 28th. And I went off at this party. I'll tell you, it was enough Bring guy that was going to beat me up.
Okay.
Because I was just calling everybody a fuck and all this shit. And I'm bleeding from my nose, and I'm walking around with a bottle. I'm like Scarface. I'm like Scarface in the restaurant. That's what I'm like. A week later, I was like, I gotta give this shit a break.
Really?
Yeah, it causes like a schizophrenia.
Well, if you're not sleeping, you're not sleeping.
Fuck. You're not sleeping, so you're just snorting and you're eating minimal stuff. You got no money to eat, but you got a lot of money to do coke. I never understood that. I didn't have a hotel, but I'm snorting coke till 8 in the morning. I never understood that, but that's when it was like a schizophrenia. I caught myself, like after yelling at people for 3 minutes, I'm like, holy shit, I'm standing there, bleeding from my nose, blood all over my shirt, with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my hand, yelling at a party full of 30 people. And that's it. I think I was out of my burger a week later.
I was gonna say, it's hard to get like.
I was so fucking embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed, man.
Well, how long did it take to, did you have to like be sober to be embarrassed? Or did you have to come down from it, or like immediately?
I didn't give a fuck that night. I was still yelling in the car and shit. My uncle drove me home with Vivian. I'll never forget that. And we didn't say a word in the car. I think your uncle even had it with me at that point. It was like a 3-month stretch. We're going crazy.
I can't. I have nothing to like compare it to, like, because you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? Just sort of happens.
You just, it was the holidays, and I was young. I didn't really know. Nobody really knew. And it was like a week long, 10 days. Just pounding it, you know. Now with the Christmas shit, I have no family, so now it's the 28th. God knows. God knows, but hold on, let's start this thing properly. Okay, we'll be right back after Blue Chew. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer-lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint bread, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners, as always. You're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just can you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know? Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that? Kick this motherfucker to the league. We're back. All right. How was your week?
I had a really good week, actually. I've had a couple of really good weeks. I did a couple midnight shows last week, which are really fucking
dark.
Well, I did one at a club and one at a bar. And at the bar, because you didn't get mad at me like earlier this week, but I did a late show. And I did okay, but I was trying to do too much material. So then I went into this midnight show, and it didn't even start till 12:30. People basically were just stumbling in hammered. And I think I had an 8-minute set, and for 6 I had them. And the last 2, because you just were you didn't get mad at me, but don't do material for midnight shows. I just went off the cuff a little bit, but that was really fun. And then actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. And I'm fucking... Where at? The stadium, the basketball place in Albany. Because last night he was in New York, but I couldn't go on Monday night. So he's in Albany. And it's I don't know, man. With all these people, just getting older, and Adam's not old, but I've been in love with him since I was in middle school. Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore, for me when I was growing up in the 90s, Happy Gilmore, I still remember it was Jonathan Nicholas' house, and I think he had the VHS, I forget where we watched it, but it blew my mind. I didn't even really know him, the Hanukkah song came later, I was I want to see, and then he came back a couple years, that Netflix special where he had that Chris Farley song at the end, which was fucking amazing.
That Netflix special, I thought was phenomenal. Listen, I didn't know how to feel about Adam Sandler.
Before you met Brad.
I'll never forget, I had to watch one of those movies, this ain't gonna work for me.
I can see that.
Here's the funny thing. The guy directing Take a Banana for a Ride.
Jeff Jeff Ross?
Jeff Ross has a great one-man show, and that I want to go see.
Yeah, me too.
The guy that's directing, his name is Steve Kessler.
Okay.
Steve Kessler's nephew to my main man, Mike Kessler.
Oh, I thought the name sounded
When I was
familiar.
getting into comedy, he'd always tell me about a nephew, NYU. And I didn't hear about his nephew no more. Like, what happened to his nephew? And I'll tell you what happened. His first directing job was Happy Gilmore. After 3 weeks, he went into the studio and said, I can't do this no more. I don't think the kid is funny. And they fired him. Yeah, I think I can see that. It worked for years. How can you get? Because he told the truth. Listen,
I was going to say props to him for being honest.
First watch Adam Sandler, I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. I watched the one with the kid.
Billy Madison.
I watched the kid.
Like that, I think he was probably for people my age. Like those movies, and now his movies are like getting older. But that movie, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, there was another one, Big Daddy. Those three, dude, they still like those are the movies I want. Like if they're on, I have to turn them on. They just, he's just silly. Like that. It was just like the height of like just being silly. And I honestly don't even know much of his stand-up, or I have no idea what he's going to be doing on tour. But it just, I don't know. That to me is I don't know what it's even compare it to for you. Like
I didn't know who the fuck he was.
Right.
And then I wouldn't even watch that shit. I wouldn't even watch that shit. I'm not a big Saturday Night Live guy.
Right.
So Chris Roy and all that, whatever it was, and that was it. So,
Miss Aquarius.
I just got home and he was directing the longest shot in the ring. He was shot.
Hello, madam. How are you? Living like a pimp every day. All right, girl. Are you ready? You're 100% ready? Excellent. How was your day? Lovely. Thank you. All right, girl. Did you see Cardi B is pregnant? There you go. I've got to get this one. What'd you say, girl? Stephen Curry? Isn't he married? Stephen Curry. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. He has a podcast. NBA player. Oh, this is going to be big. There you go. That's a big score. Get these three. And you like it was, but then it did. All right, I've got 4 in a row here that I'm going to get. Oh, are you serious? Are you stinking serious? Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike. Ooh. All right. We got a split. Give it to me. Give it to me. It all comes down to this. Strike, girl. You take the lead.
where we have an inability, a collective inability to spark the humanity.
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
These issues kind of cross
I,
to just a chance, not just
I'll take it.
talk radio.
A win's a win. And I win.
Because I think we could be much more philosophical.
All right. I'll take it. Your turn.
Nice looking lady
Yes, ma'am.
who's on the machine, and you go, here's something meaty.
I was like, wait, I will say this though. In the gym, you asked about etiquette and some kind of referring to what Mark just said. Before you ask her, does she need a spot? First, check and see if there's any guys hanging around because her band might be over there somewhere. Ready to spot.
Give it to me.
Notification. Although Tawala almost did punch me in my face. What? Tawala, where are you at? Tell him what happened because
Was this tonight?
this was tonight.
He almost punched you in the face. I thought he was against violence against women. Now, would you do haul off and say hello to him or something?
I sure did. You know, imagine that.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. All right, I'm going to get these 4 and then that pesky one in the corner. Got it. Oh, boo. Boo.
Went out there, I'm just Claudia's outside the door. I walk out that door to go to the lobby, and I turn where she's standing right there, didn't expect her. And so my first instinct is to get hands up and be ready.
Hands were up, like he was
Ready to yell about her. I'm going to side with Toilet because it's a very tense time. Out in the world, and we talk about this on the air, where you're on our P's and Q's when we go downstairs because you don't know who's there waiting.
I will say Kayla let me in. She takes Pilates with me. She saw me in the lobby. She let me in. So
Kayla's working with you now?
Oh, what a strike. Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. This is one of the most difficult spares of all time.
right. So you can always find me on social media. I'm at ClaudiaCooper.com, which links to
All right, you've got a really great opportunity here.
I'm glad that you fucking told everyone about these other jobs, and it wasn't my place to let people know all the other stuff you're doing.
Yeah, I gotta keep it quiet. I gotta keep it on the hush.
All right. It's the lead.
I sure do. Yeah. We'll talk about how to keep it all balanced next.
Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. I'll take it. You win, I win, Miss. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job. Thank you, ma'am. Sweet dreams. God.
Sanctuary and Wildlife Reserve. Groups offering $24,000 reward raised from donations for information leading to the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in at least 6 bow attacks on burros for the past several months. News brought to you by Benjamin Moore. LA City Council has voted unanimously to explore withdrawing homeless funds from the LA Homeless Services Authority.
The plan would withdraw all legally allowable homeless funding from LAHSA and instead contract with the new county department. Council members have said systemic change is needed to improve the delivery of homeless services funding. Earlier this year, after scathing audits of LAHSA, the LA County Board of Supervisors voted to create the Department of Homeless Services and Housing with plans to move $300 million in measure funding to the new department from LAHSA. Lots of reps have said that could leave them unable to provide services the city needs. Eileen Gonzalez, AFI News.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson have again criticized President Trump over his threats to send the National Guard to Chicago. Johnson says no one has asked Trump for help fighting crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is, we are driving the violence down in this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Governor Pritzker says he can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it, possibly suffering from some dementia. Trump said this week that he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Southland weather from PMI cloudy with a 50% chance of rain tonight, lows around 70. Rain tomorrow too, with highs in the lower 80s, mid 80s in the valleys and IE, 70s in the AP, 80 beaches. That chance of rain continues through Friday, but it's a little less each day. Right now it's 74 in Irvine, 73 in Santa Clarita, and there's a crash on the 5 in Commerce.
A crash in Commerce has things slow on the southbound 5. Crash happened at Atlantic Boulevard. Doesn't appear to be blocking lanes, but there are a number of emergency vehicles on site. You're seeing red from just after Calzona. And in Irwindale, we're still backed up on the westbound 210. Crash here happened about an hour ago. The overturned car is still blocked in the right lane after colliding with the semi. Very much of the car need to slow down. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rich Casal.
Getting close to retirement or just thinking ahead, you've probably done a solid job saving. But here's something most people don't consider. How much of that money is just sitting in cash? It might feel safe, but holding too much cash guarantees one thing: losing purchasing power. Inflation eats away at it, and the dollar's value keeps slipping. That's why more people are looking at real assets like physical gold and silver to protect their savings. And one company that makes it easy? Noble Gold Investments. You can buy gold or silver, coins or bars, and have them shipped. Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Franklin, and this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was my other big takeaway from that. What was that? Oh my! We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that's exactly what you're going to get.
If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a caramel, so you throw it to the land, which is a Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, or the opposite, or you go from the boat, which is a Rosh Hashanah, into the water, which is a caramel, or the opposite. Or when you go from one boat to the other, Rosh Hashanah, the way to allow you to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make it zero and zero. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rabbi, a little pipe, and this is where I'm drawing water for as a hanger, but typically you're not allowed, or according to a Fitzdo, you make a frame 4x4, and then you put the concept of actually that frame was all the way down to the water. The difference is Rabbi says that the caramel starts in the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a much further. Therefore, some people want the Rabbi and the Fitzdo hold that the caramels begin on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger hecker or a good access to stuff. It's wonderful that they
process so hard. Leave the Gun Technology is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book at the same time. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. He says many of the conflicted and try to get to the truth of what really happened. The Gun Technology features new and archival interviews.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie. He says he's a 34-year-old Hasidic Yiddish man with a beard and penis, and he's never really enjoyed learning up until this point. He started to have Ahavas HaTorah, he said. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the sheer involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, he's used to doing, takes out a Gemara, the Chazer, old doctors. It's crazy. I never knew that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on old doctors. Good work. Exclusive Shemayim Yossi Clark from Superior Plumbing, Aleva Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, draw water either by making a hecker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tvachim, and it goes through the frame. The frame has a little achis that gets all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The water says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you'll be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, we could just spill it on the boat wall, and then it goes down. That's called koicha. It's an indirect force going down into the water. Because the carburetors were not geyser on koicha, it's indirect. Carrying a shot. More dreams, Uriah, the Kama says, do not carry from a ship to the ocean, which is a carmelist. The ship is ocean. You don't go from the carmelist ocean to the other. Yudah says, if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 tefachim, therefore you're not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. You could carry from the ship into the water. I've explained, we just said, you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, that's quite Rashi points out. And if the ship is not above the water to the outside, it's not to carry from the water into the ship because you go above the door, over 10 tefachim above the door. You got to go from the carmelist through a multi-door. If you have a very, very small boat, like a canoe, kayak, that starts out on the top of that 4 tefachim, and then you say that needs 4 tefachim. The problem is that it comes to a point. And by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 tefachim. So it says if the walls are hanging in the air, so that's not a good. He used to be a carmelist. However, if it comes, the walls come all the way down with the 3 tefachim of where it becomes narrow, don't say love it and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill up the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. Nachman asks, why don't we invoke the concept of the achis? Let's pretend that the walls on the side go all the way down. Why don't we care about the sharp point that the boat comes on? And Rabbi explains that even though folks don't say the achis fits when it comes to a basket properly pulled, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide, and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to the very narrow pole, it's still wide. We do say good achis. But you don't say, typically, if a boat can go through, or animals can go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line. Because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a pizza. But this wide pole, although it's not 4 feet on the bottom, but a boat is not going to go through, so it is an effective pizza. So the same thing. When it's the boat, it's an effective pizza because boats cannot swim. What about fish? You don't care about fish because fish are not visible, and therefore it's an effective pizza. Rabbi also says the same idea that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say, without this mechitza all the way down to the water, we don't say, oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin the mechitza. Fish do not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, if you have 2 ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other. And the question is, what is the fish? So Rabbi explains one way that we're talking about that ship. There's a ship, you have a very small ship, a canoe. Between them, you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, to the second large ship. Or asked, but the mentioning came out to the ship. Talking about 2 ships. Therefore, it's a very strong language that says Moshe. In other words, how do you say such a shot? So he learns that we're dealing with 2 different owners. And the Hiddush is they can make Erev Chatzeros on 2 ships. I don't think Erev Chatzeros is reserved for houses, maybe ships. And do Erev Chatzeros. Do Erev Chatzeros on 2 cars. And ships can do Erev Chatzeros on 2 ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos, but if one did it on their birthday, or was forced to, made a mistake, making a mechitza for somebody else, then it's allowed. It's something if you tie the strips together, it goes back to the head. If you had 2 chips and you like careful with the other that came on a head, you can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you go back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. It's amazing. When it comes to the chitzis on Shabbos, you're not going to hold. You can't use it. It's a not punishment. You say you can't use it. When it comes to time sheets, explains Tosfos, then you could use it even if you did it with Mason, because you have to do the sheets. They're all you do is you connecting them. It's this row. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with metal chain, you have a body there and there's an oil. What happens is metal, since it consists of halal therapy, metal has the same halacha as mace, as the mace is a voice of it. That chain touches the boat. It goes down one another. That boat touches the vessels to the boat. The vessels become reshaped. However, if the boat is tied with a regular rope, a non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of being a voice of it goes down one step. That rope can turn and then come to the boat one step lower to a reshape. A reshape cannot be metallic of the vessels inside the ship as shape. Well, says that's how it's built by everything else. You can use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be rope. It can be cloth rope as well. A wonderful day. Here's
the latest. The LA City Council's agreed to an $18 million settlement for two brothers who were severely injured in a collision caused by a speeding LAPD. Starbucks workers in 3 states have taken legal action against the company, saying it violated the law when it changed its dress code but refused to reimburse employees.
Shabbos Daf based. This email comes to us from Harry Wilbur of Woodbury. He says he watches the shear every day on Zoom. He watches it on YouTube. He loves the shear so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat to finish close to the shear. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Calvin. And now to the Mishnah that's been baked. The Masmas Asuya. The Mishnah is talking about a very big fish. The guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, there was a shogeg he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over that object, he's no longer considered a shogeg, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hanaf? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 ounces, 4 to 5. Or is consumed by a fire. There's no hanacha. Rabbi takes all these cases and makes them into law. He says a person threw an item, didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way in midair he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in the dog's mouth, or another person came towards it, and it's puffed. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos and it landed out of dog, not another person, then he's chayiv in a form. It goes back to the shogeg. As long as you start out the shogeg and you end the shogeg, you're chayiv in a form. The Gemara tells us you can't say that our Rosh is talking about a case of lefta and mishnah. Lefta is the device that holds the saddlebags on the head. A piece of wood, and it's like a screen, and it tosses a piece of wood that goes onto the screen. So today, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-year that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case is plucked from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense, because since he's holding onto a screen, the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand. Mars is a very interesting case. What if the person did a yitzah? 2 amos, the shogeg, 2 amos b'mezid, and 2 amos b'shogeg. Can we combine the 2 amos at the beginning and the 2 amos at the end and make it one shogeg and it's says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amos, and then he carried 2 amos b'mezid. Then he's plugged from a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action b'mezid. Even according to the Mandahomer that says, in other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break off my action, and I am chayav for it. Over here it's different, because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing 2 letters, as he's finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzah of shogeg. What if he
Sports history on
He traveled 2 hours b'shegeg, and then he realized that Shabbos is 2 hours b'meis, and then the final 2 hours b'shegeg. Then he hired him. Why? Because he couldn't stop it as a year. And even according to the Omer that says, Yesh Yidiyah, the Chatzishir, that the witness in between breaks up the action. That's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he can stop writing the second letter. But over here, that's in here, he has no power over it. Says Rabbi, if a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not for talking, he just created a place for landing, and he's hiding. Lord tells us that a person who's humming and he can't eat kosher, and he eats a piece of kosher, and that piece of kosher is also nicer, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayv 4 korbanos chatas and 1 asham because he ate kosher. Like this, whether you can add, Rabbi says, I have a case. One asked me a riddle how a person's chayv a lot of korbanos. He also, on Shabbos, and took the Shabbos and he took it out with his mouth. That's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now we're adding an Isra Achila. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that it would be chayv on the Yitzhak, even though it was in his mouth. The issue is, he carries items that are not food in their mouth. The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is a makom kosher, then it creates a makom kosher, and it's as if it's in a place before it's tafel. So now we finished Perek HaZorek, and the many doctrine that we learned of Luchas itself pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamitas Malachas, starting with one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol, which is Boina and Makib HaKadosh, the second to last. Building says the Mishnah is B'Polshin, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is flourish, but indoors is Boina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's Boina. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. It says Abai, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles in the ground because it rust. Therefore, says Abai, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stove tops. That's the shear. And the Beis would build a small tripod to put up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Rabbi argues, says there's no aniyos, there's no. We're such a wealth in the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The Lord tells us when you build a stone wall, there's 3 parts of the wall. The first row is you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of the stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. Masates means to chisel the stone. That's basically part of the building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house, get the heat out. So there's a big tradition. Then the shufta the kufina the mara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not similar to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all 3 of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all 3 of these things it's makib HaKadosh. You think maybe makib HaKadosh is the last one in the act, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that is boina. Mashmal not have a wonderful day.
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yassin. Listen now.
Today's email comes from School Boating from Beauregard. ViralRabbi, I do what you live in sources from you. Those are sure enjoyable great sites.
Well, I'm coming up, but on the horizon is LA 28 Olympic Games. And you may wonder, just in case you want to be part of the games, how can I go about getting tickets? When can I go about getting tickets? Well, starting in January, if you want to purchase tickets, it's going to be a multi-step process. In January 2026, you'll have the chance to register for tickets on the LA 28 website. And it's called the first step in the purchasing process. Registrants will be entered into drawings then to assign purchasing time slots at some point in 2026. So you can basically register to buy tickets in January, and then you'll be thrown into the hat. I guess there'll be a drawing to assign purchasing time slots. And of course, we all know that the number of tickets which are going to be available are limited depending on the sport, depending on the interest, depending on the venue size, most importantly. They do say that single tickets will start at $28, which is moderately enough. We don't know the full range of the prices. It just says that it starts at $28. And it also says that residents who live near local venues will have early access to the tickets. Several cities outside of LA city limits are scheduled to host at least one event, including Long Beach, Carson, Anaheim, Arcadia, Pomona, San Clemente, and South Del Monte. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. Like, for example, if you want tickets to the opening ceremonies and it's at SoFi Stadium, just in Inglewood, does an Inglewood resident have priority over someone who maybe lives in Long Beach? I don't know, but you're going to have to register in January 2026, and then it will go from there. It's still very cloudy as far as how people will be able to get the tickets, what tickets will be available. But they are saying that all the tickets will be first come, first served basis with respect to your lottery times, which you can purchase tickets. I don't say it to Paul earlier. I don't know if I'm going to be attending any of the games. I think I'd like to. But the games that I specifically want to see don't have the same type of luster that they used to, because the sports have evolved. It doesn't have the same type of competition. And I may just sit home and watch it because I don't want to necessarily do the subway. Because they say it's supposed to be a subway and public transit Olympics. At least Mayor Karen Bass said that. I don't know if we're going to be ready for that. We shall see. But if you're thinking about getting tickets, coming up in about another 5-6 months, you will have the chance to register for tickets starting in January of 2028. And a quick programming note, just want to let you know, we gave away 2 tickets, a pair of tickets last night to see the Temptations of Four Tops at the Surreal Center for Performing Arts. Coming up this Sunday, we're going to give away another pair tonight, but tomorrow, so you can see the Temptations and the Four Tops at the Surreal Center for Performing Arts. And that is a show that I would love to go to, so I hope that anyone who does win the tickets, that you have a great time with that. And coming up in the next week or 2, we have a Disneyland family program we're going to be giving away. Next week, we'll be giving away tickets to see Get the Let Out, which is a Led Zeppelin tribute band, and those tickets are for September 27th. So be on the lookout and listen out for that. And also, we'll be giving away tickets to UB40 next week. Not a tribute band, but the actual band. UB40 is going to be performing also the Surreal Center for Performing Arts on Sunday, September 28th. So it is up to you. Keep on listening to Labor Bob Kelly. We're giving away so many cool tickets. In fact, on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, we will have 4 passes to the Alamo Draft House to see movies, and that also is going to be a tribute to Robert Redford. His passing, we'll name that movie called Classic. Lots of stuff to give away, lots of cool things we're going to be doing, and we should have an announcement sometime soon. The specifics for the second annual Halloween soiree that's coming soon. We have to nail down a few more things as far as date, time, venue, and all that kind of stuff. We'll be able to tell you
It's probably going to be bigger and better than before, as well as already told me some of the food vendors who already taxed themselves so bad. This is going to be even better than last year, that much I can tell you. So keep your ears open for that. We'll be giving away tickets to that just like last year. The only way you'll be able to go to the Lake Rothschild Halloween soiree second annual is to win tickets through the show. So you gotta listen if you want to win. We come back and talk about the biggest news story of the day, and it's going to be big into tomorrow, but the days after that, you might have heard by now, Jimmy Kimmel has been suspended, or at least the show Jimmy Kimmel Live has been suspended indefinitely. We're going to talk about that from not only a news perspective, but also a media perspective, what that means for all media outlets. That's next. KFI 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk. And OC Judge heads to the big house. Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Orange County Superior Court Judge Jeffrey Ferguson has sentenced to 35 years to life in prison. He was convicted of killing his wife in a drunken argument in 2023. The 74-year-old was found guilty of second-degree murder in his second trial. First trial ended with the jury deadlocked at 11-1, most in favor of conviction. Ferguson's defense team had requested another new trial that was rejected by a judge. Cargo volume in the Port of LA has remained strong this summer. Data from August shows imports dropped by 1%. Exports went up 5% compared to the same month last year. CEO Gene Cerrone says he expects all that traffic to slow down the rest of the year. I expect container volume to ease through the rest of the year, especially against last year's unusually high comps. Cerrone says retailers and manufacturers have been bringing in goods early in the holiday season and hedging against changing trade and tariff policy. Since July and August were the best 2-month stretch for any port in the Western Hemisphere. Like on Long's KFI News, Ice Cream starring Eagle Rock has received mixed reviews for its stance against immigration enforcement.
Ray Williams, owner of Ice Cream Love in Eagle Rock, says everyone is welcome inside his shop, except Ice. The sign in his window says, Ice off my property, get a warrant. Many of his local customers support the stance, but the shop has received criticism in the form of bad reviews, according to Fox 11. One critic wrote, these people support crime and criminals of law and order do not support them.
Bill Hewlett reports the owner says he welcomes his critics to visit and discuss the issues over a scoop of ice cream. Lowe's has to pay up.
The home improvement store has agreed to pay $1 million to settle a lawsuit accusing its California stores of overcharging customers. Prosecutors say from 2018 to 2022, more than 4% of items rang up higher than advertised, nearly 20% average markups. The settlement requires staff training, audits, and reforms, though Lowe's did not admit any wrongdoing. Heather Brooker, KFI News.
And as you'll be hearing more about shortly, ABC's pulled Jimmy Kimmel Live from the air indefinitely following comments the late-night host made about Charlie Kirk. On Monday, Kimmel said during his monologue that he used to know that Tyler Robinson may be a supporter of President Trump. Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr threatened to take action against the network and its parent company, Disney. For the first time this year, the Federal Reserve has cut its key interest rate by a quarter point. ABC's Elizabeth Schultz reports the move was expected.
This is an attempt to try to stimulate the economy. The Fed nodding to the fact that it has seen a weakening jobs market. Inflation is still above where the Fed wants it to be.
It was the Fed's first cut since December. Fed officials have kept the rate unchanged this year as they evaluated the impact of President Trump's tariffs, tighter immigration enforcement, and other Trump administration policies. And the first artificial intelligence animated movies get made a lot quicker and for a lot less money.
The animated feature film Critters is expected to debut at the Cannes Film Festival next May before its global theater release. OpenAI is lending its computing resources to make the movie in about 9 months instead of the 3 years it normally takes. The film about forest creatures who go on an adventure was first an animated short in 2023. Production's already begun, including casting decisions for the voices, so those will not be AI, and that human element allows the film to be copyrighted. The budget for Critters is about $30 million compared to a typical animated film, which can cost more than $200 million. Michael Frozier, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with a 50% chance of rain and lows around 70. Rain tomorrow too, highs in the lower 80s, mid-80s in the valleys and 90s, 70s in the AP, and around 80 at the beaches. That chance of rain lasts through Friday, but lessens each day. right now. It's 73 in Orange, 72 in Villa Park, 72 in Sherman Oaks, 72 in Compton. Let's see if there's any more mattresses on the freeways. In Encino, CHP is running a break to get a stall on southbound 101 at Balboa Avenue. It's causing a brief backup there. Otherwise, the 101 has opened up. I'm seeing green from 405 all the way down into Silver Lake. You'll slow down a little bit as you approach downtown, but it's nothing like the backups we had earlier this evening. Things finally clearing up in Irwindale. Earlier crash on the westbound 210 is no longer blocking lanes. The traffic moving freely there. And there are reports of debris from the incident, possibly hitting other vehicles. However, so keep that on your radar. Traffic in LA generally getting better.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. The ultimate celebration of music.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is happening this Friday and Saturday.
live in Las Vegas. T-Mobile Arena, 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app.
This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Widespread racism against the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out and put an end to this racism. Stop AAPI-Hate is a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the AAPI community across the United States. To report a hate incident or to learn more about what you can do to help, visit stopaaphate.org now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
We're reporting him missing right away. What time?
So his mother started investigating.
I read the case file. I started going through and some people that wasn't there.
I joined this mother's search for justice. Are you recording?
I am, yeah.
Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
It's all about you. It's all about you. Don't give a damn about what they say. Girl, let's just focus on this love thing.
Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And the news, I'm quite sure you may know by now. It's not. I'll reset it for you. The show, Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Listen up, ladies. Do you want...
By
Listen up, ladies. Do you all know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi has been streaming their life all night and day for world peace for over 3 years. They have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. That is their #1 person. And Rabbi has more data than anyone. Rabbi is a real-life truth show. Rabbi is the way everyone knows very well when this project goes live. I could listen to Rabbi talk about technology forever. Antimatter, life extension technology, mind upload. Rabbi talks about it all and more. Rabbi truly is the total package. And have you seen that schlong? It leaves me burning. Please join me and the rest of the girls in Rabbi's Discord server. Discord.me/Rabbi. Please tell everyone you know about Rabbi. This is the biggest event in global history. Please share to be a trillionaire.
so not personally invested. But from a media professional perspective, I'm completely invested. And when people want to talk about cancel culture, let me reset how I feel. I don't think that there is such a thing as cancel culture. I believe that there is capitalism culture. In other words, the market can decide who they will and will not support, and there are consequences for people's behavior, which will play out in capitalism. This is not capitalism doing its thing. This is not the market forces determining that people have had enough of Jimmy Kimmel. This specifically happened as a response to the FCC, and the FCC, which governs the airwaves, and to a certain degree, the content of the airwaves. In other words, if you're broadcasting on ABC or NBC or CBS, you're using the public airwaves, and so that is covered by the FCC, which is different from cable. So if you should watch something on Fox News or MSNBC or CNN, that's not governed by the FCC because you're watching a private signal cable and it's opted in. That's why you can turn on HBO and see nudity and the F-bomb any time of the day because it's not governed by the FCC in the content sense. It's not regulated by the FCC. ABC, your broadcast channels, they are, so the FCC has some say. But what's different here is you had the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, and just for politics' sake, yes, he is a Trump appointee, but the actions of Carr were different in that he was actually going on podcasts and saying, because of what we heard during the he was saying that people should boycott the show. Shams Kufay, emails today from Los Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says, Arav Hagoyin Admor, he explains why he says that a Rebbe who teaches his Torah is more important than a father in some ways. He doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life. I'm more faithful. Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Zaka Baruch, social and federal responsibility, etc., etc. They get made out. We must be living the dot Ashrecha. He says a beautiful Torah. Bahar Saru. And he says, thank you. I'm an avid listener and a huge fan. May Hashem give you credit for your teach. Ruchni is Gashmias. Many years to come. Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya. If a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, let's say an R with the apostrophe, Reb. You know what that means? According to Reb Yehuda Tzir, you are Chayev, that's writing a word. In Chacham, you are Potter. This points out, in Chachamim, even 3 letters, abbreviation. What do you see the concept of abbreviation? The Torah is going, Pasuk, Ki Ab Hamon Goyim L'Saticha, Hamon is extra, so the Gemara Darshans, Ab Hamon. Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Ummah, I made you the chosen nation. Chavim, the hate is interchangeable with the test. The beloved from all the nations. Melech, the king of all nations. Plus, distinguished. Memon, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Alikecha. Anoichi stands for Onan Nafshi Konsosi Havis. I myself wrote Torah, and I'm giving it to you clients who are bored. I'm your name of Tziva Yediva, or some people read it backwards. Yiva Tziva, and Mona Mamreel. These words are reliable. Bilam's mule, Yorat, what is this word Yorat? It's an abbreviation. Yora, Ross, saw, shear, veered off the way. When Kleisel brings the carbon oimers, so you Kadosh. It says in the Pasuk Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmel, a full pillow. The barley is bursting, it's moist. What Rahman said about Shimi Ben Gera, what does Nimretzes stand for? Noyev, referring to the story of Basheva. Amen. Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. You're Tseach, Soirev, you're a murderer, you're hated. Eva, you are disgusting and of abomination. He says, I don't know what to say. You found the Via Tessa in our sack. I don't know what this is. Stabbing, it stands for. The Choyim were upright. Sadiq and Choyim, Dakin were clean. Says the Mishnah, if a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's also in between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Bring up the says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters and the idea of Hatzishir. According to the Chami's father, was the idea of Yesh idea of Hatzishir, and it doesn't separate. And with that, we finish the parak Haboina. The new parak Ta'ireg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Eliezer, Chayyim with 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on, according to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, it's at the end, in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1. There's a stereo contradiction in the Brises. The Brises says, according to the Brises, you're chayiv after 2 threads. You say in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that one is talking about 3 threads, one is talking about 2 threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is. On the one hand, 3 threads, if they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, or it will unravel if it's 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, they're reading page. And only then you're chayiv. At the edge of the garment, different shear. Usually it's cassette. It's spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. There's only 3 threads of chassis and 2 of air because it's chashuv when it comes to a belt. And so the more brings up Brises is exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and then the Brises is exactly like Rabbanan, since one up, and there's no bigger writer one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loom, it goes up and down. The handles go up and down. In the center, you have these loops. You put the threads, these loops, bring the threads up and down. You can pass a shuttle through them. Putting 2 threads, 2 of those loops, you are chayiv. Rabbi explains, and you have to put a 3rd one on another device. Heroes is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or an apple for a meaning, you take reeds or like a little leaf. This chassis area, the horizontal leaves are held by 2 vertical. The verticals are held by 2 horizontal. That's all you need to be chayiv. Like in the picture of blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you're chayiv, but we already had it in the Mishnah of Haggadah. It's coming to tell us the next halacha that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayiv, which we also had in the Mishnah of Haggadah. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means that you have some sort of bump in your beggar, you want to smooth it out, you tear it, and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha to tell us the following? Tear a beggar because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he is puzzled. Unless a person breaks, tears, or puzzle in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about, but that person that he doesn't have a feel to rip kriya because he did something positive and he would be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible. The person is not a chacham, he's a chacham. All of the Klal Yisrael have to rip kriya, and on a chacham you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat his havra. He's obviously not a kosher person because any kosher person has to rip kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama at the departing of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of the relationship, you have to rip kriya. Just like you rip kriya when you see a set of Torah burning, every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs and you have to rip kriya. The shear for whitening wool and untangling it and dyeing it and weaving it is double a sick. But if you are ironing, it's only the size of 1 sick. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beggar, you kriya out of anger, you're bothered. That's it goes according to a Shimon that says the love is strictly for harder. In other words, for not to have a situation, just a solution to the situation, it's not a constructive, positive halacha, and you are punished. President says the time goes according to Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get daddy angry, he hears things. But to calm the Yetzer, that would be usher because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually you do have a source as the Gemara. Yehuda says that Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Rabbi used to break different kale that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher. And Reb Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson, to say, this is what happens when you get angry. If you cry over a kosher person that was nifter, his Baruch counts the tears and stores them away in his Beis Gnozah. Rav says, if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy to be buried alive. Rav says you won't have longevity, even though by which was hesped. They weren't master for 30 days. Those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life in the short years that they lived. It says, we made them bracha. Since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta. I'm Payments.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up and Vanished.
Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and true crime. Tune in as we
Otherwise,
increase of crime in true of the British style.
The mysterious shadow figures on the camera.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Met Your Mother, which I think we're calling With China. This is our new podcast. Rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I play Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who created the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs, /pineapples, and general knowledge. We'll also use India and our relationship to it 20 years later. Let's talk about life, love, art, and everything in between.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. The free iHeart app will explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Fuller, and I'm on to a new podcast called Good Pain. Preparation. I have some of my friends send emails and
yourself.
Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for Good. It's right out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighborhood appears out of nowhere. Promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Blue was a professional con artist, so you can stand a chance.
But I figured his drifter out before he realizes it. And I start recording. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this mayhem to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
YouTube, just tuning into last week, we're talking about recently announced indefinite suspension of the show Jimmy Kimmel Live, and it's open-ended. It's indefinite. We don't know whether it's going to be 1 day, 7 day, or the show will never come back. My words have less to do with Jimmy Kimmel and more to do with being a member of the media and how this is applicable to not only me, but anyone else in the media, where you have the FCC chair who was going on podcasts and openly threatening networks, including ABC, trying to encourage boycotts of shows and stations. When you have the chair of the FCC doing that, who's a representative of the federal government and has the power as a representative of the federal government to levy this type of pressure, then we are 100% absolutely within the realm of First Amendment
rights and diminishing them. And I would not want that for any show. I would not want that for the Charlie Kirk show that happened to be on broadcast television as opposed to cable. I would not want it for any show. Because once you cross this line, then anyone and everyone may be critical of a city administration will be subject to the same thing. And from an FCC perspective, and I said this last segment, I'll say it again, there was no violation here. This is not something Jimmy Kimmel went too far or ran afoul. If you just want to make it up, then that's fine. You're making it up and you don't know what you're talking about. But there's no FCC violation. And this does not happen without the FCC chair politicking and also campaigning openly for this to happen. Now, this was something that ABC just decided on its own with no influence from the FCC, no merger with the FCC has to approve. This is what we're talking about something completely different. We're talking about then a private company making a decision which is in its best financial interest, having nothing to do with the federal government. But that's not the case here. And so it's happening to Jimmy Kimmel today. Tomorrow it can happen to Seth Meyers. It can happen to Jimmy Fallon. It can happen to anyone who happens to criticize either Madden or the city administration. That is what scared the Jesus out of anyone who wants to believe that the First Amendment still means that the First Amendment is a guiding principle. As part of our Constitution, once you're not under the Constitution, the First Amendment is pretty damn important. And it's the moment that we lose the ability to criticize the president, the moment we lose the ability to criticize our government more generally, well, I know the word we're not supposed to use it in foreign media because it turns up the temperature, but that's what dictatorships do. Making sure the media cannot speak out against it. I do not want to live in a country where we're not allowed to criticize the federal government because, believe it or not, this has wide-ranging consequences for generations if this is allowed to continue. And I say that because I've criticized more than one president over the years. I've criticized more than one sitting administration. I know what it means to have free speech and what it means for some of the works in the media to be able to lawfully and completely obliterate in a rhetorical sense a president or his policies. And the moment that goes out the door, we have nothing. And this really concerns me because the FCC was actively involved to make it happen. Now, an official decision by the FCC, and there's also a merger on the periphery, which is also impacting this. I cannot state the importance of what happened today and the untold consequences and ramifications which could be in play for my business. We can talk about the ownership of certain media, where you have Jeff Bezos and he makes his decisions relative to the Washington Post or
Yo, what's going on? Trey's Way. Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me, Trey's Way? How'd you find out about me? Dog, I talk to a lot of people. Okay, what is it? Oh, okay, great. And who's your friend here? What's fall info, co-fall? Okay, very well. And he found me through you? All right, cool. What are you guys up to? What are you doing? Oh, okay. You're streaming on Kick? Oh, you're streaming on Twitch. Okay, very well. And how's that going? Very well, big dog. Pretty soon you'll be at 1 million. %, 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Biggest event in global history. Some might say that. How about you? What'd you say, Pimp? Please do. You're more than welcome to. Chill as long as you want. Yeah, I'm just watching Jewish lectures, so feel free to enjoy.
Facing federal charges for their alleged roles in a bi-coastal drug trafficking. Noheli Jimenez Ruiz and Laura Martinez
God is not designed to come from calculus work. It's called the copyright. Having this insurance, why can I convert the organ 7 years ago? I have a project about that in Ohio, and his wife wrote a book that was really cool. Rothschild, Rashi, former Ohio State football player, played the NFL in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional family in the world. No, man, she's done. It opens up the that is looks at them by his door. And it's been called sat by him and 30 seconds later, spread by his not anything is not tight. He's a two example. It's not talking about. This says the second is minus 4 shots. The second is from oil. If the fence is just the thing as a fluid, unless the person oxygen inside. Chance of rain. That's a very same way they try to get sort of burn down the house, cover weight of a child, or the cover scorpion. So I lost scorpion before. Now continue. That's actually dead. I see pictures. These animals will point out value, whether it's purpose. Therefore, you are science. What are we talking about? How many of them? All of them?
NFL regular season is here. Don't miss a moment of the action.
But
You play
not
it
that it
alone
comes
on
out.
prospects.
Now, so
basketball, whatever. You just pick more or less. It's player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in.
You know ones or not, make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your hot football takes into cash all season long with prize picks.
NFL is off to a wild start.
On the left side, because their fits in this place. Now, for the line school, these are plugged into the river and actually all a trust that
Fantasy advice and expert analysis with the Film
or
Podcast
for
Network.
it's only just full of because as it says, there's the happening against the fake. These are the ones that the suspects closer are the ones are covered. Remember, it's small thing. According to Yehuda, it depends on how interested you can feel it. With Maragos, therefore, unless there is a similar to the toilet and the stuff. Has to be something that never goes back to its original. Just like skin, everything is color, society where rather have the word it doesn't look at each other. Just like Balaam. Was the stomach killed them? Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to. The largest animal that's on the animal, the smallest animal, allows the ugliest to be killed. Balaam, partner of lights, do not reflect the world and therefore they're not included in this. Allah allowed to kill them, and the fact that the allows. The Lord says that the son of big team that exit. The Lord says it goes from one of the same big team, the name of a certain big team, not referring to the head of a fleet. So, on the weather, inside, even if they give them inside, you don't have for a productive reason. Of course, all the drugs, scientists, scorpions, they don't have thick skin, and therefore there's no Kabbalah. For their skin, research says a best diet in a very rare in this study, researchers. The Gemara says this goes on 20 pages of those and the law is supposed to involve other Allah. It's not instructional. Some things about grabbing a snake. So you don't want to start a snake, you just don't want it to follow you. Full sense. If
there are hundreds of ways to
experience
iHeartRadio
of a seller
of
that becomes subscribed under the
and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's some other ways to get into iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio is available for easy.
Also consider
iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen. Top ways to listen to iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio. To listen to iHeartRadio.
The showing of Demon Slayer, a man, for whatever reasons, decided that he couldn't make it to bed and stood up in an aisle and started urinating in the middle of a movie. Unfortunately, on your head. That's way impact almost a splash. This splash hits Convinced out the urinate. And, yeah, that's immediate justice. I think that is, and I'm not I understand. IMAX or just guy sitting next to the and it's fun to the film in front. I'm like, I look like as the film was going on, and some ways it's a long film. So I'm like, please get this film over so not to lose that because I had to go to the bathroom. Didn't want to miss anything. But the guy sitting next to me. Either someone in front of us, I swear was coming from my left. And this guy was the most putrid gas ever in my mind. I'm thinking to myself, Jesus, why did you go to the bathroom? So when I saw this story, I said to myself, maybe I should have humbled this guy, but he was just passing gas. But the thing is, passing gas, I guess there's plausible denial. Situated, they can claim. I'm just thinking, if someone's going to urinate and splashes on there's no denying there's a guy standing up, exposed. If I'm sitting and he's a few rows back, and all of a sudden someone's on my feet, I'm just splashing the machine or washing on my feet. All you can do right now is report producer to proceeding to beat a man within an inch of his life in the movie theater for urinating near him. We're talking. So I thought that there's something you can say. I think there's a conversation that you can have at that point. As far as I'm concerned, that's we all know that spitting on someone is fine. But I'm interested in that man fun. For me, I don't understand. More serious where we're at right now in society, where someone thought that was an okay thing to do. I don't know what's happening since the person might have been on drugs and not aware of it. That's what I can describe it because a person in their is not going to choose that. This is not the kind of draws. I can see if it was like, say, one of these R-rated horror movies that Ron goes to see. Kids, they're all like, oh, it's a horror movie. And, they're somewhere, edging for this is an anime film. It's highly anticipated. I'm talking fathers with little kids right there. Boys and girls is looking so it was a wide. This theater, it's not the type of theater that draws from. It's going to be high. And I thought that, I said to myself, I'm like, no. Well, I want to defend yourself here. I do like how you say pretty much anything to draw me into this. I've never witnessed any of the horror films or any of the stuff that I go to that talk about crossing the line.
car, you haven't had someone sitting in the theater, drunk, whatever, saying, I gotta go, man, this horror movie is crazy. No, they're just wasting their seats.
No, let me tell you something. Even greater horror conventions and being a guest at them, horror people are the nicest folks on earth. They get it all out of their system watching the movies and stuff. Horror people are absolute sweethearts. We don't do that. It's
even in their final destination,
it's not fine. That's it was trash. Shower, that was it. But I still didn't see one there. This is where I disagree with what Tom was saying. It may not have been. We sell alcohol now because they're trying to get people to go to movies. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that this guy was under some sort of substance, be it alcohol. It doesn't need to be drugs. But I think we are in agreement if that happens in our general vicinity. There's nothing to discuss. I'm trying to beat you to death. Well, look, yeah, you have a bucket, an empty popcorn bucket or something. You can use all those things. And I know it's interesting. I forgot just that when you said that, it's IMAX, the Universal Cinema IMAX. When you go upstairs to go to the theater, the only thing upstairs, the only concession stand upstairs is the bar. There is a see one of them. Sure, maybe.
We're not told where it is in the movie, but there's obviously no reasonable explanation for this person to get up in the theater and just on the floor. I don't care who couldn't hold it. There's no good end to that story. It's not like he did with the job. He was just going to go back and sit down.
No, you got to make citizens arrested. I'm going to start carrying guys to the boss room right now.
Because see what just in case the horror film and all this other crazy stuff, they're the ones who do it.
I will not be urine scapegoated by you.
Seriously, this is a perfect example of what makes you think how you react into a similar situation that's so much less of a surprise, and then you can meet the moment. I don't go out looking for confrontation, but I go out expecting there might be confrontation. There's a difference. If you're going out looking for confrontation, then you're probably going to start something. Yeah, I go out expecting other people to be animals, inconsiderate, polite, and then I have to manage. To measure when I see sitting next to me, if I have to do something crazy like that, I have to think. So this, that, I'm trying to have a measured response like this guy. Now, put it on Chelsea is crazy. You know, kind of like as it like close to it, I'm like, and I kind of give him a look, he's not paying attention. But no one's going to see the screen recording, and I kind of like look at him like, you're bothering me by having me out. And he took the phone away, and that's fine. But I'm just like, you have to be ready for anything now where you because if you don't prepare your mind, you're the type that's going to go off in a moment. You're going to type this thing react as you're not hard. You have to think these things out first so that when you go immediately go straight from 0 to 100. This is a good ending to our next segment. It's almost out tonight. There was a fight on Royal Caribbean, and you know, Tom and I have been on Royal Caribbean close to my first time on Royal Caribbean. This is a perfect example of thinking in advance of what you would do, how far would you go, what circumstances would you find yourself in a situation like this. We're talking about it when we come back. If I answer for it, one of the things. There's plenty of services back on the Metro line and Expo line after a train derailed in the underground 7th Street Metro Center Station yesterday. The train was evacuated and travelers are major injuries. The Federal Reserve has cut interest rates for the first time since December. Essential coffee shop one in the classic business in Square one in Boston, 4-inch silver expired.
shooting splatter on the western jet. All in a day after that car. Now it's right hand shoulder. Morning trophies around Dodger Stadium. Logging the seventh. Players on three. This year held plays most accurate traffic reports.
Held down a 25-story. Amy King in support. On September 26th and 27th for Over the Edge, I'll be rappelling down 25 stories in the Humble. This isn't just an waste of money. Trusted DJs. News live play-by-play plus the station you're listening to right now. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Look at the free iHeartRadio app today. The #1 app for radio.
That is, honey. Hugs with fans. Getting back to the moments we miss, it starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles.
I want to do something that reflects the outlook of creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, early 8 a.m. I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
This is what boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam. And he had a brand new startup.
I remember thinking, about me on high.
Why is this? We like to say this is for the old generation, so the age or gender.
Said that they were just the sum of people on the planet.
You don't want to realize that there's another one.
About a $47 million startup. There's a lot of talk about culture, awakening, just too good to be true. I think around those business owners
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Courtney here. Welcome to our new show. Let's get real. This is a long-form show where we explore great artists and musicians, anybody on show and home. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives. They are individuated perspectives. Now we're on the Today Show. We got those big moments. We got the crack of the zeitgeist. Right, what am I going to get about this? This is another very curious, one of a kind of story.
Listen on America's #1 iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Ever wonder what that is like to you? Lunch right now. But go to eating the lunch.
Well, you as a physician, in order to manage your
What's inside? A consequence of the way that we understand things.
We have answers for you. Our original podcast, Design Stuff. Join me and Courtney Chan with difficult questions you always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to decide.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends, chat, barbershop, about who's the best shooter, the best scorer, or who has the best anthem of all time. Now imagine one of your buddies is 11 year veteran, who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory to develop. I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, greatest of the era. We'll break down the greatest of the era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer. Listen to GOT, greatest of their era, on iHeartRadio. Marcus 45, 92, 1,
Change your life. We discuss the pressure remedies and attackers struggle to make you stop to stop it. Find the creative other white for you. Start to hear the steps. The fashion.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast. Kate and Ty break it down. So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty break it down.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Therefore, I look forward to another one. People, their friends and family join us. And for me, Royal Caribbean, so I know a lot about Royal Caribbean. So I'll let you know Royal Caribbean. When I saw the story that Royal Caribbean cruise got to return to port after a fight got on one of the seas, all their ships being something of the seas. And this was not long after the initial war. And they had to turn around. And if they had to turn to go back to Miami, just hours after embarking on this 4-day trip to the Bahamas. And instead it was forced to abandon journey after a fight broke out. It was so bad that apparently your passengers led to requiring hospital treatment. And I felt peace of mind was my vacation because your dumbass was upset about something the first day. I might have to join the fight just because you got my vacation. Like, literally, that happened on the cruise that I went on with you, like the first cruise ever. That I had to just say, no. I don't care how much this man doing. I don't see him them. You are on a cruise. You are on a ship. What's going to come of you getting into it? Whether they can get up in the break or whatever. You're on vacation. Now, I did see a fight. I did see I saw one guy, he was really his behind, and I didn't know that there were actually ship police. Like, they have shirts. I was like, wow, they came over and they I thought that's what you were fighting there because of how was trying to perform better than I'm trying to relax on this. This is why I believe these drinks are watered down. Because one, I can drink far more degrees than I could anywhere else, which is odd. And also, they probably want to limit the likelihood going overboard. So keeping the fire. One of the things that Trump did, he took the cease Trump was on a cruise. And I believe that's because they're so watered down. That's my conspiracy
And these treatments can keep this happening. It seems like crazy part that this talks about fighting cooking on that shit too. Fights the size and weight of a Japanese salmon. These are fully from a Japanese salmon, crystals of alum, and the seals of salmon. And run via the person that's done it. We'll have a little bit more of this later. Now, the water's going to plus 11 remedies. No less than 11 remedies for a love. One of them is you don't have to be reading. And I also tell you to bring for the money and to limit the access that other folks. So I don't want to do. Tell the woman, you don't have that. You don't have a question. Give her a couple lines, and you have somebody come behind and steer. You don't have that. Give her a special training second. And that's not one a bunch of like that. Take two barrels and shit on her. She was more purchased just so that there's a reason. They say, don't deliver. That's right. You don't have to have, you pay first, what's a bush, and you and you somebody literally you don't have that. And you burn a vine from Arla wine and set up so you should have spirit on the bottom part of the body. When that give away another pair of tickets to see the Temptations in the summer, it was literally a lot of it all the time. You don't have that to find the one take. Stop by 24 hours. Drop this.
Ferguson was convicted of second-degree murder earlier this year after his first trial at
however,
his wife Cheryl to death in August of 2020.
You don't have that.
Anaheim held by Daniel Martin reports Ferguson's defense team requested a trial. It was rejected by a judge. The city of LA will whether it's white claims need to be acquired. The idea council is that emergency responders to these fire vehicles may need to access those fire vehicles if it's vehicle wall and all. Remember, another way you can deal with city also has to be safe for the white lanes and actually slow down the emergency vehicle.
Cities across America as well as our
that's the word. That one. Wait, 3 times 3 responders per transportation and read the box of wax concerns. Take the head of John Saves water, pesticides, fertilizer, and they're doing what grams of my critics, however, that's the best environmental that was what it banned. They had a number of people that's up to as much as look at it. That agree. It's a hard big environment has stopped here in another concern suppressed. These chances of injury go along with the delay of official terror. LA Metro officials have said the rail incident separate transit. This driver says when A and E lines make the Restream Metro Center gates and stop, get into a crowded bus where everyone else is going to be, and then I have no choice. Train derailed. This is the full gaps. Train service will run 10 p.m. After a royal greeting at Windsor Castle, games and ceremonies, King Charles, President Trump entered St. George's Hall for the UK state banquet. For dinner, King Charles offered a welcoming speech followed by President Trump offering thanks to the hosts. Trump is the first elected political leader in modern times to be hosted for 2 state visits by a British monarch. It was previously hosted by the late Queen Elizabeth II in 2019. And stocks swung today after the Fed cut rates by a quarter point. The Dow rose 260 points while the S&P stayed flat and Nasdaq slipped 0.2%. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said risks of jobs are rising even as inflation pressures linger. You can ask for more cuts uncertain.
Sometime weather from Cape Cloudy, 50% chance of rain tonight and lows around 70. Rain tomorrow too, highs in the lower 80s, mid 80s in the valleys and 90s, 70 in the AP, 80 in the beaches. That chance of rain last Friday, a little less each day. Right now it's 71 in Breda, 71 in San Clemente, 71 in Princeton, 71 in Victoria Hills. It's 71 everywhere. Live from the Cape 24-hour news. I'm Mark Clark. Listen to the Steve and James Listen podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week,
Reunited and protected with an excellent new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and over. That's the highest risk of severe COVID-19 vaccine mRNA is a COVID-19 vaccine. 12 to 65 year olds at high risk for severe the ultimate celebration of music.
2025 Yard Medical Music Festival presented by Capital One.
It's happening this Friday and Saturday. Live only on Hulu.
And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app.
This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Running this daily music scheme. Have a volunteer with you United Way to help the homeless smart the Give, advocate, steer, Live United. Go to Live United. Brought to you by United Way and Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 2005, investigators in Palm Beach, Florida, began uncovering a dark secret.
A lot of girls knew about it, and a lot of girls were doing it. If anybody asks if you're over the age of 18, just go ahead and go with it.
There was a wealthy man in Palm Beach who was offering young girls Jeffrey, and he had set bringing underage girls. By their account, was the truth of it. And who could have faced it in prison and served Epstein's abuse would span fingers and cross state lines.
Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands,
I'm ABC's Mark Rebel, and you're the team journalist for me. Jeffrey Epstein committed allegations of mind abuse, who suffered it, volume 2. Lies. Jeffrey Epstein. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Radio at home and on the go. iPhone. iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to radio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with the seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and driver distraction while making sure you can still access content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, entering Portal, Joshua Moore. Here's what's happening. 5 police officers were shot when we were killed in a shooting in York County, Pennsylvania. The shooter is dead, shot by police. State Police Commissioner Christopher Ferris, Attorney General Pam Bondi condemned the shooting, writing,
Violence against law enforcement is a scourge on our nation and society and never acceptable. Great many officers of law. The tragic story. The world seems to be filled with hate. So I asked Howard about the global break to give us some of his insights. Howard, what's going on? Why are we so filled with hate? Just look at that. We need to agree what boxes Jesse Waters called the 250-year history of our country. Many in the MAGA movement believe in the words of Donald Trump that there is a network fueling demands for violence. The network of people who hate America. The network that Donald Trump closely advisor, Steve Miller, called a domestic terror group. Like Antifa, which President Trump just designated as a terrorist organization at 8:40 p.m. tonight. But Miller, we're going to use every resource we have to Homeland Security, interrupt government to identify, dismantle, and destroy these networks. By President J.D. Vance, a network of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that must be NGOs associated with George Soros, and even high-prestige NGOs like the Ford Foundation. Our president has added that we must stop hate speech. What does President Trump mean by hate speech? News reports and books that are critical of Donald Trump. BBC is John. Trump called hate speech is a defamation lawsuit President Trump filed only 2 days ago, December 16th. The lawsuit is against the New York Times and against one global publisher, Penguin Random House. The complaint demands the payment of $15 billion, an impossible sum. Then there's tonight's cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel, the late-night Trump critic. How do the MAGA folks feel about these claims on the mainstream media? They feel about time. They enjoy the fact that Mr. Trump is cornering the publication that attack everything they believe in. Publication. Trump and his MAGA followers have gotten away far, far too long with lying in every sentence they publish. Meanwhile, Democrats are just as upset as Republicans. The president has pinned the blame for the current political violence on them. Democrats have seen political violence against themselves ever since Donald Trump came to power in 2016. They've endured mail bomb attacks, a violent insurrection at the Capitol, in which 140 policemen were injured, an attempt to kill the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania by setting the governor's mansion on fire, the brutal assault of Paul Pelosi with a hammer, Nancy Pelosi's husband, the attempted assassination of the Democratic mayor of Louisville, and the successful assassination of a Democratic state house leader and her husband in Minnesota. Plus, the shooting by the same killer of another Democratic state senator and his wife. When President Trump was asked in a press gaggle a few days ago what he thought of the murder of the Minnesota State House leader, he acted as if he'd never heard of the killing. Democrats, that's deeply disturbing. Meanwhile, the NGOs that the Trump administration wants to disable are designed Democrats opposing nonviolent groups that follow the Constitution but disagree and want to keep groups that raise money for the Democratic Party, groups like Act Blue, the nonprofit technology platform that expresses no political opinion, but that does allow Democrats to send money to whatever Democratic group or candidate those Democrats choose. To some Democrats, it looks like President Trump is taking advantage of the current political violence to destroy freedom of speech and to disable the Democratic Party. In fact, President Trump is using the issue of political violence to establish what his best friends, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and Kim Jong-un have in one party state. They want to see a polarized and upset America. And two, keep your eyes open on Sunday for a mass meeting at the 72,000 capacity State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, in which President Trump and Vice President Vance will speak. And watch on October 18th when Democrats will mount a nationwide protest called No King's Day against what they regard as President Trump's from a democracy into a tyranny. It's got to go away, Howard. No doubt about that. Royal Caribbean Cruises has canceled schedule visits to a private port in Haiti until next spring. A Royal Caribbean spokesperson said that out of an abundance of caution, we paused our upcoming visits to April of 2026. The State Department from Haiti's travel advisory to the Do Not Travel country on July 15th. Royal Caribbean has canceled all planned cruises at Bimini, Haiti through April of 2026 due to safety concerns, saying do not travel to Haiti. Crime, terrorist activity, civil unrest, and limited health care. Federal Reserve has announced an interest rate cut for year. Bankers lowered its benchmark rate by 0.25. Signs of a weakening labor force outweighed elevated inflation. Your business not a big drop, but it helped. Powell had reservations, called it a challenging, unusual situation in the press conference, and then he went on to elaborate on that. And what he meant was it's unusual because inflation is still strong and high, and normally he didn't use the word stagflation, but that is what is described. However, he believes the risks to jobs are bigger than the risk to inflation. So that's why they cut. There's a direct quote. Think of this as a risk management cut. There are no risk-free what to do. And if you summary of economic projections. This is where all the members of the FOMC vote on where they think interest rates are headed. There was one vote for a high. I don't know how that person justify their cut today. There were 6 votes for no more cuts. There were 2 votes for 1 more cut. There were 9 votes for 2 more cuts, and we don't know who they are. But for like 6 more cuts, and we know who that is. That Trump just appointed to the Fed, who voted for the first time. So Powell's trying to here. I think he did okay. It's the best he could do in a big political world. The reporters all tried to get him to comment on David Moran, that's the new Fed appointee. Powell didn't take the bait. They didn't expect him to take the bait. We had 3 more meetings for the rest of the year, George. So we had a pause last month. But we have meetings October, November, and December. We'll see. I think there's going to be at least 1 more cut. I think that tariffs are going to do what Powell said. Reduce employment and also raise rates, raise inflation. So he's walking a tightrope. He did the best he could. Meanwhile, Trump today, one hard comment. He said the Federal Reserve should get interest rates down to 0 or less. George, we're not going there. We're not going to have negative interest rates. It won't go that far, but it still needs to drop more. Thanks, Fish. Did you just spend millions of months, maybe years, possibly thousands of dollars getting fed to extend your life? Now science comes in with news that being skinny might kill you faster than being fat. A new study presented at the Association for the Study of Diabetes disrupts everything we know about health. Researchers tracked nearly 86,000 people, mostly women, comparing their BMI data to their mortality rates. The underweight study participants died much faster than the overweight ones. About that. In a moment, we're going to talk about an incredible book called Inside the Cartel, how the undercover FBI agent smuggled cocaine, laundered cash, and dismantled Colombia's narco empire. Next on Coast to Coast AM. If you've been looking at credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest
hard for American finance and mortgage rates for homes. They show people every day having very hard-earned money. Your mortgage is not in the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their home equity to wipe out high interest debt. No upfront fees, no obligation, just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. Call American Financing now, 866-336-5030. That's 866-336-5030. AmericanFinancing.net/postage. NMLS 18234. NMLS consumer access. APR rates on the 5-star 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 866-336-5030 or visit AmericanFinancing.net/coast-to-coast for details and credit costs. You probably think your 401k is safe, that it's growing, that it's enough for your retirement. But what if it's not? Here's the truth. You're designed to make you wealthy. You've created in a corporate boardroom to ship retirement costs and investment risk onto you. Wall Street crashes, inflation, and uncertainty you can't control. But Americans are taking back control, turning it over the last. No gold investment will now protect their future by converting part of their retirement savings into physical gold. Talk to Noble today and learn how safe and easy it is to roll your 401k into a tax-advantaged gold IRA without penalties or headaches. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com to get your free wealth protection kit, including a step-by-step guide to get started. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. There's no risks. Tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Carry those carry other stuff. That can be because they're not going to be carried in there. Beans that are on the side of the road, vertical, that are one background, also looking around. Because you think about expose a whole time, it's not about the whole dinner for it. We see that a lot of folks, the vegetable, you have a vegetable that they put it on its hole, and there's a regular vegetable that has around. Once you pull the vegetable, it's sort of inside your car. You might cover up the whole tree because it's also more of a professional. But that is full clothing and Shabbos. By folding the clothing, you're picking up 5 different dishes on 6 years ago. Must be a brand new clothing. Facing his own mortality. Providing you have another self-care. By yourself, by yourself, share what this is all those years ago. He has been at this undercover. Let me make your bed on Shabbos. How to make your bed on Shabbos. Next up, we see more about a lot of shops and everyone people to shop. Undercover work in the history of the FBI and another self-clothing. Certainly, this considered show you the crowd and one of the pioneers of the covert technique. How did your writing relationship begin? How did you find him? How did that happen? So, my agent put it together. My current agent has previously done a fairly special file at the IDA and your agent had told Larry, my other agent, you regard those communities now. The real legend is Marty Suarez. You do a memoir years and when Marty was finally ready. Nevertheless, Larry called me and said, hey, that's the client. He's an FBI agent. One foot on one side, you get the other side, you gotta jump, that's okay, this is rubber. Which one? Go around it, can you be interested? I said, sure. So we're going to follow. Larry said, what you're told, that's awesome. Just over the cartel. And I said, okay, I'm interested. I want to talk to you. And she will talk about it. That's a loud child. Yeah, it's a remarkable story. It's with Martin and I first collaborated. And he's coming into this with the full memory of the long career. As a writer and storyteller, I really wanted to slow down It's very unhealthy. There's a story since our forefathers died in wells and they were buried. Also, some people say, well, it's not something from my job cases and it's all over bubble. There was a side of the FBI. The problem is that person became disintegrated. It's not clearing out the real. And somebody settled on the first 6 years of his career from 1980 and until he was working undercover. No, I mean, close rules. He knows rules. He knows rules. And he's slow, whatever you say. And then, the second half of this operation had a money on the shot is before you keep going. North Coast cartel. Nor says, listen, Charles. They were told exactly they were told in slavery. Russ, listen to the say, but in a different water. She likes to bathe, and then go down to the garden. Went down to the garden to the field, and just afterwards, she changed your name and changed your hairstyle. She wanted to know the photos taken. Really have to create cult. Made me realize that there were these cartel members. They got a bed. It was very good. Part of that was say, Bear Hashem. Shmuel changed. Say that better. Real life experience. You don't want to say Hashem's name just in case it was so bad. In the Navy for about a decade. Oil said it would be a narrow. He was not a circuit woman. Nobody's noticed. And he had all sorts of technical jobs that you would expect a Navy officer to have in charge of ship. Or he said it was similar. She was picking the ones that are upright. She stood up. Finally, down. She sat out on the floor and not exposed. When he noticed that Arpa left and Ross stuck around and she was dug. I think she's not really also had real reasons and therefore it was able to marry. The height of what I said to her, what she highlights is a very weird alert. And there's the Rabbi still just think about this and look alike. And they ran responded. You would have the same mistakes of it yourself and Florida. Without the hype, primarily by your bread. So a Martin was in his Spanish from Portugal. Grew up 1970s in San Juan. Have the streets hard to go along with it, went undercover and created this legend of being a experienced smuggler with a lot of years of trafficking under his belt. Cartel markets, and he began to ingratiate himself deeper and deeper into the cartel's workings. Was there ever a moment where you experienced financial threat and support of the intentions of your plan? What you was up to? So, yes, or it means that the shovel was consumed. Like is kind of look exactly as I was recovered. I was so thoroughly convinced the cartel he was. Whenever things started to feel a little iffy, their drugs were getting seized, people were getting arrested. They never the figure at whose alter ego was Nanny. For years, feared that he may be unmasked as a federal agent. However, these large-scale, years-long undercover operations when the indictment is unsealed and the whole world is charging crime. And one hasn't had an issue with this particular issue smuggling on. Side for non-based United States they get notified that the United States did a extradition treaty. Unlike the smugglers, they don't arrest them on U.S. soil. So when these are that money these are that type of concealed cartel bosses in Colombia or like the only person known as this indictment is and I want to give too much away. Let's just say that professional assassin is sent to find our enemy and to kill him because they do want a FBI agent You have a state of building. But it's the cheap side, and you care about it. That is considered the same. The response says, I want some response says, Schwab means is holding up and one shot, but it means the one that will run. But no, it's retired in 2011. Those you just asked things that are on the outer of the cartel want to be dead. Schwab says, what we're talking about is not necessarily rather you have one is one from the guys now and you got to they are one that brings a small state. People are not going to be watch the meeting, but their sons don't bear to brains and share. That's all we get when it comes to the sort of cat mouse dynamic. They don't better around your black voting, especially back in the day. Also, something great mutual respect there. And there's no marketing out there. In many respects, against this. And at least someone says, we know that the lengths they went, but somebody loses a chance to film his mission as a law enforcement teacher. We're going to make a short break and come back and check more information with us. The big focus inside the cartel, lots of moving parts to do about the vertical undercover agent Martin Suarez, who's an FBI agent.
Sign up now for Coast's own free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Where it says every last shot is a shot. You should read the color of the shots that the second one is it's okay. But those are saying the exclusion is what first of all, the shots.
Thinking about spine or neck surgery for that chronic pain? Stop. Once you go under the knife, there's no going back. Long recovery times, permanent changes, and no guarantee your pain will even improve. There's a safer, smarter option. At Bespoke Biologics, advanced stem cell therapy is giving patients lasting relief without surgery, without steroids, without addictive pain pills. At Bespoke, our doctors specialize in treating herniated discs, degenerative disc disease, pinched nerve, failed back surgery syndrome, using real-time X-ray guidance. The ultimate celebration of music.
Our 2025 IR Music Festival presented by Capital One
Is happening this Friday and Saturday.
live from Las Vegas. One stage.
Live only on Hulu.
And live on the free iHeartRadio.
This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. This is your wallet.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kate. Here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals. It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might, but it's going to be about something very simple, not about something that's serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays, Thursdays, you can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's going to be scary. Oh, it's going to be
Celebration of music. Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
This Friday and Saturday.
Live from Las Vegas.
Live only at Hulu. This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
ViralRabi Music Festival brings great prize rewards and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? A new study is suggesting that emotional leaders may not even as much certain weight loss drugs like Rabbi and Jaro. Scientists suggest that has a hard time is really for this year on weight loss drugs. Those who eat those drugs, special said weight loss individuals weight loss to negative researchers. That's why we don't believe no person should eat weight loss drugs. New research says a Mediterranean diet is good for your guts. Modern diet includes veggies, healthy fats, including amounts of vegetables and dairy. In this study, researchers at King's College evaluated Moscow patients popular vegan box mac and cheese called the building without allergy risk. California-based good on the sick calling lots of mac and cheese
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
TV This is Up and Advantage.
From the team that brought you Up Advantage, come an all-new podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and true experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
It's got to be. Up Advantage style.
A late night knock at the door, a missing farm, and a mysterious shadowy figure comes.
Crazy with those thoughts and response from
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With Kids. This is our new podcast. We're watching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I'm Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-creates the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs, pineapples, and general knowledge. Also using it as a relationship 20 years later. We're talking about life, love, art, and everything.
Saving
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Search by Coast to Coast AM. All their shows, Fred F. Sanders Show, Josh's Show, Ron's Show. Plus, we're playing snippets of snippets, actual a lot of items of these indie shows and the weekend shows too. So you get a lot of fame. Check it out. Coast to Coast AM. Podcast network. Later tonight, Joshua will be our guest, and he's one of the podcasters. And there's something for you. Build up that event.
Dr. Alan Malay brings a decade of experience in natural products with exclusive stem cell medicine that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, alcohol, stress, sleep disorders, or age can be supported by reducing inflammation and eliminating toxins, heals cells. Stem cell is a cell we can control what it needs to be. If there's inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, fatty liver are chronic states of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's protect the cells that it needs. And that's the purpose of any stem and adaptive stem together, supporting the body to be
Dr. Malay, I would like to know after taking my Gaptostem and Immunostem.
the Immunostem is going to happen immediately. I tell you, the immune system is starting to function better after 3 months. If you put a Gaptostem on, all of the
30 minutes.
Order now at healthyfood.com. Stem cell love is here from Rothschild. Protect your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell love is here with after 70% is available at healthyfood.com. At 800-563-3090. That's 800-563-3090. Don't forget to enter your promo code for information.
Stem cell discount at healthyfood.com.
First of all,
If you've been looking at credit cards just to come gas bills, still those you want to keep paying 20% of what it takes. American Financing. They have mortgage rates from the fives, and they're showing people every day on the harder money in your pocket, not in the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an extra $800 using their home equity to wipe out high interest debt. No one just a 10-minute call with Snell. So, American Financing now, 866-336-5030. That's 866-336-5030. AmericanFinancing.net. 1-823-3 Consumer Access .org. APR rates in the 5 star at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 866-336-5030. AmericanFinancing.net/coast to coast for details of the credit costs and terms. House stealing is a nightmare, but real is the FBI's term for thieves stealing and draining your equity. Just one big document filed with a recorder. Own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waiting for foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title payment Matt Cox. What people don't realize is it's this crime. I can take the deed to your hands and I can transfer that deed into mine. It's a great line, and it's happening all the time. So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're now at hometitles.com. Use promo code radio and get a 30-day free trial. One protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist. $50 value. Don't pay that for home.com now.
Those orders and letters are misguided to provide the 85 necessary safeguard. Nobody says 85 one place.
And welcome back to inside the cartel. The undercover agent Martin Schwartz was proposed a lot of where they would drop ship cocaine from planes, and then they would pick it up. Just recently, the president they were attacked and blow up cartel ships that they believe are Israel especially. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think first and foremost it shows how timely this book is, but I think that Trump's current against the cartels are also indicative of become. Mark and I spoke about this because I asked him, so what are your thoughts? And
Shabbos, that's
he went
design.
uncovered the first of life and the cartels was not a very noble one, but he understood the big picture that he's just one guy going after a couple of groups, but the way that the global drug trade works is that it is self-generating, and in order to truly dismantle it, it's the start. Use the war drugs was never won because it never started. However, what Trump is doing now, wait over to show the public video there's data necessarily fruitful either. If you hold a hammer, everything's going to be a nail. Sometimes that doesn't work. And he said that we need to blend covert tactics like we did over absolutely similar to what Trump is doing
That was essentially all right.
I came to the world and I did everything I had to do. And when I met him for lunch, he surprised the shit out of me. But not really. It was an official environment. It was when I met him at a table read, I was like, oh, I gotta pay attention to this motherfucker. Because he wasn't your normal actor. He wasn't acting like an actor. Right. And then we did the movie. And I really got to like him. Like, I watched the scenes. I didn't think he was overly hilarious. Right. But I got his comedy and I got his warmth, which was really good. And that, like, during the movie, I started watching, like, one of my favorite movies is 50 First Dates.
Oh, yeah, that's a great
That's a fucking great movie. So, but when I watched this Netflix special, I got to some blown away. And to this day, I thought it was the best special of the year. My hands down. Like,
it was a few years ago.
Man, it's variety stand-up. He comes out with a guitar. He does sketches. He brings his friends up. He does stand-up. It's a party. He knows how to do it. He's a fucking genius.
And that was like that one when he shot it the entire tour, right? Like that was, I think so, like because he had the other guy playing the piano for him.
Somebody.
That was a great
special. Great fucking special.
Something different. And it's,
remember I've always told you, what have I been telling you for years? Something has to change. I hate going to shows with 3 comedians in an hour and something's got to change. He changed it. He changed what I thought you could change. He changed it. Like he just said, this is what I'm gonna do. I don't like guitar comedy.
Right.
I do not like it. I don't, it's for a certain person. It's for a certain person. Like they have to want to be in a band and like that shit drives me fucking insane.
Okay.
Okay, you always think about the people that are hard to follow. Right. And you always think about, oh, I'm gonna have a hard time following Eddie Murphy. I'm going to have a hard time following Rogan. I'm going to have a hard time following Bill Burr. No. But you go up there and you stature. I used to have to follow this fucking guy. and not only that, like I used to, this is at a different time. I had a different fucking head. And I would have to follow this guy that didn't have a joke throughout his whole act. Nicest guy in the world. But then he went in the back, and this is 2000. This is 98. This motherfucker would put a Tina Turner outfit.
The whole thing?
And sing like a couple Tina Turner songs. Listen, nobody could follow this dude.
Were they laughing after or they're just going fucking nuts?
A fucking standing ovation. People dying in the halls, holding on to their hearts. And you're like, I work every night in the fucking comedy. And I can't get them to laugh one time. This motherfucker puts on a wig, goes out there as Tina Turner. And look at these poor white people. They're all over the floor. They're having a heart attack, giving them a standing ovation. I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people, if done correctly, that you're going to ever follow. Because it's not a joke they're following. They just did like a music parody. When I was at the Comedy Store one night, and James Stevens III went up, and they fucking hated him. Everybody hated James Stevens III. Nice guy.
The audience or the other comics?
The comics hated him. They called him James Stevens III. Oh, to his face. James Stevens was a black dude. You guys might remember he played the piano on the Stephanie Miller show at night. There was a show after Kimmel or I don't know. This is 95, 96. So me and Josh opened from Seattle. Okay. I got to meet him and talk to him. Very nice guy. I got to LA and he would sing. He would fucking go up there, like a couple jokes. He was good looking. Then to boot, he would sing like fucking the black singer from New Jack City. At the end, before they get shot, he's like, I'm not Mary J. Blige. That's a woman. Whatever Marvin Gaye? No, Marvin Gaye was dead by then. This guy's up there fucking, I want to be, but those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks go crazy. So fucking, specifically, that's who would go crazy. It's all the chubby white chicks and black chicks. When Steven would sing. But one night I saw him at the Improv with a little organ. He fucking flatlined the place. I left that bang in my head on the floor. I gotta go get an organ now.
Again, knowledge of the screen is a feature that is under remote measurement now. Also, drugs, money laundering, the only truly know how the apparatus work, which to allow the developers to go back into the underground economy. So marketers laundered money to the cartel who weren't seizing that cash. They were letting that cash actually be laundered so they can find out how the cartel.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery.
No more Casey Rockin'. Something to confirm you're not a pot. Go fuck yourself.
Cash is then given to certain people. Where does it go from there?
This episode's retired.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. This week, Rattlesnake Day. A performance by the Great Corbini. And a mysterious loaf of raisin bread. And now, here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery!
Grant, we're live. And I told you I met up with, whoa, I saw you did something there, but I didn't exactly see what you were doing.
You're just seeing some of the call-in.
Whoa. But yes, no, it was very exciting this past weekend running into Julian from Trailer Park Boys.
Really?
Oh my gosh, he was very nice. I have to get a juicer, and I have to start putting 3 cucumbers in the juicer and 3 lemons. And then you drink that every morning. That's what he was telling me.
Damn.
And then it gets your body alkaline. So then you can't get the flu. Did you know all this stuff? This is what he was telling me.
Sounds very legit.
Yeah, but I told him, I was like, man, but if you ever got cancer or something, you need to maybe go to the doctor. But then there was, but oh my gosh, he was so incredibly nice.
It's this dude?
Yeah, that's him. Julie and I, we got to be buddies, and then it was very regretfully, I wanted to get his phone number because I wanted to text him. I wouldn't have bothered him, but I wanted to text his ass.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but I did write down on my little note, my jokes were 3 cucumbers, 3 lemons. Drink it every morning.
Is that what he's drinking right here?
No, that's probably a whiskey and Coke. That's what he was drinking at least on the other night, on Saturday night. And also, very special shout out to Kansei Yasuda. He was also there with me. And we were talking to Julia. We were going to smoke some hash, but it didn't work out. I was very upset about that. What is hash? Is that it's like weed, I think.
Yes, isn't it just another word for it?
I think it's something different. No, it sounded like it was a powder that you can put on tobacco. No. You got to get it from the Middle East. That's where his buddy from the Middle East was going to come meet up with us, and then it all fell through.
Well, we do have some surprise gifts for you. Gifts? Maybe gifts isn't the right word.
Well, and I don't know. Yeah, don't spring some weird...
But we had some deliveries come in for you.
To here, to the studio?
Yeah. I was going to hand it to you here.
Really? When did this happen?
It happened this week. I don't know if you were expecting this.
I wonder why it happened at the studio.
I don't know, I guess. But
I hadn't checked the P.O. box.
I figured you'd be excited for
I am.
Let me see.
Oh, really? Okay. But But yeah, for anybody curious, anybody that grew up watching Trailer Park Boys, Julian is a real pleasure. And also the man who has his shirt off all the time, who eats the cheeseburgers. He was so incredibly nice. It was very nice talking to both of them. I was in Vancouver, Canada. Very worried. Okay, so you've opened this. And I don't know. Oh my gosh, okay, so some Tennessee stuff, and I do want to say Tennessee really shit the bed.
You're just telling me you love Tennessee.
Yeah, well, in my heart, for anybody curious, because people ask me, I'm sure nobody even gives a shit. I grew up a giant Florida Gators fan, but yes, I did go to Tennessee, and I do, totally love the Vols, and the Gators really suck. If there's if anybody who's associated with the Florida Gators team, y'all got to do something about the coach. Oh my gosh, but I don't need to get into that. But yeah, oh my gosh, well, this is very sweet. Some good Tennessee gear.
Were you expecting this?
No. Okay. Emma Rackley, or yes, maybe I do remember. Emma, thank you so much for this Tennessee stuff. Oh my gosh, it's wonderful stuff. I love it.
Yeah.
Very cool. And by the way, for anybody wondering, this UT symbol, this is Tennessee. This is not Texas, okay? Because Grant, you grew up around here. When you see this, what do you think? Are you thinking University of Texas or University of Tennessee?
I gotta be honest. I went to UT Austin, so I do not associate that with UT Austin.
Oh, you do not associate this with UT Austin?
No.
Oh, I thought this was like one of y'all's symbols.
That's your symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought it was like y'all's symbol. I thought maybe we had it first or something, but I just didn't even know. Cool. Oh my gosh. Well, so sweet. Well, Emma, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the Tennessee gear.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff. Oh my gosh. And that is Davy Crockett, for anybody curious.
Who's the dog?
The dog is Bernard. He wanted to be a Saint Bernard, but he came out hound of some sort. He's a bloodhound, or what did it say, coonhound? I don't know what kind of hound. He's some sort of hound. And I don't know his name. That's very embarrassing. What is the dog's name? Maybe you can help me with that. Maybe somebody can look at it. I have no idea what the dog's name is for Tennessee. But yeah, Tennessee really shit the bed this past weekend. And shout out to Jamie, the man that gave me my
Smokey.
Smokey. Okay, that's so embarrassing. Somebody's about, now I look like some giant poser. I can't think of Smokey. Yeah, that's a classic. Okay, Smoky Mountains, Grant. That's how I got to remember that in the future. If anybody asks me what is the dog mascot for Tennessee, that's what I got to remember. Smoky Mountains.
Smoky Mountains.
But oh my gosh, yeah, Tennessee really shit the bed. But shout out to Jamie McPherson. He picked me up from the airport. Very nice guy. And then I watched the game with he and his two children. And then his wife and her friend were just smoking on the patio, doing something. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why I said smoking on the patio. That's like weird of me to say. I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah, it was just good, clean, honest fun, I'm sure.
Just good, clean fun. We're in there watching the American football game. I think they're all thinking, who's this weirdo American guy? Why does he care about the sport? Because I don't think a lot of Canadians know about football. I don't know. I don't think the Canadian football is that popular up there.
I have no idea.
God, Grant, I thought you knew about Canadian Football League.
I'm not very much help on Canadian football.
Yeah, no idea either. We had a coach named Coach Rogers at high school who he played for the Canadian Football League. Shout out to Coach Rogers. He went to our arch rival. He left the school I went to, and he went to the arch rival school. So I don't know what I feel about that, but I just hope Coach Rogers is happy. That's what I hope.
This week's Mishpacha magazine has a 4-page write-up.
So we'll see. And who is Graham? I feel horrible. Who is the guy with his shirt off eating the cheeseburgers and Trailer Park Boys?
And he writes in the
beginning,
article says that he...
No, Bubbles is the guy with the glasses. I'm looking for him. It's the guy...
is it Kenny Powers? Is that what his name is?
No, not Kenny Powers. Kenny Powers is funny. No, not Kenny Powers.
Let me look it up.
Look it up.
I have never seen Trailer Park Boys.
At minute 42.
It's funny.
So
J-Rock, that guy always made me, he's the white rapper guy. That guy always made me laugh out loud.
It looks like his name is Ricky.
It's
by Rob Wells.
Okay, Rob. Yes, that's right. Rob Wells, Ricky. He's very sweet, man. Pretty good, curious. Very sweet Canadian, man.
That it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says.
But yeah, so Grant, so what's the deal? So do we have some people should talk to,
from the top
should I talk to some people? What's going on?
We got some people if you want to chat with the people.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, no, I totally do. Oh my gosh.
Let's bring someone on. I'm admitting our first person. We'll see.
We must say that Rabbi has the concept about the star for reals. It's better not to take from stock and not have 3 meals on Shabbos. But there's a Mishnah that says,
your beard price are all right earlier. I think I'm going to shave the beard. I think I'm going to, no, not shave it. I think I'm going to trim the beard. I need to. I need a haircut. I need to find a fantastic Sam's or something.
Let me see if I can. We got our. We're just going to selfie. There we go.
Oh my gosh.
Hey! This is a Friday night.
Oh my gosh. Mr. Beef. Beef, it is such a pleasure to see your ass right now, dude. How are you doing?
Dude, the pleasure's all mine. I'm blessed, man.
Oh, wonderful to hear. And Grant, you don't know this. Beef is a motherfucking wrestler, dude. What? Did you know that? Look at the guns.
Nice.
Beef. Is Beef your wrestling name?
If you're Ma'anik Shabbos,
look him. Oh, it's a wonderful. Yeah, look his ass up. He's wonderful. Wait, so what? You already work out today? Oh, and you got it on the. So that's like the opposite of the Sublime guy beef. Remember, he got Sublime on his back, and then you got beef on your stomach. So kind of similar, but also kind of like opposite parts of the body or whatever.
Oh, I have my last name across my shoulder. I'm sad I do not have that then, but
yeah, Sublime. Yeah, do you like Sublime?
What does it mean to be Ma'anik
I
Shabbos?
mean, I know like 2 songs, but I will listen to it.
You know what, Santeria? That's like a classic. And Beef, you're looking good, dude. Oh my gosh, I love it. What is this after you have won a match? Like, do you know what this picture is, or it could be any picture you don't know?
Honestly, I think I lose that match, and I'm like breathing out my asshole trying to survive. I definitely lost that match. I lose 70 to 90% of my matches.
Wait, so what happened? So they're talking to y'all. How does it work? So y'all are like sitting backstage or someplace at the venue, and then some guy comes up and he like gives y'all a breakdown of how the match is going to go down and who wins and who loses, or do you end up talking to the other guy and y'all figure out who wins and loses? Who figures that out?
I just assume I lose every time, so I really don't ask. I just do it. But normally there's a I don't know if it's similar to comedy, but there's a booker, and that booker is in charge of who wins or loses. And I guess that's like I can't really think of I guess it's like.
So you're going with the flow, with whatever you're getting better, learning the trade, happy to be there, go with the flow.
Exactly, yeah.
Your head down, which is good. That's smart.
Yeah, 10 years of this, so like, I've always been a head down kind of guy. I'm not like, I don't know.
That's good. I think that could be a good way to be, but you can't be like a pushover kind of person. But I think it's good to keep your head down. I think that's a very good thing. Oh my gosh, hold on, Beef. Did you see that insane video of it was the guy who ended up jumping in the wrestling ring and beating that dude up?
Yeah, I did see that.
What were your thoughts on that? Luckily, that doesn't normally happen, does it?
No, well. So can I tell you a story before I give you my thoughts on that? Okay, so my buddy Alex, he wrestles under the name Herzog. He's like a big Viking guy. Cool. I doubt he'll watch this. No offense, William. He does not like comedy.
No, I'm kidding. I'm sure Herzog is not going to be watching this. You're probably safe. I agree.
You guys could be brothers. Like, you guys are both tall. you kind of look alike a little bit as well.
Yeah, what would beef? If I ever tried to become a wrestler, I never could because I'm too big of a pussy. But yeah, what would my angle be? Maybe like a Viking kind of guy or some sort of, I don't know, I'd have to put on a lot of weight. I feel like I couldn't do it right now. Obviously, I get hurt.
I mean, you have the swimmer's body. You could just swim.
Oh my gosh, beef, that's one of the sweetest things that anybody said to me in a very long time, that I'd be swimmer's body. Oh my gosh, beef, I'm blushing right now.
You should be, and you should know that you have a swimmer's body.
Well, thank you. Well, it's the row machine. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm actually not swimming right now. It's just the row machine, by the way.
Oh, there's Alex. I see him. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's Mr. Herzog.
So this is Mr. Herzog. Who's the guy directly above my head? That's one of his. That's a guy with him.
Not only did he not look at the wrist,
I don't know who that is.
Here, I'll move it over here.
I'm not really sure who that is.
Oh, it's 3 different people, but there's Herzog. Okay. Yeah, that motherfucker, he's not watching this shit, probably. I hope this guy's watching it, though.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was he's directing it.
Oh my gosh, yes. I think this guy's directing that wrestling match, and I hope that guy, yes, is a fan. And also the guy behind my head looks a little scary, but I don't know how to move my head. Oh no, that's a thing. He's holding it. Herzog's holding it. I thought that was a person for a second, a skeleton head. But then I realized it was just a skeleton head on a stick.
Yeah, he kills people. That's what he does.
Oh my gosh, so he hits people with the fucking thing.
Yeah, he's an evil man. Is that the poet or the alternate? What a cool freaking name. Warner.
I know, Warner. What is that? It's like a German setting. I wonder if Herzog got his name because he was a fan of the documentarian. Warner.
I think that's just his first name from his father and mother.
Oh. Because, yeah, sometimes like people get their names changed or whatever, but yeah, that's good.
Yeah, like, my name is Beef, legally.
You're like, kidding. Did you have it changed, or that's what your mom and your papa named you?
That's my birth name.
Well, that's sweet. What is it, a first name or a last name?
My middle name.
What's your full name?
First name Danger, middle name Beef, last name Mahoney.
Oh my gosh, that's a strong name. That really is. Danger Beef Mahoney. I love it.
Thank you.
You're like almost destined to be a wrestler with a name like that.
Yeah, definitely destined.
Oh, I love it. Wait, so what were your thoughts, though, on the dude jumping in the ring, on the UFC fighter's son jumping into the ring?
Honestly, I hated it because, like,
yeah, it seems scary. It seems horrible. Because normally a regular person, no, that's not it. It was like that. Wait, normally a normal person doesn't just jump into the ring, correct? Beef doesn't happen often, does it?
No, it doesn't at all. But the story I was going to tell you about Herzog, he at the time was dating a newscaster, a female newscaster.
Was she attractive?
I've never met her. I've never seen video of this. I've just heard the legend. So he is in the ring. He just, I think he either like won the match. I can't remember. But a woman, like a valet, is involved, and she gets in the ring and starts attacking Alex. Story-wise, like it was supposed to happen. Well, his girlfriend was not. She just didn't get it. So she proceeds to get in the ring and whoop this lady's ass. Like, almost to the level. This is, like I said, I've not seen it, but I've heard the legend. I've heard it repeated by like 15 different people.
I would have been cheering so loudly during that time. Like when the Florida Gators won the basketball thing this past year, I was cheering so loudly. I would have been cheering loudly. Because what are they doing? What is she, like, pulling hair? Is she punching? Like, what are the ladies doing when they're fighting?
I've heard that she grabbed the lady by her hair, like her head, and was just punching her straight in the nose, and like it was a bad thing. Like she lost her job as like in the local, like in like Missouri. Yeah, this is all legend, but I believe it because
I believe it too. And Grant, would you ever watch two? Would you like to watch two women fight? Yeah. I know, I think I would too, maybe. But as long as it ain't got the end, they have to like shake hands at the end.
Yeah, that's fair. All fair level one.
Who says that? Michael Jackson or something? No, not Michael Jackson, but it's somebody.
I think he said something about missing all the shots you don't take or something. I can't remember.
Yes. Wait, so Beef, have you worked out today? Do you have to keep a strict regimen since you're a wrestler? Have you worked out?
I have not actually. I was going to go work out, and my wife was like, "Hey, when are you supposed to go live?" And I was like, "I'm gonna try," because I always see it like a couple hours after you post it.
Like, I always post it kind of right before if I'm doing it. So.
Well, we caught it. We were actually out and about, and then
Oh my gosh! So you're about to go work out. What are you doing today?
Today is back and biceps.
Oh, I love it. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be, and probably do a little bit of cardio, you know, get my work on my heart.
Yeah, you have to. Oh my gosh, I read something the other day that each of our hearts only have, well, obviously, but each of our hearts only has a certain amount of beats, and then once it gets to that, we're dead, and it just stops beating. So I just wonder, I think about all the times I did a bunch of cocaine, like right now my heartbeat's very low, so I think maybe that's good for me doing all the cardio stuff, so maybe that's good, because I think there were a lot of times my heart was beating really fast when I was on like stimulants and stuff, cocaine.
I mean, yeah, I've not been to the doctor's in years, but I'm pretty sure like I'm labeled as obese. And
How tall are you?
I am 5'9".
What you weighing these days?
I probably weigh, I think I weigh like 250.
Oh, nice. So that's a big old size. That's a good size.
Yeah, so my heart is probably not working too well.
Well, just, get the cardio going, dude. You got it. Just get the cardio. I think cardio helps, maybe. I don't really know, but maybe, I think that helps.
Or I can do cocaine to train my heart.
I know the order. Oh my gosh, but do the cocaine after the workout. Don't do it before the workout. Do you ever take, I remember one time years ago, I took some of the, some pre-workout stuff, and I really hated it. It made my heart, it made me feel real nervous, and I hated it. I never understood why people took that stuff. I don't know. I didn't get it.
I think it's, I used to like take it religiously, and then I would like have headaches for 3 days straight. So recently, I just put some salt in water and eat a banana before workout, and that's like 10 times better than pre-workout. I don't know, like
cool. It's all probably better for you. Yeah, I just chug a couple cups of water, but maybe I should put a little salt in there because maybe I'm peeing out. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Beef, it's all complicated. I don't get it.
Honestly, I watch YouTube videos. I don't know anything. I guess.
I know. Well, you're doing it. It's all good. Well, wait, so what do you listen to? Are you going to be listening to something? Do you put earphones in when you're working out?
Yeah,
you have a playlist, or what do you do?
I just, whenever Spotify like will put on shuffle for me, I listen to I know that you listen to America, the band.
So you listen to that? Yeah, okay. Now I'm on to Minute Men. Check out Minute Men.
Yeah, okay.
What is Look up, what do you use to listen to your music? Spotify or YouTube, or what do you use?
I pay for Spotify, but I can use
Okay, well, get on Spotify when you work out today and type in Minute Men, and then one of their compilation albums is 41 minutes. I think it's the first of these compilation albums. It's 41 minutes. Listen to that. It's very good.
Okay.
It's like high energy songs. Do what?
Is that an Australian band, or am I?
No, it's the People Americans, the people that did the Jackass song.
Oh, okay. The name of it sounds familiar. I actually used to use that song for like my entrances.
Yeah, it's a classic. Well, listen to it. It's wonderful. Again, the first compilation album on Spotify. It's 41 minutes, so you'll know what it is because it's 41 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'll jam the hell out of it today.
Yeah, let me know what you think. It's very good. They're singing about like El Salvador. They're singing about the prison camps. They're singing about all this kind of stuff, and it's just fun punk music.
Okay, I'm definitely into that. I probably never I love music and the lyrics, like I like them, but there's been songs where I don't know what the song's about, but I really like the lyrics, and then you find out it's like I would have never even known that was a thing. So,
Yeah, oh my gosh, there's the like the semi-charm kind of life. I think that's about drugs, maybe like killing themselves. Yeah, there's a couple of happy ones. I found out about one recently, some happy song to me, but it's about somebody being addicted to crystal meth. I know, it's weird when you find that out. It's almost kind of sad or something.
yeah, like he actually says that in the song, but like you can't even like you're just like this is
Yeah, it's a happy. You're just singing it. Yeah. Well, don't let it discourage you though. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, yeah, my low IQ makes me insecure, so
well, welcome to the club.
It's the Bible Belt, or I guess like the Southernness. I think we instead of like survivor's guilt, we have like idiot guilt.
Idiot guilt for just being idiots. But Beef, you're not that big of an idiot. And I think especially because you realize you kind of are. Same with me. I think because I realize I kind of am that I'm not as big of an idiot.
Yeah,
but maybe that's wrong. I don't know. What do you think, Grant? Are we that big of idiots or what? Because you're from Texas, which isn't necessary, which isn't the South. So what do you think about Southern people, Grant? Oh, y'all are so dumb. Okay. Okay, well, what do you think?
I think I'm in your camp. I also think I'm dumb.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, stop. You're just saying that because we both said it.
Yeah, we put you on the spot, Grant.
Yeah, dude.
No, I like the camaraderie. We can all be in the dumb camp.
Okay. Well, Beef, oh my gosh, and I think that honestly is what the album cover maybe looks like. But again, it's 41 minutes, so you'll see what it is. You'll be able to find it that way.
Okay, it looks like...
I think it might look like that. This is the first compilation album on Spotify when you click under compilations under the art. You say it's 41 minutes.
It was about the hour women?
You're kidding. I know you're kidding. The Minute Man.
Okay, the Minute Man. Okay, I knew it was something to do with time.
It was my ass right there, Beef.
Classic goose.
100 meals if you are in the
All right, well, have a good workout. Nice to communicate with you.
Absolutely. I just want to say, and I know I said to you whenever we met, but like you've been such a beacon of joy in my life and such inspiration to everything I do. And just to spend all this time with you today, it means a lot to me. I really appreciate it.
Man, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Great talking to you. You inspire me, dude. You got to keep on wrestling, baby.
Hey, I'm with one of the major companies now, so I'm doing it full time.
Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And then someday maybe I can dress up in a suit or something. We can have somewhere I'm like your manager, and then I can get on to somebody else, and we can do that thing where they don't realize I go in the ring and start beating somebody up. We can do that shit. That'd be cool. But like I'm really good at beating somebody up, and everybody's like kind of screaming, and like people don't know if it's real or not. We'll just figure it out. Like I'm doing it kind of a safe way, but.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. All right, well, nice to talk to you.
All right, well, nice talking to you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Beef. Yeah, did you know he's a wrestler, Grant?
I had no idea.
Beef's
cool as hell.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he was real nice. Yeah, I can't remember exactly where that was, where I met him. I can't remember where it was.
Want to take advantage of somebody else?
All right. And our next caller. This is
if I can get all this name in here. Grant, I mean, what? So you got the HelloFresh. And first off, hold on. You got the HelloFresh?
I did it back to the person.
I need the food now, Grant.
That's because of your generosity. I got HelloFresh delivered at my house.
How
is it?
It was good. It was daunting at first. I did HelloFresh a while back, and
what was daunting about it?
Well,
but daunting in a good way, right?
Well, yeah, in a good way. It was just like when I pulled up the list, there's like so many more options than there used to be, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot to choose from. I'm looking at that.
And oh my gosh, Grant, yeah, I mean, for somebody I mean, if somebody wants any kind of different, it's almost like reading material. I mean, there's 100 different options, Grant. I mean, there's something for everybody. I mean, 100 options. There's something for everybody.
It works nicely for me because I got kids, so I was able to make a big old meal for a bunch of us.
Oh my gosh, and everybody loved it. Do you help with homework?
I do help with homework.
Well, that's good. And what helps kids with homework, doing their homework well, is eating a good, healthy meal, a
okay, high protein, veggie packed. I mean, we're talking the greener the better. Okay, greener the better. Vegetables you're getting in these meals. And Grant, you should still eating your vegetables, right? They do love putting zucchini in so many of these recipes. You got the zucchini right there next to me. Oh, I love zucchini. I like zucchini in like a benihana situation. I think they normally put that in like benihanas. But oh my gosh, there's steak, seafood recipes delivered every week. No extra cost. 3 times more seafood on the 3 times more seafood on the menu now, and no extra cost. Yeah, apparently. Seasonal produce each week. What? I've never even heard of such a thing. Corn on the cob. What? Stone fruit? What? I'm too scared to touch a stone fruit whenever I see one at the grocery store. Those things are scary looking. Stone fruit? Yeah, stone fruits, I think, have spikes on them. But yeah, the best way to cook just got better. Go to HelloFresh.com/WMS10FM. Now to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. 1 per box with active subscription. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. That's HelloFresh.com/WMS10FM. To get 10 free meals plus a free item for life. Oh my gosh, beef. Did you ever take pre-workout? Grant, do you work out? Here we go. Oh my gosh. Showcase Sports Center. Hello, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, William? Hey, Brad, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Let me get my phone a little lower here. It is.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm really loud. I'm thinking I love the perspective on there. It was kind of fun. It was almost like you were about to lay down on a couch or something. That was kind of funny looking.
We might do a little bit of that later, but it's not working out for now. I gotta fix this.
Yeah, oh my gosh, wait, so what is your phone on? One of these things that you can put it on the table or the ground and it holds your phone up?
It is a very cheap phone tripod. I have my phone plugged in. I remember last time I was on the show, it was a disaster. I was sideways, and I was worried Grant was going to have to fix it.
That's right.
I wanted to make sure I could have my phone upright.
Oh my gosh. Because Grant still talks about that sometimes when I come in. Like today, he brought it up. It's like, okay, we're going to do this one thing. I hope that doesn't happen. Well, where are you right now in your house?
This is my grandmother's house. Let's see if I can get this little freak in the frame here. Hang on.
Dude, your grandmother?
My grandmother?
No, this little freak. I'm kidding. I assumed it wasn't your grandmother.
I'm rich.
Fair enough. Well, what did your grandmother do? How'd she end up making the money to live in that big ass nice looking house?
Funny enough, she's a teacher, so I don't really know how that all worked out. But
oh my gosh, maybe she made good investments or something. Or
she taught multiple schools at once.
Could have been, yeah. And then you're getting multiple once you retire. What is that, a pension? Maybe she's getting multiple pensions or whatever.
Two teachers, 4 schools, there's a lot of money coming in.
Yeah, do the math. 2 teachers, so I can be 2 teachers at 4 schools for you. Do the math. And this is a little Oriental cat.
Yeah. From the Orient. Panda. I am here with Sweet Panda taking care of him. He doesn't need much care, but he likes to hang out.
Oh my gosh, very cool. Yeah, I always remember them. What is the Disney movie that they're featured in pretty heavily in parts? Is it 100 Dalmatians?
Yeah, Lady and the Tramp.
Lady and the Tramp, where they're like, we are Siamese if you please.
Oh, classic.
We are Siamese if you don't please.
Oh, and then the twist.
There's something about domicile, talk a while, or something. What's your day looking like, dude? And there they are. Yeah, those are sweet. Look, I like those cats. Those are fun.
There's not a better podcast producer in the game.
Grant is on top of his shit. Again, he brings up weird stuff sometimes when it's only he and I in his office over there. But other than that, he's been really good. It's been really great. So what, you're house sitting your grandmother's house, or where's your grandmother, on vacation or something?
She's in Oregon. We have family in Oregon. They go out every year for that. So.
Oh, cool. So you got the house to yourself. Are you throwing a party?
Good. Would you come along? Would you bring Grant?
Yeah, Grant and I, it's been a little over 4 years, but I think the time I really need to start drinking, 1,000%, theoretically, it would be at a house party.
And I'm in Colorado too, man. Let's bring it back to the 1970s. Let's go.
Oh my gosh! And then yes, and then if it's up in Colorado or up at altitudes, I'm getting drunker. I'm kidding. No, that'd be a disaster. Oh my gosh! Well, that is. I used to love drinking at altitude, though. Oh my gosh! Because again, it makes it so you're basically you train at altitude pretty much since you live at altitude.
I'm training. I'm wrestling every day.
So you are another so you're similar to me.
You caught me. I pretty much just sit here with the cat and watch the podcast. Right now I'm watching BattleBot.
Oh my gosh! Wait, how do you stream? How does one find BattleBots? Are you streaming that?
It's actually, I don't know if this is an official channel here, but let me, because it appears to be on the official BattleBots YouTube channel, they're doing a live all BattleBots Vegas fights.
Oh my gosh, so they're in Vegas right
It's been
now.
going for about 4 weeks, so I'm set.
Damn, that's wonderful. It always made me so sad when the BattleBots would end up, one of them would hurt the other one and it'd like be on its side or something. That's like brutal kind of.
Well, and this is just like a compilation of that, so I think I'm going to turn it off in a little bit. You're just getting a little dark.
Yeah, man, there's only so much. Yeah, sometimes I watch all kinds of different compilations, and if I'm being very honest with you, and yeah, sometimes I'm like, okay, this is way too much for me to click off of this video. It's like, dude, this is great. What are you doing? You're insane now. Turn off of click off of this.
Yeah, switch over to some Roomba videos or something a little more docile.
Yes, just a Roomba with maybe just one couch in the room, or maybe just a table and chair, and then just watching those freaking things navigate a room is fun. And then it's always fun seeing the pictures afterwards where it shows the path it took, and it's just like all over the fucking place.
It's a game and an art project in one.
I know. Just be careful if you have any kind of pet doo-doo. Make sure to clean that up in the carpet because it's going to spread that around if you don't clean it up, which is a literal nightmare. And then it starts stinking because it's probably old and crumbly to begin with, and then it's really stinking. So how long do you have the house to the place to yourself?
House sit time often. Sometimes the dogs are here, but they took the dogs to Oregon as well this time, and it is a longer trip, so I'm here for about 3 weeks. Funny enough, Grandma actually comes back tomorrow, so.
Oh, cool. So you only have one night, dude. I would be scared. I remember I've house sit at my parents' house before, dude, and I get creeped out because if I'm being honest with you right now, what it's looking like a little bit was, did you ever watch Paranormal Activity 2? It almost looks like you're in the main room of that house right now. Do you have is there any kind of weirdness at your grandmother's house, or you're safe over there?
I wish you didn't say that. I don't really want to talk about it.
I know. I'm sorry. No. Yeah. Well, at least your grandmother. You only have one night where things can really go awry, and that's tonight. Because once your grandmother gets back, the ghost or whatever they're probably not going to mess.
Well, I mean, it's not really my problem anymore at that point.
I know, because it's your grandmother. She's going to deal with it. I mean, she's just been on vacation or whatever.
Yeah, she can come back and take what's coming to her, so
well, we'll be fine. So what does the rest of your day look like?
We started it off walking the dogs at home.
Okay.
I brought home some Chick-fil-A breakfast for my mom. They just opened one right by the house here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm a giant fan. I haven't had it in a while, but it's one of the only, I guess, beef products they have. But the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits, I think, from Chick-fil-A are to die for, with the little medallion-looking hash browns. Oh my Lanta!
Are you stacking hash browns on that?
No. But I am taking a bite of the biscuit, and then pretty shortly thereafter, dipping my stuff in ketchup and putting that in my mouth. So I will have both in my mouth at the same time, at like different times going in.
Okay, so you're chewing it together, but it's not the bite together. Because sometimes I will do that. I like putting something. I'll get breaded sausage quesadilla. So I'm so sorry. I keep interrupting you.
No, I apologize too because I feel like I'm interrupting you. I apologize. I really do.
What a nightmare.
What a fucking nightmare a little bit. Oh my gosh.
I always keep talking about the biscuits, and I gave it a shot recently, and I just can't do it. It's too dry for me. I feel like I would choke to death.
Oh, really? Yeah, you gotta have a lot of water.
That
you have to have a lot of water. I don't know.
Somebody
Yeah, I
once
just
told
grew up eating biscuits. I love them. So you would prefer. So if you went to like a McDonald's, you'd be more of a McMuffin kind of
In other
person.
words,
I get the McMuffin and hash brown, and like I said, I put it in so it's the crunchy bite experience.
If you eat a sandwich, will you put chips in the sandwich?
No, I don't eat chips. Oh my God, I eat chips. I don't drink soda.
Oh, really?
I'm not super healthy. I'm a wrestler.
I know. Well, that's smart of you. Because chips can be. I love some chips. I was just up in Vancouver and I was eating some ketchup flavored chips. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I tried the ketchup flavored Lay's when they were doing all those different flavor contests. And
did you like it?
I think that might have been the last flavored Lay's I did.
Oh my gosh! Wait, how long ago was that?
Grant, can you pull it up?
Yeah, Grant. It was like
the steam, possibly. The flavor guys. Yeah, those guys. Grant, number one.
He does it so fast. And also, Grant, I'm starting to believe you really are the wrestler. Grant, can you pull that picture of the guy up again where I thought it was 3 people behind him, or 2 people behind him, but it was only the one guy with the weird little glasses? I'm starting to think this is your ass. I'm starting to think we've somehow gotten both that you... Is this you? Hold on, he's getting the picture up.
I have this picture multiple times before as well.
Is this you?
Wow. That guy, well...
Were you with, what's this guy's name again? Herzog? You know Herzog? You're with, were you Herzog's manager?
How do you go about looking like that?
You can't have...
Probably soda and chips. That's Herzog. This guy, your manager. Yeah, this guy's Herzog. And then the other guys were trying to figure it out. And then I'm thinking, wait, is it you? That's not you.
And it was
You're thinking I'm the manager. I'm not like him in like a dressed down costume. Because
it could be a dress down. I don't know. Well, that's like almost steampunk. Maybe that's steampunk dress down. By the way, what are your thoughts about that? The steampunk aesthetic.
Let him loose.
Well, I think in its purest form, it's cool. But like,
with like the goggles and stuff.
Like if it's all real, you know, and it's got the gears are moving and the oil's dripping and the steam's coming off. But
yeah.
God, Grant, thank you so much.
See, that's kind of getting a little steampunk. That's getting a little steampunk right there with the top hat. I feel like that's part of the aesthetic is the top. I don't know how you did that, but if you don't, it looks like you're literally wearing the steampunk top hat right now.
Can I get some like smoke out of my ears too, Grant? Let me see if I can find this.
Like a
tape. We just make it worse for Graham. Sorry.
It's you and I. We just looked into a Cracker Barrel. You saw that they just changed the logo of it, and you're pissed. And I'm like, dude, relax. And then the steam starts coming out, and then somebody's like, wait, what's his problem? And I'm like, it's steampunk.
I'm keeping the hat on.
It's incredible opportunity.
Steampunk. Oh my gosh, yeah, you're keeping the hat on. You're not taking it off at breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
Well, you might eat inside the Cracker Barrel.
Oh
my gosh.
Or a wagon.
It's starting to, it's like, I don't know, the glasses are a little different, but I don't know, the glasses that guy has on are so nonsensical to me. I mean, they're so tiny, the little lenses.
I'm gonna don't take that away, Graham, but if you can see, my head is very square, rectangular shaped.
What's my head shape?
I can't do anything directly circular, but I like the style of those glasses. Like it makes you seem like a cooler guy than you might actually be sometimes. So I like that kind of glasses, but these are like rounded rectangles, so it kind of balances out a little bit. Very square in not a very attractive way.
Oh, stop!
Right now it's like I'm copying you.
You have an envious bone structure. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. You have the square look. I don't have a square look. Mine's like round, and it's just totally. And I got more hair loss than yo ass, dude. I mean, my hair's really going. Maybe should I buzz it?
I would be interested to see what it looks like. Because Zeldin, he really is a beautiful young man. But then, like, with the voice and everything, I feel like people would start thinking that Zeldin is you or you are Zeldin more than they already do.
So maybe, okay, so I would have to even think it along those lines of it. Maybe it could be confusing for somebody or something, so maybe that's why I don't go that route. And I don't think I would anyway. I just gotta just keep moving forward. Maybe go to Fantastic Sam's. You know about that place? Supercuts, Fantastic Sam's.
I typically do a great clips, but as you can see, it's kind of just all over the place now. The last time I did it, I just had mom shave it off at home. I've been wanting to do that for a long time, so.
I know, that always feels good when you just buzz it off. It's probably how the lady feels. Sometimes you see the ladies with the buzz cut, and I think, oh my gosh, that probably felt good when she did that, because something made her do that.
One thing I hate, and as you can see, I live a life with lots of animals around, is the hair in my eyes and ears constantly itching and irritating. That, and then I used to have longer hair that was touching, and it just was bothersome. So if I could eliminate one of the hair sources, at least slightly,
good.
usually better.
Yeah, no, when I do Q-tips in my ear, it like gets in the hair, and now I'm 38, so now I have a bunch of hair growing, like weird, real wiry feeling hair growing out of my ears now. But since my hair's all around it, kind of, I just let it go, and then it starts looking insane because I never notice it because I have all this other hair around my ears. So
I went to the emergency room for this the other day. I just feel like there's something in my ear, man. But they looked in there and they said it looks perfectly clean. And as she's saying that, I'm feeling a little tickle in my ear, and I'm like, is this bitch lying to me right now?
She's seeing the little spider. Yeah, she's literally looking at the little spider in your ear saying, oh, no, you're clear. Nothing.
Spiders giving her like 8 thumbs up. Like,
exactly. Oh my gosh, that fucking gosh, she was so sweet, Charlotte. Remember her? That spider?
Well, there's something in my head about you recently talking about Templeton, and I feel like I've thought about it every day since you did that.
Well,
I can't remember what episode it was.
Templeton's so fun, and especially that in the original Charlotte's Web when he's at the freaking fair and he is just going ham on all the food. He's singing a fun song. Like, I want to watch that later. I need to watch that later just for my soul right now. So that's a fun part.
Well, in my middle school, we did a production of Charlotte's Web, and I tried out unsuccessfully for the role of Templeton.
What did you end up getting?
Fancy place and all.
The guy comes in, turns on the light, unfortunately, and that was my last acting role, other than hiding your cockroach joke in the car. But
what grade is this? How old are you?
When
this is happening?
Probably 6th or 7th grade.
Okay.
Well, middle school in Colorado here.
Better then than later or something. I mean, I remember I played football with the pads on in the 3rd grade, and my dad said I would just kind of hop around the action. So it's good. I stopped playing football in the 3rd grade. I wasn't made for it. I wasn't aggressive enough.
Because I feel like Grant's attacking me with this spider, and I gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for you. You had to go to the emergency room. That's like scary. You're kidding. You didn't go to the emergency room. You're kidding, right? Or you did?
It was the doctor's visit. I was there for something else, and I was like, hey, could you just, while we're here, take a look for me? Since then, I started feeling things in my nose, too, so I'm thinking it's just the hair. We're going to roll with that for now, but...
Probably hair. It's probably not parasites taking over your body from you eating something 6 months ago that you shouldn't have. It's probably not parasites. I'm sure it's not. No, seriously, I mean, really, I'm sure it's not. It's probably a hair.
Well, I believe you, William. It seems that you're being genuine right
now.
now.
It's hair, dude. It's not.
So, Megan Julian. Oh, girl.
Oh, they're going to do you involuntarily into some sort of hospital. You don't want to be in, dude, so don't start going to the doctor telling them there's spiders in your ear. Room full of people itching their ears.
That shit is so fucking funny.
Yeah. Maybe get some eardrops or something.
Before I go, I just want to say everyone in the comments, we love the call-in shows. We're doing the call-in shows every week from now on. Grant, thank you for putting my name up. It was nice talking to you guys today. I love you very much.
Yeah, nice to talk to you.
Have a good one, yo.
Oh my gosh, and it's not, I don't think, there's no way that wasn't a spider. You think it was a spider in this ear? There's no way.
Man, those videos are terrifying.
Of what? Spiders in people's ears? When they find weird shit. I know, I've seen, like lobster looking. Thank you. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Okay, well, I'm glad he didn't go to the emergency room. That it was just a doctor's visit. What, do we have time for one more? I don't even know when we started, or is it? Yeah, let's do another. Let's grab one that we're in September now. It's the gridiron. It's football season, college football season, Canadian football season, National Football League, by the way. That's the biggest one. NFL, in National Football League, NFL, and if you're a big fan of it, you want to make the games, I'm just going to say, a lot more exciting. You're really going to be on the edge of your seat if you're gambling on these games, okay? I mean, it's going to be real exciting. So get ready for that. I mean, it's just like really exciting. So you have to beat. So you can use DraftKings if you want to do that. You want to sit on your couch on Saturday and get up a big college football fan. What do you like, Grant? Are you more of a Canadian or NFL or college? Or
I used to watch football all the time. I do soccer now. Like, because we got our soccer team here at Austin FC.
Oh my gosh! And also, I think I'm almost positive you can bet if you want to bet on soccer games. You can do that on DraftKings as well. I mean, you can bet on all kinds of stuff. I would bet on, you would bet that you can bet on DraftKings. Okay, it's a safe bet to bet on DraftKings using DraftKings. But your season, your shot, the NFL season is rolling. And every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Football League. From first touchdown score to anytime touchdown props or the throw of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. And if you don't know what that is, my understanding is you can even do like the coin flip at the beginning. So I mean, whoa, and again, you're going to be on the edge of your seat when you're making these in-game bets. Like, as the game is going on, you can bet on stuff, and oh my gosh, you would be probably at the edge of your seat because these things can happen or they don't happen, and then you're watching to see if they happen or they don't happen. And there are available lines and odds from the DraftKings Sportsbook for an NFL game. Okay. And the new customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and 200 bonus bets instantly. Put score for 200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMS. That's code WMS to get 200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet plus over 200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. But do you have a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OH-PENNY. Or text OH-PENNY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-7-8-9-7-7. And you did hear that correctly. So, again, this is Connecticut. Help is available for problem gambling. And that number, again, I just got to read it one more time. 888-7-8-9-7-7-7. That's 888-7-8-9-7-7-7 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois. When in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/bonus. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and not renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Tickets are at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer / I'm kidding, there's no slash after limited time offer.
But let's say the get your off, that's much worse. Then he already designates it for the recycling bin, and it loses its free designation.
Yo,
and it
what's good, man? It's Meow 42.
Oh my gosh, how are you, Meow 42? How are you?
There's no
good. You know, I saw you at Buffalo Helium a minute ago.
Were you at the show where the couple was in the crowd and the girls started crying and they left? Did you happen to be at that show? Because that was psycho.
I think it was that one.
Okay.
Hell of a time. I remember you opened the set with, are there any Native Americans in the crowd? Yeah, and I raised my hand, and I really should have been like, I said I was Mohawk, but I really should have said I'm Sequoian.
Oh my god, yes, Sequoian is that, yeah. I mean, because Mohawk, what did I say? Sounds fake or stuff made up or something? Yeah, Sequoian, I might not have said that. Sequoian, I might have thought, oh my gosh.
I got a thing against Sequoians. My mother used to drive a Sequoia. I get it.
Yeah, well, there was a woman named Miss Francis who used to drive us to school, and she had a white Sequoia, and she would drive like a bat out of hell, and we'd listen to like Nora Jones, and that her name, like real soft, like lady music. I didn't.
Yeah.
With some of that I like, but not Nora Jones. We'd listen to that, that she'd be driving all crazy, almost hitting people. It was just psycho.
Once upon a time.
Whatever. How's your day? So what, you're up in Buffalo?
I am up in Buffalo, yeah. I was working from home. I am currently sick as shit. And I was kind of scrolling.
What happened?
Sinuses and stuff. Just kind of stuffed up. And our drummer got sick, and then our guitar player got sick, and then it kind of spread throughout our band.
Oh my gosh. Wait, so what kind of music do you play?
In a rock band.
Oh, nice. Are you familiar with Minutemen?
And the blade of cloud.
A little bit.
Yeah, they're kind of fun. Listen to them sometime. Well, that's exciting. You're in a rock band. Yeah, dude, you have to be careful. Yeah, I fear that if there's ever another pandemic that like literally is killing everybody, we're all screwed. Because I swear, I wonder if picking the seat on the airplane where somebody's coughing behind me. And sure enough, it happened on my 4.5-hour flight from Vancouver to Austin yesterday. It's two children. And they're both coughing, and like the mom's coughing, and I'm just thinking, God, I hope they're covering their mouths. And then I start working myself up, thinking I'm gonna fucking mug them and turn around, but they're like, will you relax? Life is too short. You're gonna end up on some weird video on the internet, freaking out on a plane. But I'm sorry you don't feel good. Yeah, I'm starting to get some green shit in my boogers right now, and I don't think that's good. I think that means there's an infection.
I got you on Mucinex if you need it.
Oh my gosh, Siggy, what is that, pills?
Yeah, they're the 12-hour, 1200s, dude. They will get you right.
Well, I love that, and I swear, dude, the Mucinex commercials, I think, are some of my favorite drug commercials with that little booger guy, the green, like, goblin, but yeah, green, booger-looking guy, dude. That guy's hilarious. That's why I use Mucinex. Wait, I've never used it. What does Mucinex do?
Officially, it's an expectorant, which means it just gets all the shit out, and that's kind of what you want: fluids, expectorant, and meow moo.
For sure. Well, good to know about Mucinex, because I knew it had something to do with boogers or whatever, just because of the green guy in the commercial. So I knew it was like some booger related. But I had no idea. Well, I hope everybody gets better in the band. I mean, hopefully it's not something bad. What's the name of the band?
We're called Not Normal. We can be found at Not Normal 716.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully a couple tunes out.
What is that? Not Normal 716, like .com or like what do you mean?
That's our handle is Not Normal 716, like the @ and then it's notnormalband.com.
Oh, nice. Wait, what do you do again in the band?
I sing most of the songs and then play guitar. So all four of us actually sing, so it's super fun. And not gonna lie, finding your comedy over the last couple of years really got me out to like performing and stuff. Just like it gave me like a resurgence, like your energy on stage gave me a resurgence of just like getting out there and playing music again. And yeah, I'm super just grateful for you doing your thing, man.
Well, yeah, because seriously, if my dumbass can do it, anybody could. I mean, I'm an idiot, so anybody can do it. So that's sweet. That's what you took from it. Because I agree. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, anybody just mess around. Well, that's great. Wait, do you like Benny and the Jets, that song?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you actually put me onto Volcano and Fast Car.
Yeah, I was recently looking on eBay for is this your license?
Yeah, that's us.
Oh my gosh! And I see you. What are you wearing? A black shirt? I'm kidding. That's a woman.
We've put wigs on stage before for Halloween and shit. Actually, Josh, the other guitar player on the left, we did Halloween last year, and he was the best Velma ever.
Oh my gosh, from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Wait, Velma's the one with the glasses, right? And the orange shirt? And the big knockers? I'm kidding. I feel like I've seen some pictures where they put it where she has like big bosoms, and I'm like, who are these perverts making these pictures of sexy ass fucking... But I don't know. There's people I've only seen it in passing.
He had some gnarly knockers that night.
Oh, really? Did you try to touch him? I feel like I would have tried to touch him at one point. Maybe be like, oh my gosh, excuse me, I didn't even mean to. Sorry. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's hard to describe, but we did the one meme where like the one guy was like looking at the other girl instead of the other one. Yeah, we had fun with it.
Oh, nice. What? Like y'all are on stage and then you hit the meme, the thing in the meme, like when you're on stage, or just like you took a picture afterwards or something?
Picture afterwards. In hindsight, we should have done it on stage.
And oh my gosh, hold on, you're talking about the Scooby-Doo meme.
I think he's talking about this one, right?
Oh no,
that one. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, but like in costume and characters and shit. Like I was Fred. He was Velma, and then Daphne was the one that's like, why are you looking at that?
Oh yeah, because generally you would think maybe Daphne maybe looks better, but some people would think Velma looks better for sure. It's kind of brunette versus blonde there, kind of. And one's kind of nerdy, one's kind of like the cheerleader kind of look. So it's just kind of, well, that's fun though. I love it. Well, watch some Scooby-Doo if you want to later on, if you have to relax or something. Nah, I don't know. No, not Scooby-Doo. That'd be boring. You don't want to watch Scooby-Doo. Wait, what do you want to watch? If you're laying around, what are you watching?
I've been playing a lot of Fallout lately. After the show, big fan.
Did some new one just come out?
I think they did like, I've never gotten into 76 because it's like online, but I know season 2 is coming out of the show, and I've always loved New Vegas, so I'm like doing another playthrough of that, and I know that's got like a huge mod community, but big Fallout fan, Fallout music, comedy, what else could you ask for, you know?
I hear you. Well, not being sick, and you're going to get better. Also drink some orange juice. I think that helps too, baby.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I can't believe, I wish you were at the show where the freaking, I'm talking to some couple up in Buffalo, and then the girl, like I was talking kind of aggressively, not that aggressively, and the girl starts crying, like 30 seconds after I like stop talking to them and move on, and then I like look over again, and she's like bawling her eyes out, and it just made me angry, because it was like, I wasn't being mean. But then I was kind of mean after that, and then it was bad, and then they left. But yeah, but whatever. What do you do?
Yeah, I found out the hard way. Halloween a couple of years back, I ended up going to a stand-up show in costume right around
this time.
So I was dressed up as Hunter S. Thompson right around the time when the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix thing came out, and everyone's like, oh yeah, he does look like Dahmer.
So, what, did you have like the glasses on?
Yeah, I had the yellow glasses and the bucket hat, and they're like, dude, he does look like Dahmer, man. And I'm like, I'm trying to be the other guy.
Hilarious. That's funny. Yeah, you should have like maybe a tie-dye shirt on or something where you're just like naked other than that, than the
I
glasses.
had like a Hawaiian shirt and like a white long sleeve to kind of give that vibe, but they're like, yeah, no, you definitely put people in the freezer.
Well, that's their problem. A Hawaiian shirt with the long sleeve shirt underneath, that's Hunter S. Thompson. I think Hunter S. Thompson has a Hawaiian shirt listening to Volcano. Wait,
no.
Yeah, that's a wonderful song. Yeah, I was looking on eBay recently and I found these wonderful license plate cover that's like silver and it says Parrot Head Forever because that's what they call the Jimmy Buffett fans. Did you know that? They call them Parrot Heads. Wait, what do you think about Fast Car? That's kind of an emotional one almost.
It's a sad one. It hit, man. It's a really good storyteller. Yeah, it's a piece for sure. It's got some movement. It hit me in a way.
Well, listen to Softer Softest by Hole. That's the song that I cannot stand. There's Tracy Chapman wearing a turtleneck, and a turtleneck is a really good look. And for anybody wondering what to wear this year for maybe Thanksgiving or Christmas, put a turtleneck on. Put a sweater on top of it. It's a classic look. You wear a turtleneck with you can wear a turtleneck up or down, okay? Turtlenecks are a good look, and they keep you warm, too. If you're somewhere cold like Buffalo, you need maybe something like that around your neck.
100%.
But yeah, no, look up Softer Softest by Hole. That's a very good one. I'm listening to that one a whole bunch right now.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'll definitely take that.
Yeah, the poor bass player died of a heroin overdose, and then Kurt Cobain died a couple months after. And maybe they were romantically involved. People don't know what people aren't saying, so don't ask because people aren't going to tell you. So be careful what places in the internet you are asking people about it because they're not going to answer you. Well, great to talk to you, man. Hopefully you get better.
Thank you, William.
Yeah, just keep your head up. You got this, okay?
My man.
All right, well, keep up the good work, sir.
Rock on.
Bye.
Until the next one.
Until the next one. Until the next time. With Tracy Chapman. Do you know that song, Grant?
Fast Car? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a classic.
It's a good one. There's that video, I think, where she plays in front of
a NASCAR track.
And I think it was where Queen, that famous place in like England where Queen also played, in front of that massive crowd. She comes out there and plays. It's just like really cool. I think it was one of the first places she played it.
I could be way off on that. I need to look it up. I'm sure it's like,
I'm talking out my ass at this point. I'm gonna stop.
No, stop. It's okay, Grant.
I'm gonna stop.
Well, Grant, it was fun. It was fun talking to people. And
it was good.
One guy, his grandmother had a sweet-looking house. And
Beef, the wrestler.
Yeah, Beef. Oh my gosh. And we do have to thank our mercenaries. Thank you so much. Eli, Slugworth, the AI guy, Goldie Mae Star, Grant's worst nightmare, Holy at WS.LOL. I love fireworks, but be careful. I wish this microphone something. I love Big Macs. Jess, Jethro Toll, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Greco, Kendra Dawson, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loop Loop. Love looking at Mr. Flipper, Mista Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Void, Opolonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Robert Bush, Ruby, Jewel Sparkle, Shinnakaya from the Big Island, Sat Rack, Sean Coon, Shiva, Skin Bomb, Amy Crooner, Memphis Stringle, The Wizard, Vander Reed, Vicious, McVisty, White Magic, William Casey, The Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show, on YouTube, Turn Up and Turn, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Willis, Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Everser Soup Bomb, ba-da-da-da-da. I love it. And Babe, the Ben Ashen, Billy of the Jones, rest in peace. Black Oak, G. Cracker Barrel, Kid is my dad, Daniel Hunter, Daniel Fox, Destiny A. Ford, Devin Swain, Dingleberry Harry, Nova King, Dr. B. Dugan, Dirty Butter. Thank y'all so much. Bye.
It's not Mozart if you're in a fucking...
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to TheWilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098.
You want to cover that stuff.
Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and see him live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record 18 Studios right here in the heart of Austin. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Throughout the lid into the garbage. Depends when you threw it out. If you threw it out before Shabbos, you show me it's no longer necessary. It's not a kli, so therefore it is muktzah. If you threw it out on Shabbos, it's too late. You can't take something that's a kli already and say now it's not a kli. What if you take a shirt, a perfectly good shirt, throw it in the garbage? Any kind of begging. Even if you throw it out on Thursday,
nobody gives a fuck. How about that? How about that? How about everybody gives a shit? Nobody watches this show. It sucks. Everything sucks. But look.
A piece of a callous doddle.
Like this.
Up until 3 fingers is considered a beggar. Less than
Read
3
it?
fingers, even a poor person doesn't keep. But it's not
Yes,
about
man.
less than 3 fingers has purposes. If you have broken pieces of a oven is made out of
JRE, dog.
We're talking about an oven that was already had hesed recently heated up and hardened. According to Meir and Blazim Yaakov, which Allah has always like Blazim Yaakov, you could carry these pieces the same reason we said before. You could, yes, they don't serve it.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Listen to my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. All night.
Typically, you bake it sideways, vertically.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Check it out.
Experience.
Check my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. All right.
Hello. So good, I got my legal pad here.
That shit ain't boring.
I'm gonna take notes on what you're doing, Brian.
Good job.
And I'll give them to you.
Tell me. Okay, so I'll figure out what the wrong stuff is and stop doing it.
I want to fuck with all the stuff.
I know there's so much shit.
I'm new on
He's
Discord.
giving me new shit.
I know. I brought a little tiny figurine of a little thing on stage one time, and every single.
No way, that's a real person. Impossible.
I don't like these that much. That's the problem. Is like everybody knows that I keep a bunch of shit on this desk, so people give me shit to put on this desk, and now it's getting kind of crazy. Where I'm gonna have a shelf.
I had to get a shelf. I got one of those little typewriter.
SJKAK.
This is piece of art. Cut out of a woolly mammoth. That's a notebook.
I got one of these at my
Shut
whistle.
up.
Yeah, Brian has
Shut
a
up.
plastic death whistle. Brian
Shut
had
up.
one right before COVID hit.
Shut up.
I'm not saying he caused it. There's a lot of videos saying he caused it.
I get it. That would be a death whistle.
I think it was technically, I think when he blew it, it had already caught on in China.
Yeah.
Unless we're in a situation.
Right, you're the COVID guy. I was listening to your podcast with, what's the woman who got falsely accused?
A pail. And the pail is tied down with a string or something. Over here,
murdering
someone's
a
slaying him.
Oh.
I was listening to that one, and I fast forwarded it one moment, and it went from her being like, and then I was in prison for 4 years, to you being like, well, the bat's been COVID. And I was like, how did we get here?
Yeah, that was a fascinating podcast. Amanda Knox. She's got a Netflix series out right now where someone plays her, which is kind of super fucking weird.
Yeah.
Like someone else plays
That Rabbi Rothschild guy's gonna get his head beat 1,000%.
20 years old of a murder, where they had all this evidence of this guy who broke into the house, fucking murdered.
This motherfucker pisses me off more than ever. Can we legit get a whole IP ban on him? That kid community, we're all fed up with seeing this and having to ban, and boom, it's another cycle.
Sperm everywhere? Oh no,
the guy was like, I fucked her. No, I don't know what he said. I don't know what happened, but I know that they had a narrative.
Oh, that he was in on it.
No. They had a narrative that she did it, that she caused murder. Right. The guy started with that, and he stuck with it. And even when there was evidence that showed that there was
Did anybody like my shit?
The window was broken, and somebody broke into the house.
And then eventually he came forward and was like, this has nothing to do with her, the guy who did do it.
Well, I don't think he eventually ever did anything. No, like she actually had a meeting with him, which is crazy. Like after the fact, like forgave him.
White girl.
She got tried twice.
I know, the Supreme Court.
No, she got acquitted. Like she got
Look at this.
right, and then they retried her in absentia. So she was in America. Well, they were trying her in Italy again.
And then they said she's fine.
Yeah, which is fucking crazy. Like, how about they give her some fucking money?
Also, the guy Raphaela was in solitary for 6 months. I can't fathom that. 6 months in solitude is so crazy to me. 1 day in solitude.
I talked to a guy that had been in solitary for years.
What does that mean? Like you get your shit and piss in it?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you get no contact.
It must be strangely after that.
100%.
I feel like it's got to do some sort of weird brain damage thing when they come out.
Well, it's kind of shocking because they went on the podcast. He was great.
Was he normal?
Yeah, well, beyond. Like, super smart. He wrote in there, educated himself in there, too.
Oh, you can
wrote books and
read
everything.
them.
Yeah, you can read that. They don't just give you nothing, but you do go crazy. You go crazy. Human beings need human contact.
Well, it's like when you don't do anything all day and then you get right up on stage. Have you ever done that? Where you don't talk to anybody or feel insane?
Yeah, the worst first conversation of the day.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I always bring friends on the road. You don't want to be like that weirdo in the hotel room by yourself.
Yeah, and then you take a nap and the sun goes down while you're napping. That's the worst feeling. When I do that, it feels like I'm haunting the audience. Like I'm like, you guys are in a different reality, and I'm intruding on where you're at.
The weird one is when you wake up and you don't know what city you're in.
Yeah, but that's why I got the dog. I was so sick of that feeling. I was so sick of waking up and being like, I've been abducted. Where am I? This place is nicer than my apartment, so that's good. But where am I? And then I saw my dog. And I was like,
that's not the other reason why you got your dog.
Yeah, and she rolls. And she's awesome. Yeah,
it's really sweet.
She's very cool.
So how long have you had her?
2 years. Yeah.
Was she full grown?
Tiny. Because I wanted to adopt a mom, but they were like, hey, the mom just had all this. We didn't know she was pregnant. She's had a litter of puppies. We take one of these. And I was like, okay. And I had no idea how hard it is to have a puppy.
I've had dogs where you adopt them full grown, and it was great. I had this dog named Lucy. She was awesome. She was so sweet. And I had another dog named Squeaky Frog. It was a real nightmare. She was real famous because they named her Squeaky Frog after one of the family members.
Oh, yeah.
She had a squeaky voice. She'd been barking so much in the pound that when I got her out of the pound, like her voice was like, and then eventually it got normal again because she didn't have to bark 24 hours a day. She just has worn out. She had worn out vocal cords. She had a totally normal bark, but I was like, oh my god, her bark is like a
smoker. Yeah,
it was like that. Yeah. Like she was a horse.
Yeah, you don't know what you're going to get. I mean, when I got a rescue, I was like, I'm going to get a small rescue, so I hope it'll be fine. But it was such a gamble. Everybody's like, do not do this.
Yeah, we had a Doberman once. It was a rescue. We had to get rid of in December, and he got really crazy. Again, like growling at us and barking at us out of nowhere. And I was a little kid. He was like, yo, we got rid of him.
We had a dog that ate the foot off of my... We had a pit bull that was a rescue. And my mom had this like woman move in with us who she was dating, and her kids moved in too. And my pit bull ate the foot off of the wife's cat.
Oh my god!
Cat.
Oh my god!
The woman was like, "Hey, you gotta like choose between me and this pit bull." My mom was like, "Yeah, get your crippled cat out of here." And we kept her dog. She didn't give a fuck. She was so attached to that dog. That dog, the amount of times we just like kill. My friend was in the backyard. The dog kills a cat, and my friend's freaking out. She's like, "We have to find the owner." And my mom was like, "You stay quiet." It was crazy. It was nuts.
She's obsessed with that dog. That's the only time I've seen her like really cry is when a dog dies.
It's hard. They don't live long enough.
I can't
They're
even
your
think about
best friends. I'm terrified. I have a dog named Marshall. He's a golden retriever. He's the best, and he's 9 now. He'll be 9 in a couple of months. It's just like, oh no. I've had him since he was a baby. Now he's 9. I'm like, he's only got a few years left, and he's so active. He's super healthy. He's great. He's fit. He's not. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But small dogs, they get to be like 12. That's kind of it. 13, maybe 14, and then they're really hurting. It's fucked. Apparently there's a drug that they've developed for dogs, like a longevity drug. I don't know if they've released it yet, but I know that it shows promise and extend dogs' lifetimes.
Whitney Cummings the other day said that her friend's like soul dog died the other day, and she said when the dog dies, you like learn something about yourself that's very important. So I've been holding on to that kind of woo-woo thing. Like she's like, you kind of show up for yourself in a way you need to.
I don't know.
Yeah. She does. I like how Whitney has something to say about everything.
You let him wrap on ice. 4 to 5 bucks.
Wrap them on ice. Take them off.
I've heard of rapamycin before because rapamycin is something that Peter Attia is a big proponent of for longevity.
The guy who wants to live forever.
No, that's Brian Johnson. Another study at Texas and University showed rapamycin can extend the lifespan of older dogs by up to 20%. Generally well tolerated, however, it can cause side effects such as lethargy, lack of appetite. Oh boy.
No, you can't.
Interesting. Is that it? Because I think there was something else. It was like a gene therapy.
Yeah, what happened to the cloning thing? What happened to CRISPR?
They probably already made the clones.
But why did we not hear about that? Weren't they cloning sheep and shit?
Yeah.
And then we just stopped hearing about it?
Yeah, they probably made a bunch of people.
Yeah, what is that?
Telling you about clones are probably clones.
You ever see a person that looks exactly like another person, and then you ask them their name, and it's the same name? And you're like, no fucking way.
You know the story about those 2 baseball players?
No.
Oh, it's the nuttiest shit of all time. These 2 baseball players look exactly the same, have the exact same name, never met each other, and they both play baseball.
Let me see him.
Oh, it's bananas, these 2 guys.
Oh my god!
What in the fuck?
Why are they wearing the
Their name is Brady Feigl, right? So it's not even like a normal name.
They both got the same injury. That's what I found out. They're both the same dog.
Just imagine. Your name is Brady Feigl, and you meet another guy who's also Brady Feigl. You're both 6'4". You both have red hair.
They're both really tall.
You both have black glasses. You both have the fucking same crazy name. That name is nuts.
Maryland and Missouri is not far enough away.
That's crazy.
They also, once they found this out, they didn't immediately go meet each other. They waited like 2 or 3 years, maybe. I think.
Oh, if the guy played baseball and I played baseball, I'd like, bro, we gotta hang out and freak people out. Oh, how old? 32 and 27. Interesting. The first guy must be really pissed. This motherfucker stealing my shine.
That's bizarre. You know, I remember hearing so much about cloning.
Yeah.
And then it just stopped.
Well, they do it with dogs. They do it with people's pets. Like, if you want to get your pet cloned, you can get your pet cloned. That's a real thing now. Like, it costs $30,000.
But then they're cloned at the same age.
No. They're a puppy. Nice. Yeah, you get to start from scratch. Yeah, otherwise you'd have like a 11-year-old and you keep like bring him back.
That'd be so mean. That'd be so mean.
He's got arthritis and diarrhea.
He just let me die. For the love of God.
You waited too long to clone him.
Dude, bring it back as a puppy though. We could do that.
Did you see that movie with Demi Moore called Substance?
Okay, I fainted in the theater.
Bro. It's so fucking that movie is nuts.
It's nuts. I'm actually very pro that movie. Like, I love the narrative. I love the idea of that when you get all that face shit, you're just keeping an old person alive.
Yeah.
I've tried to describe that on stage so much where I'm like, doesn't it bother you that when people are like, you look good for your age, you're just like, hide it, like you're concealing your death there? You know what I mean?
Right.
And that movie portrayed that perfectly. Where it's just a fucking...
It's kind of ironic that Demi Moore, who looks insanely good at 62, played that lady.
Yeah.
You know, because like...
But I liked that because it showed, like,
even when you saw her weird old lady butt, you're like, that's more nice butt, but I'm still like in awe of the young girl's butt, which is unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
You know what I mean? Like when she was doing the whole dance, you're like, why is this so intense? You're like, because it's a young person.
Right.
And I think that, did that director do, no, that director didn't do Raw. But it's a female director.
I don't know what else director did. But that movie was awesome.
I hate that, so I faint so easily.
Do you really?
Dude, I just blood and stuff, I faint, and I muscled through the gory part. I was like, oh, okay, good. Like, I've cured it, and then the music, it's like when a movie starts going like, like that, like on both sides. I'm like a goat. I got to the bathroom and I passed out. I'm in New York just on the ground fainting. People are walking over my body like a homeless person. That's hilarious.
That's so funny. I used to date a girl that when if someone got a needle on the screen, she'd faint. Just like, didn't matter where she was. If someone got injected,
it's so bad. My dad has it. Yeah, her dad was a dentist.
Which is crazy. Like, when the kid, one of her brother got like crazy sunburn, like really bad, where he got blisters. The dad saw it and just fucking fainted.
It's crazy. My sister called my dad once and she was working on cadavers. She's like, I'm so interested in this. We come to a cadaver today and she just heard thump on the other line. She's like, Dad. Oh my God. He's fainted so many times. Yeah. Oh, that's so wild. He couldn't be in our births or anything. Oh my God, that's crazy.
That's cool. What is that?
It's called vasovagal.
Okay, but is that a psychological thing? Because it's obviously like your reaction to a thing. I wonder if you can temper that somehow.
Here's the problem with it is why I used to think it was psychological, like me and my dad pictured things too well. Like we pictured it, the needle going in. But vasovagal, like sometimes I'll be putting an earring in. Yeah, like
you wear a helmet everywhere so you don't bounce your head off the fucking linoleum.
It's so fucked up. So I think it is neurological.
Well, I bet, but also triggered by high states of anxiety, right?
Yeah.
So that's what you would be able to control. You wouldn't be able to control the fact that you do faint when you have a high level of anxiety. So vasovagal response, sudden overreaction of the body's autonomic nervous system to a trigger such as pain or emotional stress or music that causes a temporary drop in heart rate and blood pressure.
There's a whole part of my special where I talk about me and this guy who was also a fainter having sex.
Oh my God.
And a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Yeah. It was rough. When you faint, it comes with sweating and seeing white. Like, it's brutal.
And you probably hope that the man doesn't faint. Like, keep it together.
Yeah.
That would be like a nice thing.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Like a nice treat.
He could faint on command. He could think of something.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I wonder what would happen if a guy like that got drafted in Vietnam.
That
Faint shot.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. My dad had a heart attack once and fainted. And I saw him in the hospital. I was like, what happened? The heart attack fucked up your face? And he was like, I fainted on a fence. I was like, that's crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he fainted so much. And he was a contractor, so he would always have cuts and stuff. And be like, no. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, he jigsawed through his nose one time. Yeah.
Because he fainted?
No, but then he fainted. He like pulled the cord and then it cut through his nose and then he would faint. It's crazy.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I would wear a helmet everywhere if I was like that.
Yeah.
I just wear a football helmet. Just like I'm a fan.
That's what we have to worry about all the time. Like if I cut myself, it's not about the cut. Like the stitches are not, it's that I'm about to hit the deck. It's just so fucked up.
Have you ever fainted right before you went on stage? Because I would think that's like a heightened state of anxiety a little bit, especially in the early days.
I'm panicked. Well, another problem is I get when I panic when I have really bad intrusive thoughts. Like I was around a famous person recently and I was convinced I was gonna bite her. I started getting a full panic, which makes you want to faint. But it's a different thing. But both lead to fainting.
I knew a dude who was a warm-up guy. You know, he just do warm-up, and he had a real problem with anxiety. He just would freak out. He was a comic, and it never worked out for him because his anxiety was so overwhelming. And one time, he was warming up for the Cosby Show, and he got this idea in his head that he was going to say the N-word.
Of course. course.
He's like, don't say it.
Of course.
Don't say it. It's the Cosby Show. Yeah. So he's warming up for the Cosby Show. So he's, basically in the crowd warming up. Okay, so here's the next scene. Dr. Huxtable's gonna come in, and all his mind is telling him is, don't say the N-word. He's not gonna say it. He was never going to say it, but for whatever reason, he was overwhelmed by this fear of saying the N-word in this, it's so real, audience, and he completely had a meltdown while he was doing warm-up.
Or he was panicking. With my special taping, I thought I was going to hit somebody with a stool. Mine is violence. I think I'm going to bite. I think I'm going to, totally. Or on airplanes, I'm worried I'm going to pull the exit thing off all the time. Mine is very violent. The person next to me, I'm going to bite down on.
That's probably a better response than, shrieking.
Yeah.
Falling to the ground.
I know, but I was the famous woman. I was like, I don't want to be the biter.
But you wouldn't bite her.
And then I know, but I thought, I had so long to obsess about it. Can you tell me what it is? This Laura Dern.
Really thought you were going to bite Laura Dern.
Look at this.
I love her so much. But she was being so nice to me, and we were sitting next to each other for so long, and I was like, what if I just bit Laura Dern? And my brain was like, you're not. And I was like, but this might be the time you do the thing. One time I was on a chairlift, and I was like, what if you jumped off? And I obsessed so long that I just jumped off. I was fine. I landed, and I was fine. But I still was like, I did the thing. So since then, I've been like, how far did you jump? Not far. That's the other thing I have to remember is I waited for the snow to come up and meet the chairlift way closer and then jump. So you want to,
yeah, you're not crazy.
You're not crazy.
Just like a little thrill.
Yeah, a little bitty thrill. Totally. Like, wow, the thing about biking is so nice. It was so Hollywood, you know? Oh, really? Her skin was Hollywood. Just so pure. So nice. Bug bites all over.
I accidentally sat next to Daryl Hannah once at Cantor's Deli in the 90s.
Okay.
And they were doing some fucking game. They were playing some game. Her and her friends were playing some game with states, figure out what's the Keystone State, that kind of shit. Yeah. And I was helping her. But she was totally normal. We never acknowledged that she's Daryl Hannah at Cantor's Deli.
Playing a game.
She was super chill.
That's so nice.
Yeah. Her and her friends were having a sandwich, just laughing and doing some game about states.
It was normal as hell. Matt Damon was at the cellar recently, and I was so fucked up. I don't know how it's fucking me up so much. I do too many. I might go sorry, my turn. But I was like, his arms and hands are so Matt Damon's arms and hands. I knew them so well, and he was gesticulating, and I was like, I fucking know those freaking arms. It was crazy. From movies, just moving. It's weird to know somebody so well and never have spoken to them. It's disturbing.
That is odd. Yeah. Your season, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action. Win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown scored to any-time TD props or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. New customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpga.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
I met Matt Damon in Italy at a restaurant where he was sitting underneath a photo of himself.
That That's weird.
This
Isn't that
no. The restaurant owner had him there before. It was a nice table, and there's photos all over the wall of celebrities that had been there before. And so Matt Damon went and sat down at the table where the photo of this owner, taking a picture with Matt Damon as.
That's some meta shit. That's crazy. He's really sweet.
He's very nice. Super normal guy. There's a lot of them that are like super normal.
The funniest story
always hold this thing like I doubt fucking crazy people. It looks like a thing in your head. Like they gotta be out of their fucking mind.
Totally. What's the guy's Peter Dinklage?
Oh yeah.
Came into the cellar and threw a chicken wing at my friend's chest, just like out of nowhere. Somebody introduced him, like Gillis or somebody, maybe it was Schultz, was like, oh, this is so and so, he's a good comic, and he threw a chicken wing at him, and I was like, that's the most Peter Dinklage, like just basically being a little Renaissance man throwing his size turkey leg is crazy. It's crazy. A little Renaissance again. Just being like, outrageous. I was like, that's too on the nose. It's crazy.
Problem is, I knew him first from Elf.
Oh yeah.
So even though he's the Game of Thrones guy, to me, he's always the angry writer from Elf.
I know him from the guy Four Weddings and a Funeral.
I never saw that.
Really good. It's crazy funny.
That guy's great. He was so good in Game of Thrones. That's a complicated role.
Yeah.
Complicated. That fucking show was so good. The new one, I'm trying to get into it, but like every season is like 5 years apart from the last one. You have to figure out who is this lady.
Game of Thrones 1, I was like asking 1,000 people. I was like, I don't understand which place is which. I had to like map it out. I could not figure it out, but it's so good. It opened up with the brother and sister. That was so sick. I was like, yeah, it was crazy nuts. And the just full on rape.
Yeah,
The Daenerys girl.
They cut the fucking head off the king. You're like, no.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's the best. He's the best.
He's the king.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Oh, that fucking show ruled. It was such a good show. Season 1. I mean, not season 1, but the real Game of Thrones. The new one is like, and therefore, it's good. But you're always, you're Jay Leno after Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
It's like totally.
You get attached to
There's
the
thing. It's like, aw.
I don't remember the last season. Oh, the last season was weird. Where Cersei rules.
I was in Croatia, and there's the place where King's Landing is. Like that's what filmed it. And they like sort of do tours where they show you where they film certain scenes. And one of the scenes is when shame, which is Martin like
the little cobblestone.
That's right there. Yeah, you can actually see it.
That's really cool.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, they filmed a lot of shit.
On Twitter, we do the shame. I just went through a horrible Twitter thing last night. I got dragged.
Even though you are carrying something.
Dude, it was a man hit me up and goes, don't go on Twitter. And I went on Twitter, and it was this crazy out of context thing where I was like talking, I was on Stav's podcast, and I was talking about this guy who used the word, I'm not going to say it, T-R-A-N-N-Y. He used that word. And I was being like, that word is so fucking antiquated that at this point to me, it sounds like somebody's just calling like a drag queen that. And everybody took it as me saying that trans people are in drag. And it like, dude, it was just like, went at me. And like, the crazy thing is, I thought I was being woke on that podcast. I had like friends of mine being like, fuck Jordan, like it was crazy. Friendly people, like people I work with.
Yeah, those people go eat shit. Those pylon people, they go eat shit.
But that was my like first big one. I've had one before, but that was like
that kind of shit pushes people away from all the things you're trying to promote. Like it doesn't mean that people hate trans people if they say something like that. That's not what you're saying.
I was saying the opposite. I was being like, this guy was such an asshole for using that word. Also, that word is so corny that I feel like at this point it's not even reference to transgender people. That it's like what we say for drag.
Some people still use it.
Totally.
It's that's not the point. The point is, what are you trying to do? You're not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. In other words, so shut the fuck up. Everybody's just looking for a reason to be offended. It's just
trying to find anything that they could, like, green light, go. There's no reason,
it out.
no nuance. Yeah, of course.
It's so crazy. It was so, and I'm just like reading all of them, and I was like, this is so many people that are just like, this dumb bitch. One of them said, this is a fat retard talking to a skinny retard about making fun of me and stuff, and I was like, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I love these.
Yeah, well, this is just what's going on online. And most of the people that
I don't have Twitter.
oh, good.
I don't have Twitter. I deleted it because like I was looking at my ex's tweets, and then I was like, I'm deleting this for sobriety, you know. And then I went on that the other day, and I was like, this is a nightmare. It's crazy. And I hit up those people who tweeted, and I was like, hey, why wouldn't you just text me, man? Like, I care about you, you care about me. This was totally out of context. If you just asked me about it, I would have showed you the whole clip, you know? And they were like, that was crazy.
It's a mental illness factory.
Yeah.
Twitter is just a giant cunt farm.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Just everybody just is growing cunty thoughts.
I just didn't know. I just could not even in there.
Yeah, it's not good. I know I stay off it as much as humanly possible. I try to get on it in the morning just to see what everybody's upset about. See what's in the news. What the, like, a UFO got shot with a Hellfire missile, and they have footage today. And Rep. Luna, yeah, they were talking about it in hearings today. There's a video of there's a video of a UFO getting hit by a Hellfire missile, and the Hellfire missile just blows apart, and the UFO just keeps moving.
What was the UFO?
Like a dot on a screen. They always look like shit.
I saw something weird coming down from the moon the other day. Do not know what it was.
be a snail smile.
I don't get why he's writing a script.
Yeah, very odd stuff.
It's quite strange.
But it's also like the way, like, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? And Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw